This guy here is our protagonist. He was just being a chill guy when suddenly this bratty system appeared. The brat promised to take him to the peak of society. But he said, no need. He was already standing high above the ninth heaven. Feeling that words weren't convincing enough, the bratty system pulled out a 9-turn-thousand flower fruit that only blooms once every 100 years. But his uncle took one look at this trashy plant and threw it away. He pulled out over 1,000,000 9-turn-thousand flower fruits, leaving the bratty system completely stunned. Feeling that pills wouldn't work, the brat pulled out a heavenly divine artifact to tempt him, not knowing his warehouse was full of them. He casually pulled one out, making the bratty system admit defeat in admiration. Since artifacts didn't work, the brat pulled out a supreme cultivation technique. He immediately pointed to the family's scripture pavilion, possessing over 3,000 volumes of immortal techniques. He has over 1,000 life-saving treasures. Wherever he goes, he has several grand masters protecting him. His father is a true immortal of the great Tao, splitting the cloud tribulation in two with a single sword strike. With a family like his, he'd have to walk backwards for years just to see the starting line. Bro, remember to like and subscribe to help the channel survive. In a picturesque mountain setting, a girl is raising her voice to question someone. From ancient times until now, in the cultivation world, the strong rule as kings. Cultivation is for ascension, yet you Luo Tian fan rely on your illustrious family background and refuse to improve. While scolding and insulting, she pointed at a man and a woman, shouting, "You are truly a disgrace to our cultivation world. I look down on you." The two people being scolded look bewildered, not understanding what's going on. At this moment, Fairy Changyu gets angry, her face darkening as she retorts, "Insolence. This is the curved water flowing feast of the Chixian Pavilion. It is only held once every 50 years. Which family's disciple are you? To dare be so disrespectful." She still doesn't know her place and raises her voice in reply. "Fairy Changyu, don't put on airs and suppress me. I hate those with ugly faces who always flatter like that." The people around witnessing the argument also whisper and gossip. "Who is this girl? To dare speak to young Master Luo like that?" Someone else chimes in. "That's right. Truly foolish. If she provokes young Master Luo, I'm afraid even the faction behind her will face disaster." The people around haven't stopped yet. Someone is dissatisfied with her attitude. She grew up to be so hateful. On what basis does she speak to our young Master Luo? She maintains her arrogant attitude, arms crossed, listening to the women gossip, thinking to herself, "What do you ignorant women know?" As the young master of the Luo family, Luo Tian Fan has seen every type of woman in this world, compared to those who offer themselves up and are forgotten later. Men prefer to conquer women who present a challenge. She is still looking at them, watching. Fairy Changyu, fearing Tian Fan might be displeased, turns to apologize. "Young Master Luo, I apologize. It was my failure in selecting the guests. I will have this rude person removed from here immediately." At this moment, he lifts his cup to his lips and gently replies, "It's fine." On the outside, she looks worried, but inside she can't help but let her thoughts wander. Moreover, I have investigated long ago. Luo Tian Fan appears gentle on the outside, elegant and polite. He has never committed murder, as long as the behavior is reasonable. Capturing this man will be as easy as turning over a hand. His face is pensive as he sips his water, thinking to himself, "I feel like I've seen this scene somewhere before. It seems like something from a classic idol drama back in my student days." Continuing his train of thought, he remembers the days before his reincarnation. Buried in work, facing piles of paperwork on the desk, and scattered on the floor. "I've been reborn for 18 years now. Suddenly seeing a scene like in an idol drama. It actually feels a bit nostalgic. Thoughts keep connecting, from images of going to school to images of him working himself to the bone. Thinking back to my past life. Since I was old enough to understand, I always did the things I had to complete. I must get better exam results. I must get into a better university. I must find a good job. In the end, all I got was a doctor's notice about my illness. I spent my whole life doing things I had to do. But it seems that until now, I have never done a single thing I truly wanted to do. And as I lay on the hospital bed, I reflected, spending a lifetime competing. Exhausted for a lifetime, but I don't know what it was all for. When I was reborn, I swore that in this life, I will never compete again. He also told himself, I want to live a life that makes me happy. I want to lie flat. Returning to reality, his face is satisfied as he sips his tea, calmly and slowly opening his eyes. A system panel pops up, making him spit out the water he was drinking in surprise. Detected host encountering a mockery event, activating the automatic ultimate competition system. The surrounding women swarm around, praising him and ignoring the other girl. As expected of young Master Luo. Even spitting water looks so handsome. She just stands there with a speechless expression. Fairy Changyu asks in panic, Young Master Luo? Is the wine not to your liking? He wipes his mouth, says it's fine, and turns back to read the system panel. It seems others can't see this system. Hand on his chin, he asks himself, System? Looking up, a girl with rabbit ears and red hair appears. It is the system spirit. That's right, these days a system has almost become standard equipment for transmigrators. Nothing strange about it. But this system sure arrived late. Her face looks sulky. Ultimate competition, red luck. System spirit. The system panel jumps again. Finally. Then the girl suddenly hugs his face, crying loudly. Do you know how I've lived these past 18 years? After being bound to you and transmigrating to this Xian-y world, I have always been waiting to be activated. The host just needed to do one competitive thing. Just one thing. And the system could be activated. But 18 full years have passed. Yet there wasn't a single incident. Not a single thing ever happened. His face is squeezed into a circle, his eyes looking as he suddenly realizes. So that's the reason. Her face turns into a smile again. But everything is in the past now. Thanks to that woman mocking you, I was finally able to activate myself. From now on, the competition system will play a supporting role in your cultivation process. The system can fulfill any request of the host. Moreover, as long as the host completes competitive events, you can also receive extremely valuable rewards. His eyes look skeptical. Any request? Are you sure? The system gives a thumbs up, winking confidently. Of course. Leaning back, he says, Then can you please unbind right now, so I can go home and drink wine? She turns back to look at him in panic. Unbind. She asks continuously in a flurry. Do you not desire boundless power? Do you not desire to possess supreme strength? To turn your hand into clouds and flip your hand into rain? Do you not desire endless wealth? Why? She waves her hands and feet, asking incessantly. But the response is just non-committal sounds from Tian Fan. Legs crossed, he says, meaningless. I've given up. I no longer have those worldly desires. Moreover, I'm allergic to the word competition. She continues to point and urge him. That woman mocked you in front of so many people. Are you not angry in the slightest? You just need to complete the mission, receive the reward granted by the system, and you can immediately slap her face. The response is just an indifferent face and the words. She isn't wrong. I really am a rotting piece of trash who has given up on everything. Having said everything, sweating profusely, she is helpless against him. You are a transmigrator. Tianfan's gaze freezes, staring intently in one direction. Suddenly, he jumps up and shouts in her face, startling the system. So what if I'm a transmigrator? He points straight at the system's face and screams back. Must a transmigrator compete like a madman? What kind of outdated stereotype is this? You are intentionally inciting opposition among transmigrators. You're asking for a beating. His words leave her helpless and speechless. While he complains, she mutters internally, This brat. Is my record of guiding transmigrators to ascend to the upper realm going to fail in his hands today? In the real scene, he suddenly stands up, hands on his hips, making Fairy Chanyu panic. She calls out to him, Young Master Luo? Meanwhile, the system can only curse silently. Damn it. You just wait for me. Seeing the system gone, he feels relieved. Looks like that damn system has let me go. Given up? Are you kidding? I worked so hard to live another life. How could I compete again? The people around, unaware of the situation, assume he is angry. Look, young Master Luo is smiling coldly. He's angry. It's all because of that woman. Young Master Luo is enraged. We won't be implicated, right? Wei Yan's face also shows some worry. Why hasn't he said anything all this time? Could it be that the measure I thought I grasped well really made him angry? If not, I should add a couple more sentences. A man's voice speaks up from behind. The fairy is right. Amidst Wei Yan's surprised and slightly panicked expression, the righteous man continues. Luo Tian Fan. I heard that you haven't even passed the foundation establishment stage yet. Aside from relying on your family background, what talent do you have? He turns to look at Wu Yin with a smile. Fairy, rest assured, from the moment I first saw you, I was immediately attracted by your fearless stance against power. I will forever stand by your side. She screams internally in panic. Rest assured my ass. Why the hell did you start watching the drama? Just to do this? He turns back to look. The system spirit appears again, chin on hand, acting smug. Well, how much can you endure? Just complete the competition mission, and you can freely slap their faces. He just smiles gently. Want a face slap? Why would I need to rely entirely on the system? Anyway, let me show you the status of the system. Watch how I handle things. Fairy Changyu finally orders. Guards, take these two people out of here for me. But a hand is raised to stop them. He speaks up. Wait. She turns, questioning. Young master? Amidst the system's curiosity, he just closes his eyes calmly. The words of these two, today, have moved me deeply. He rests his chin on his hand and sighs. Since I was born, if I wanted to cultivate, there were always countless spirit pills and medicines for me to use. If I wanted to play, there were countless rare treasures for me to spend freely. You could say, my illustrious family background has made me numb. Pressing the advantage, he continues. I hate my wealth. It has turned me into a person with nothing else. A girl nearby gets excited. Even though the young master is shameless, he's still so handsome. The people around are speechless, thinking, why does this sound so arrogant? She frowns, deluding herself. As expected, I have attracted his attention, although I don't know why. But hearing this makes me very angry. Next, I just need to change my attitude appropriately, to make him gradually fall for me. Holding up 5 fingers, he says calmly, how about this? 5,000 spirit stones. I'll hire you to stay by my side and remind me like that all the time. Their jaws drop in surprise. The system beside him also gapes in shock. He raises another hand. What? Too little. 10,000 spirit stones a month. The man's forehead is sweating, but he remains haughty. Do you think the fairy would stay by your side for 10,000 spirit stones? Before he can finish his sentence, she replies immediately. Sword cultivator Wu Yin, willing to accompany the young master in his indulgence for a lifetime. The righteous man's face falls. Jiang Yishur panics. Fairy. The system instantly petrifies. He smirks and mutters. Occasionally, I do a bit of serious business. Beside him, Fairy Changyu rejoices. Young master is truly a great man with great magnanimity. Jiang Yishur, trembling, stammers. Fairy, you are. Before he can finish, she runs behind Tianfan and hugs his arm. This Daoist brother, please have some self-respect. I am now young master Luo's person. I don't know you. She tells herself. There's no need to grasp this man. Being grasped by him is the same thing. He widens his eyes, glancing at how quickly she grabbed his arm. What did she get over here? She immediately hands him fruit to eat, next to the angry faces of Fairy Changyu and the system spirit. The man grits his teeth. His face darkens. Luo Tianfan. He points straight at him and screams, Luo Tianfan. I want to have a duel with you. Tianfan's group looks at him in surprise. His face shows clear helplessness. Beside him, the system covers her mouth and mocks. Hi, now your method doesn't work anymore. He smirks. So what? The righteous man points his sword at Tianfan, challenging, Luo Tianfan. Do you dare to come down here and fight me? The system happily puts her arm around his neck, beaming. So, are you scared now? In the cultivation world, the strong are respected. Even with backing, if your strength isn't enough, you still have to bow your head. Do you feel a strong desire to become stronger in your mind right now? Just complete the mission. I can help you become stronger. He remains emotionless, glancing at the girl waving her arms. Under her expectant gaze, Tianfan closes his eyes and thinks. Among cultivators, there is also a hierarchy. Ordinary cultivators only dare to bully the weak. High-level cultivators usually treat no one with respect, eventually getting overturned. Face slapped. He calmly asks her, which eye of yours sees me being afraid? Looking at him, Tianfan evaluates slightly. But apart from those people, there are those like me. Top-tier elite. The man looks arrogant. Or do you want to be a cowardly turtle? Not daring to face me? He thinks leisurely. For the top-tier elites, when trouble comes, there's no need to worry. Fairy Changyu immediately unleashes her power. She stands in front of him, ready to fight. Naturally, someone nearby will solve it for me. Fairy Changyu, eyes full of resentment, frowns and speaks up. One person, two people, all being so rude to my guest. Do you really think this fairy doesn't dare to kill? A terrifying aura radiates around her, suppressing him. The people around are terrified by this aura. The aura is so terrifying. Fairy Changyu is truly strong. Fairy Changyu usually organizes banquets very rarely. When fighting others, I almost forgot that besides the title of fairy, she is a grand cultivator at the 7th stage of the Yang spirit realm. Seeing this, the system gapes and exclaims, "What?" Beside her is Tianfan's cunning face. Facing Fairy Changyu overwhelming aura. He points at her, stammering, You are a grand expert of the 7th stage, bullying the small with size. I don't accept this." Tianfan eats fruit and replies, "Interesting. Others relying on higher cultivation to suppress you is called bullying the small with size. And me, who hasn't even reached foundation establishment yet, you relying on higher cultivation to challenge me. What is that?" Beside him, Wu Yin holds a grape, leaning close to feed him. Seeing him look around in confusion, she continues, "It is exactly permitting oneself to do it, but not allowing others to do it. Truly shameless." Someone watching from the side shouts. The face of sword cultivators has been completely lost by these people. As if hit where it hurts, he flies into a rage. Gripping the sword in his hand, he shouts, "Damn it! At any cost, whoever blocks me, even a 7th-stage grand cultivator, I am not afraid." Fairy Changyu angrily throws a wooden block to attack him, shouting, "Arrogant fool!" Jiang Yishir cannot react in time. He is quickly knocked back. Crying out in pain, "Ah!" A hand reaches out to catch him. Fairy Changyu frowns and looks. The person who appeared is Jiang Yishir's master. He looks at her, signaling. "Fairy Changyu, please have mercy." Seeing the arrival, he cries out, "Master!" The old man's face is grim. "Fairy Changyu, I don't know what my incompetent disciple did to offend you, forcing you to strike so heavily, or is it that your Guangxi pavilion doesn't regard the Kanglan sword sect with any respect?" Wu Yin covers her mouth and whispers, "Young master, this person is the supreme elder Su Changsu of the Kanglan sword sect. It is said he is already at the peak of the 8th stage, the Saint realm. He is always in seclusion and rarely appears. This time, he must have come out of the mountains specifically for his disciple." He closes his eyes, listening to Wu Yan's words. Truly typical. Beat the young one, and the old one comes running. The system must be going crazy by now. The system spirit is laughing loudly. "Huh. As expected, heaven's luck hasn't abandoned me yet." She glances at him with hope, happy. "This time, even with your helper, she can't save you. Let's see what you do." He isn't the least bit afraid. Holding his teacup bored, "This system still doesn't understand that I am someone born with a silver spoon in my mouth." She looks straight at the old man. "Su Changsu, do you want to ask your disciple first what exactly he did and whom he offended?" His face is stern. "Today, even if your father, Dragon True Lord, comes, I must demand justice for my disciple." Behind him, the disciple's eyes light up. "Master!" Hearing this, he puts down the unfinished teacup. "Justice." Hand on his chest, he speaks politely to the old man. "Your disciple relied on his higher cultivation to challenge me to a duel. Saint Su, I wonder if you can demand justice for me?" Seeing this, he asks, "Who are you?" The righteous man beside him frantically points at him. "Master, it's this villain relying on his family background to bully others. I couldn't stand it, so I wanted to duel him." Wu Yin doesn't sit still. She stands up and points straight at him, surprising Tianfan. "Don't you turn black and white here. I genuinely admire young Master Luo's talent, so I pledged loyalty to him. How can I let you casually fabricate lies here?" Tianfan puts his hand on Wu Yan's shoulder, and she turns back. "Young master?" Tianfan speaks up. "Saint Su, secluded for many years. It's normal not to recognize me." His face triumphant, he slowly utters, "My surname is Luo." Hearing the name Luo, the old man's eyes widen. "Surname Luo? What is Luo Wuji to you?" Tianfan rests his chin on his hand, eyes full of confidence. The corner of his mouth lifts slightly as he replies, "He is my father." The system over here crosses her arms and pouts. "Stop resisting. Hurry up and follow the system's footsteps. A dignified saint, how could he care about your family background? Only one's own cultivation is the ultimate reliance. Suddenly, the old man changes his attitude. Smiling warmly, he speaks. So you are the son of the Luo family head? Hearing that, the girl is surprised. His attitude did a complete 180. Stroking his beard, smiling broadly. I was wondering why such a dazzling genius appeared here. Oh my, this noisy matter. Isn't it just a flood washing over the Dragon King's temple? Unexpectedly, things turn out like this. He cries out, Master. Not letting him speak much, the old man slaps his head down. Useless thing. Hurry up and apologize to young Master Luo. Young Master Luo is such an outstanding figure. How could he do the things you said? The system has completely collapsed by now. Tianfan just waves his hand. Just a misunderstanding. It's unavoidable. As long as it's cleared up, does the saint know my father? Still holding his disciple's head down, he continues the conversation. The reputation of the eternal Luo family echoes everywhere. I am just a nameless person. How could I be qualified to associate with him? Years ago, I was lucky enough to see the demeanor of the Luo family head from afar. Truly an immortal descended to earth. Transcendent and otherworldly. He bows his head in resignation, speechless. Jiang Yishu bows his head, but his face is extremely annoyed hearing his master's words. You fool. Hurry up and thank young Master Luo for his magnanimity. Hearing that, he starts moving towards Tianfan. Still holding his sword, he bows, young Master Luo. Thank you for your magnanimity. He shrugs, showing it's nothing. It's just a small matter. He smiles and replies. A small matter disturbed everyone. This curved water-flowing feast was meticulously prepared by Fairy Changyu. We shouldn't disappoint the fine food. Kulme, continue the banquet. Continue the music. Refusing to submit, Jiang Yishu swings his sword and rushes towards Tianfan. His face is ferocious. Do you really think I've submitted? Wu Yin sees this and panics, reaching out to him. Despicable villain. The old man also shouts in panic. Rebellious disciple. How dare you? And Fairy Changyu cries out worriedly. Young Master Luo, be careful. The system is as happy as if it's harvest season. There's still resistance. His face shows no fear, staring blankly. As the attack is about to hit him, a dazzling power appears like a protective barrier. His face is panicked. How can this be? A peace talisman appears before Tianfan's smug smile. That power comes from this talisman. The overwhelming power reflects the attack, sending him flying far away. Everyone around witnesses the scene. Everyone is surprised. Someone who recognizes the object shouts, Ancestral Dragon Qi. This is the Ancestral Dragon's protective talisman. He is knocked far back, hitting the rock wall. Crying out in pain, a hand rubbing his chin. Eyes half closed, smiling slightly. Life is short. There are too many interesting things. Why place such great resentment into these endless struggles? The system collapses. Head down, dejected. Basically, impossible to turn around. Done with the matter, Tianfan just yanks off the protective talisman. Looking at the master and disciple, he says gently, Saint Su, strict education is the teacher's fault. This disciple of yours, you must discipline him well. Sweat beads on his face. He hurriedly pleads. Please calm down, young Master Luo. I will definitely punish this rebellious disciple and give you justice. Tianfan throws away the protective talisman, his tone annoyed. Ruin my mood. Leaving them behind, he walks away leisurely. Fairy Changyu, you are the host of this banquet. How they should compensate later. You decide. She bows respectfully. Take care, young Master Luo. Fairy Changyu, eyes full of hatred and burning with rage, turns back to look at the master and disciple. Her shouting echoes through the mountains. Su Changsu, do you know how many years I prepared to invite young Master Luo to this banquet? The old man can only apologize guiltily. Fairy Changyu, I am truly sorry. It is all because I didn't discipline him strictly. Fairy Changyu, I am willing to compensate. I will compensate for all your losses. After chasing them all out, she slams the door shut. Get out. Don't let me see you again. The master and disciple can only stand outside the door in silence. He sighs in frustration, Since you took me as your master when you were small, your path of cultivation has been too smooth. Suffering a loss this time? Consider a lesson. He still hasn't repented. his face grim, turning to shout, "Coward!" The old man beside him hears this, his brow furrowing in annoyance. "What did you say?" No longer respecting his teacher, he points straight at the old man's face and vents. "I said my master is a coward. That Luo Tianfan, aside from having a good background, is just a useless person. Yet you, master, submitted to that useless person. You're worse than a useless person." Not letting him continue his nonsense, the old man slaps him straight across the face. Smack! The old man points straight at his face and shouts, "I thought you were just momentarily confused. Turns out you really have no brains. Have you ever thought about the consequences for the sect if you actually killed Luo Tianfan today?" Being hit makes him angry. He turns and huffs coldly, walking away. His master behind him asks, startled, "Where are you going?" Seeing his back moving away, the old man looks helpless. Forget it. Letting him calm down by himself is good too. Running to a wall, he punches it hard and screams, "Damn it!" Leaning against the wall, his eyes tearing up with grievance. "Luo Tianfan, sooner or later, I will kill you." As he finishes, a voice calls out from behind. "Do you want to kill Luo Tianfan?" Suddenly hearing a voice makes him notice and glance over. He turns his whole body around. 3 people dressed in black, completely covered, revealing only the lower half of their faces. Jiang Yishir asks suspiciously, "Who are you people?" One of them speaks up. "Who we are isn't important. What's important is, do you want to kill Luo Tianfan with your own hands?" Hatred has blinded his eyes. He grits his teeth and shouts, "Of course. If I don't kill him, I, Jiang Chuan, swear not to be human." Back to Tianfan, he is at the Luo Manor. A loud scream echoes from inside. Tianfan's voice resonates through the manor. "Dying. I am dying." At this moment, he is lying down enjoying a massage. From the maidservants. "So comfortable I could die." Indeed, life should be lived like this. The system can only frown in exasperation. You shouldn't give up on your life like this. Do you not have any dreams? Looking at his enjoying face, she points straight at him without reservation. Don't you feel ashamed of your transmigrator identity wasting such an opportunity? Wasting such an opportunity. Don't you feel restless eating and sleeping? Facing the scolding of the system spirit, Tianfan glances away, cursing internally. If this annoying system didn't exist, it would be even more perfect. At this moment, the system reminds him, protective artifacts can only protect you temporarily. Only your own cultivation is your eternal reliance. Hearing the system say that, he seems to suddenly remember something. Tianfan jumps up, surprising both the system and the maid beside him. He trots into the manor. Seeing this, the system rejoices. Oh, did he realize reality and finally decide to cultivate? The maid beside him, not knowing what happened, calls out blankly, "Young master." Seeing him go inside, she follows him. As expected, I knew the host could still be saved. He speaks up with an unclear expression. "Thanks for reminding me. I almost forgot." Thinking she persuaded him, she beams. If you like, I can remind you every day." Tianfan is trying to open a cabinet. He bent down searching. Then a drawer is opened, to her jaw-dropping surprise. A drawer full of ancestral dragon protective bracelets. The quantity is countless. His face happy, he takes one and puts it on, continuing his unfinished sentence. "I hadn't replaced the bracelet from before yet." Ignoring the petrified system beside him, he happily walks back out. Back to the massage. The system grits her teeth in anger. "Damn it. You forced me. I wanted to treat you like a normal system. But I only received alienation. No more pretending." Hearing her say that, he turns his head to look back. Face blank. "What do you want to do?" Thought it was something huge. Who knew she would pull out a peach? Pointing firmly, she speaks. Eating this essence-gathering fruit can refine pure essence energy, equivalent to 100 days of hard work by others. Just need a little internal energy. This is a reward. She thought it could persuade him, but unexpectedly Tianfan turns his head indifferently. Mitchum, not interested. After that, the system spirit pulls out 49 different things, constantly circling Tianfan to persuade him. Don't like the essence-gathering fruit? It's fine. I have other things. Blood jade coral, infant transformation fruit, Bodhi flower, 9-turn golden lotus. Just try a little bit. These good things are all yours. Seeing her so enthusiastic, he is just helpless. The system panel suddenly pops up. System Handbook, Article 5. Appropriate benefits can be used to guide the host. He sighs with eyes half closed. Don't disturb me. I still have to continue my massage. Her face is extremely annoyed. Muttering, you're forcing me to take out my hidden treasure, aren't you? She acts mysterious. Eyes solemn, putting a hand into her sleeve as if to take something out. A golden potted plant appears under the expectant gaze of the system spirit. Ta-da! How about it? This is the 9-turn silver flower fire tree. Only one grows every 100 years. Branches and leaves can nourish the divine soul. Under her expectant gaze, she receives only a dismissive look from Tianfan. Just average. She shouts back angrily. Average? Do you know the value of this treasure tree? This is a high-grade, immortal herb. Rare in the world. Tianfan's second uncle walks in, his face beaming with joy, calling his name Tianfan. He replies respectfully, Second uncle. Why did you come here? Stroking his beard, he speaks gently and happily. I came here specifically to thank you. Thanks to the relationship advice you gave last time. Lately, I feel Li Hua is much closer to me. His eyes look over suspiciously. He approaches, bending down to observe the golden plant. Could this be the 9-turn silver flower tree? The system rubs her hands in glee. Someone still recognizes good goods. Tianfan speaks up in reply. Does second uncle also research plants? Hearing that, the system retorts angrily. It's not a plant. He swipes his hand, knocking over the flower pot without mercy. Good heavens, leaving this thing here is really in the way. Beside him, the system is screaming ceaselessly. Then he places a bag of golden pills on the table. I used the 9-turn silver flower tree as the main ingredient to create primordial spirit pills. The effect is better and effortless. It even tastes like chicken. Tianfan's face lights up. Thank you, second uncle. He happily replies. This bag has about 200 or 300 pills, enough for you to eat for a few years. When you finish, come back for more. The girl behind is speechless. Her face is gloomy and pale, on the verge of tears. The system's spirit collapses, kneeling in helplessness. Her face frowning with worry. Big crisis. This is the most terrible crisis in the career of this system. As she speaks, she recalls the scene of tempting Tianfan with items she thought were precious. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If you don't like them, I still have heaven-rank immortal weapons. Mystic treasures and Dao artifacts. As long as you put in a little effort, they all belong to you. At the same time, someone comes to report to Tianfan, young master. The Kanglan sword sect sent gifts to apologize. He replies, what is there? Looking at the crates containing swords around, the servant continues. Most are worthless heaven-rank immortal weapons, but among them is the Kanglan water-parting sword, an heirloom of the Kanglan sect. Consider not bad. The servant holds the sword up in front of him. Please take a look, young master. Tianfan stares thoughtfully. Thinking for a moment, he turns to Wu Yan. Under her surprised gaze. I remember you are a sword cultivator, right? Then I gift this sword to you. Wu Yan's face lights up, thanking him profusely. Really? Thank you, young master. Beside him, the system spirit grits her teeth in anger. Because of the phrase, worthless heaven-rank immortal weapons. Scene changed to another bright morning with white clouds. Sunlight shines on the eaves of the Luo Manor. The system holds a stack of cultivation manuals, face beaming. I have supreme cultivation techniques. Can help you quickly become an immortal. He walks past the scripture pavilion with Wu Yan. He deliberately waves his hand. What? You have never cultivated a supreme technique? In my Luo family scripture pavilion, we have collected 3,000 immortal techniques. Go in there and pick a few random volumes. The system gapes in shock. He continues. Now you are a subordinate of mine, Luo Tianfan. Can't lose face. Wu Yin beside him looks surprised and thanks him immediately. Thank you, young master Luo. The system goes crazy, tearing up those cultivation books and screaming. This host is too hard to guide. Another day, in a setting where lotus flowers are blooming in the lake. Tianfan is leisurely fishing by the lake. Suddenly the system pops up a notification. Warning. System malfunction. Undergoing inspection. Seeing this, he rejoices happily. Self-destructed? If the binding could be removed from here, That would be great. A voice calls out from the side, don't get distracted. The fish has taken the bait. The water in the lake suddenly splashes wildly. Tianfan yanks the fishing rod up. A rather large fish flies out of the water. Holding the fish just caught, a man approaches and exclaims, quite lucky. Didn't expect to catch a red-tailed fish. It is none other than Luo Wanfu, the human butcher military saint of the Luo Manor. He rubs his chin and says, after eating and refining it, it is estimated to be equal to a year of hard martial arts training. Hearing that, he immediately throws the fish back into the pond. Fourth uncle, you know, I'm not interested in these things. Hearing him say that, he asks back, your father is about to come out of seclusion. If he sees your cultivation hasn't improved in years, aren't you afraid he'll scold you? His face remains calm. It's fine. If father scolds me, then I'll go tell mother. Hearing that, he laughs heartily. Being able to complain so boldly is also considered your ability. Behind him, a subordinate appears, handing something over and announcing, my lord. Holding the papers the subordinate just handed him, he falls into deep thought. Seeing this, Tianfan speaks up. What's wrong, fourth uncle? Is there something? He replies softly, then smirks slightly. Nothing. It's just that seeing your father about to break through. Some people can't sit still anymore. Just some clowns jumping around. Another day at the Luo Manor, in a magnificent courtyard, decorated under the sparkling sunlight. Tianfan is lying on a chair reading something, his eyes drowsy. He yawns deeply, thinking to himself, come to think of it, after father breaks through, he will become a true immortal, right? He associates this world with the world he lived in before, making a comparison. 9 realms of breakthrough, foundation establishment, spirit condensation, illumination, nether passage, nether gate, nirvana, yang spirit, saint king. Equivalent to 9 years of compulsory education. In the 3 realms of high school, quasi-emperor, emperor realm, emperor venerable would be equivalent to high school. And finally, the 4 realms of university, void immortal, true immortal. Heaven immortal and immortal will correspond to university level. Gently placing the book on his chin, Tianfan reflects. The world division makes one's scalp numb. Isn't it just like the previous life? Why should I put my limited life into infinite effort? Why doesn't that system girl understand? The system panel suddenly pops up, interrupting his thoughts. System self-upgrade successful. You have been bound to lie flat. The system spirit appears, startling him, eyes wide in surprise. Tada! After she returns, it becomes noisy around Tianfan. Congratulations, host, for binding with the lie flat system. As long as the host completes the lie flat mission, you can receive special rewards. Hearing that, he looks bored. Again? He lies down flat. I won't do it. She is surprised. Hands on hips, eyes wide. He replies immediately. No reason. Just don't want to do it. He also wonders, is the system working so hard this time? Seeing him refuse to cooperate, the system waves her hands and feet, throwing a tantrum. She screams continuously, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I changed my name for you. You must lie flat. You like lying flat the most. Tianfan beside her finds it noisy, covering his ears with both hands. Somewhat speechless, he speaks up to stop the system spirit's actions. You still haven't comprehended the true principle of lying flat. So what if you change your name? Hearing that, she finally falls silent. Looking down from above, he continues to explain to her. If lying flat has a purpose, isn't lying flat just a type of effort? Realizing something, the system spirit's eyes widen in surprise. She starts getting caught up in her own thoughts. Unexpectedly, I have no reason to refute. It even makes a bit of sense. Outside the door, a handsome young man calls loudly, Brother Luo. Tianfan is lying on the ground. Beside him is the system spirit, tied up tight. He replies, Huang Yu, weren't you grounded by your father? Why did you come to me? He continues towards him. Today, Linglong Pavilion has a new courtesan competition. So I snuck out, imagining his father getting angry, clenching his fists, gritting his teeth, going to the flower street again. He asked back boredly, aren't you afraid your father will beat you up? He replies quickly, it's fine. He turns his back, pointing at it. He already beat me up once. Tianfan's voice is a bit helpless. You didn't think about bandaging it? Ignoring that, he steps forward and grabs his shoulder. Does Brother Luo want to go to Linglong Pavilion with me? Tianfan's face shows some worry. It's not that you're afraid your father is lying in wait there, so you're looking for me as a shield, right? Huang Yu takes a deep breath. Brother Luo, he cries and pleads. This little brother really wants to go to Linglong Pavilion. Tianfan is speechless. The system lies flat on the ground, listening to their conversation. Fine. I'm not busy anyway. I'll go with you to check out the courtesan competition. He hears this and rejoices. Thank you, Brother Luo. Suddenly the system raises her head, smiling evilly. It pops up a notification. Not cultivating, but go to brothel to listen to music. Achieved achievement. Lie flat. A blinding light appears, making Huang Yu unable to open his eyes. Tianfan is hit straight on by the light. His eyes roll back. The system panel continues to announce. Received ritual, pouring spiritual power onto the head. Realm source. The light emitted becomes stronger and stronger, shooting straight into the sky, brightening the whole area, making everyone in the city look up. The light fades and spreads slowly across the sky. At this moment, the righteous man also looks up and speaks. This is Great Tao Resonance. Those dressed in black robes clench their hands, whispering. Could it be Luo Wuji is about to exit seclusion and undergo tribulation? Impossible. How could it be so fast? Heaven doesn't help us. Letting this tyrant advance his cultivation so quickly. At this moment, a man with a long flowing beard speaks to the group. Don't panic. Currently, it is only Great Tao Resonance. The tribulation cloud hasn't formed yet, but it seems our plan must be accelerated. He points at the righteous man and another black-robed man, ordering, track Luo Tianfan's movements closely for me. As soon as he leaves the manor, we will find an opportunity to strike. That person asks back, is striking now too hasty? The bearded man orders. Time waits for no one. That Luo Wuji has a deep foundation. Passing the true immortal tribulation is 10 parts certain. Only by killing his son before he undergoes tribulation. Breaking his Tao heart. Can we borrow the power of the heavenly tribulation to severely injure him? Then he bows and asks, Jiang Yisher, this Luo family has lived long and dominated a region. Whether we can eliminate this tyrant this time depends entirely on you. Hearing this, his face burns with determination. Back to Tianfan, he is panting because he just leveled up. Seeing this, Huang Yu looks at him in disbelief. He jumps towards him happily. Big Brother Luo, what was that just now? Was it awakening a true god or inviting a god to possess your body? Usually never see you cultivate. Turns out you are the type who works hard secretly. Tianfan explains while shaking him hard. It's not what you think. This is an accident. I'm not the type to work hard. He simply replies obviously. Brother Luo, rest assured. Pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, right? I understand. I understand. He explains miserably. What do you understand? I said it all. The system spirit laughs slyly from the side. Haha. Congratulations on increasing your realm, master. His face isn't happy at all. He glances at her apprehensively. It was you playing tricks, right? The system laughs sarcastically. Ha! After experiencing the comfort of breaking through realms, have you changed your view a little? Just like this, bit by bit. Letting you slowly. He stares at the system. Seduction failed. Now starting to force buy and sell, right? This Mother Asterisk King system is truly too much. Too much. At this moment, everyone has arrived at Linglong Pavilion. The scenery here is lively and magnificent, surrounded by the inviting voices of beauties. This gentleman, come up and play. Inside is a scene of men coming and going busily. Sir, slowly. No need to rush. Over here is a beauty serving wine to an official. Beauty, drink another cup with me. A girl sitting in front of a mirror putting on makeup is being urged. My little ancestor. Hurry up a bit. The girl sitting in front of the mirror, applying lipstick, slowly speaks. What's the rush? Men, the more they can't have something, the more interested they are. At this moment, from behind, arms with terrifying claws are slowly approaching the old man, but he knows nothing. Still worriedly pointing outside, urging, how can it be the same? Today, this gentleman is the young master of the eternal Luo Manor. Different from usual. Those terrifying claws wrap around the old man, covering his mouth tight so he can't make a sound. The little beauty doesn't escape either. Her mouth is covered by the monster, face panicked. She is still panicking. Those things all originate from a man wearing a black cloak. He lifts both of them into the air. The old man tries to struggle, but it's useless. At this moment, his face is revealed. A terrifying face full of veins. The woman glances and is terrified. He takes off his hood. Half of his face starts to transform. The girl tied up tight still tries to struggle, making incoherent sounds. MMPH. MMPH. He is opening the lid of a small porcelain jar. Time is still a bit tight. Looks like I can only let Li Mei take action. When he opens the lid, black smoke pours out from inside. That black smoke takes the form of a purple doll, listening to his order. Possess this woman's body. Approach the target. The purple doll speaks up, demanding from him. This time, after this time, free me. Hearing that, he chants a spell, making her writhe in pain, holding her head. Ah! He shouts. You have no right to make conditions with me. Then he slowly loosens that gruesome hand from the woman's mouth. Now, possess this woman's body. The girl begs miserably. No, don't want to. Please let me go. The black shadow can only bow its head in silence. It quickly slips into her body through her mouth. The smoke can only utter, sorry. The process is extremely painful, making the girl struggle. Writhing. MMPH, MMPH. After a while, there is no reaction. Then her feet slowly touch the ground. At this moment, the purple-black smoke from earlier has completely taken over the body. The cloaked man sees this, face happy. Very good. Quickly seizing the time to arrange the situation. The target will arrive immediately. The time for the banquet has arrived. Drum sounds ring out joyfully. The surrounding scenery is extremely beautiful. Women dancing and playing instruments, very pleasing to the eye. Luo Tianfan is attending the party. Beside him, a female voice rings out. She offers a cup of wine. Young master, please drink. Seeing no response, the girl calls again. Young master? At this moment, he snaps out of it and turns to look at her. The girl glances at him with concern. Why does the young master look unhappy? Could it be you are not satisfied with me? He tilts his head, looking slightly. It's nothing. Just an annoying fly. Keep bothering me. Hearing Tianfan's words, the system frowns angrily. Hey, who are you calling a fly? He feels a bit annoyed. Suspiciously thinking. I feel that this out-of-control system will sooner or later cause trouble for me. Why is she so persistent in wanting me to cultivate? Ah, the woman sitting next to him stares at his protective talisman. Her gaze sharp, as if wanting to find a way to disable it. Below, a subordinate enters to report. Young master. There is a sword cultivator from the Kanglan sword sect. Says he wants to meet the young master directly, to express. He wonders. Kanglan sword sect. Let him in. Kanglan sword sect. Let him in. Yes, sir. This subordinate obeys. A man slowly walked in from outside. Wu Yan's face showed considerable surprise when she saw him. It was Jiang Yisher, now standing below. Tianfan looked down from above. So it's you. Here to offer another treasure? You people from the Kanglan sword sect really know how to play the long game. A few days ago, I was muddle-headed. I ended up offending you, young Master Luo. It caused you to lose a top-grade protective spiritual artifact. Today, I have specially brought a treasure to atone for my crime. Outwardly, he appeared subservient and apologetic, but inwardly, he was gloating. Go ahead and be smug for a little while. After I kill that piece of trash, you'll be next. And this woman who looks down on me. He bowed his head slightly, looking down at the item he brought, which his subordinate was presenting for inspection. At that moment, a stream of black energy enveloped Tianfan's protective talisman. The black energy originated from the pink-haired woman's arm. She was tampering with his protective talisman. The little system covered her mouth, shocked at the scene before her. The system spirit's face, however, was filled with excitement. This time, things are getting interesting. She celebrated silently. System Handbook, Article 13. Forcing the host to face a life or death situation can enhance the host's dependence on the system. The little system was overjoyed. My chance has finally come. Seeing her sinister smile, he sensed something was wrong and thought to himself, what kind of foolish, evil thoughts is this girl having now? Then, the system panel displayed a line of text. The host is immersed in daydreams, ignoring everything. Reward received, ignoring life. He immediately turned and glared at her. Don't you dare cause any trouble. Then, Jiang Yisher made his move. He thought, now's the time. A surprising scene unfolded. After he unleashed his technique, dozens of mystical black butterflies appeared around him. wind-guiding butterfly goo. Everyone around them was in a panic. One woman took the opportunity to throw herself into Huang Yu's arms. After the technique was unleashed, someone immediately stood in front of him to protect him. Young master, be careful. That guard also unleashed a fire technique to incinerate the butterflies. Seeing his technique thwarted, the charred remains of the butterflies fluttered to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, figures in black robes appeared from all directions. They emerged from all four sides. The person standing in front of him shouted, "Who's there?" Following that, another man in black began chanting an incantation. For directions, dark kill. Annihilate all who gather. Ink kill adjudication. Drawing a prison on the ground. Then he shouted, "Activate." A barrier was instantly erected around everyone. Everyone was instantly transported inside it. They all panicked, asking themselves, "What's happening?" The person who had been shielding Tian Fan spoke. "This is bad. It's an imprisonment formation." Looking behind them, he saw they were completely surrounded, which made him very anxious. He then gave an order. "Those four are the formation masters. Quickly, eliminate them to break the formation and get the young master out." Jiang Yishur, with an arrogant expression, declared, "The formation is complete. Now, no one at the Foundation establishment stage or above can enter. Let's see how you'll escape this time." He looked at them with a calm expression and said, "Have you forgotten? This person here is also a Foundation establishment stage sword cultivator." With that, Wu Yin charged forward to engage. The surprise attack forced him to retreat. His face twisted in a scowl as he said, "Wu Yin, you dare stand in my way?" Hearing his words, she pointed her sword at him and replied, "I am now one of young Master Luo's people. How could I sit by and watch you harm him?" His face hardened with killing intent as he raised his sword to attack her. "Then I'll deal with you first." In the air, the two of them engaged in a dramatic sword fight. The system spirit continued its tempting. "Your new subordinate might not be a match for that guy. So how about it? Feeling desperate yet?" Huang Yu looked worriedly at Tian Fan. "Luo, going out with you to have some fun is turning out to be way too risky." His expression was still cheerful as he replied, "But you really know how to cherish a beautiful woman. Even in the midst of this chaos, you still knew to protect the little beauty first." He looked up at the sky proudly and replied, "Since I was young, my father taught me that a man's success in life and career depends on timing, location, and people. Failure is also due to timing, location, and people. But if you can't even protect the woman by your side, then you're nothing but a complete waste." The system spirit's face was twisted in a deep scowl as she glared at him. "Keep putting on act. Just wait until you realize your protective artifact has stopped working. That's when you'll have to come begging me for help." She then imagined the scene of Wu Yin being defeated by him. Young master die. Then, a scene of Tian Fan being beaten and running away. "What? My protective artifact is broken? System sister, save me." At that moment, the system spirit would open her arms wide to save him. "You have received the reward, ignoring life. You will receive 5 fatal blow blocking cards." And he would block his opponent's attack. Fatal blow block. Then he would turn to her in admiration. As expected, when it really counts, System Sister is the most reliable. From now on, I'll listen to everything System Sister says. Just thinking about that scene made her want to laugh out loud. He looked at the system, who was laughing like a maniac, and thought to himself, this system is getting crazier by the day. And then, finally, Wu Yin was defeated by the other guy. Instantly, the two of them had completely different reactions. Tian Fan's surprise and the system spirit's joyful expression. Jiang Yishur eagerly stepped forward to challenge him. "Luo Tian Fan, now it's your turn." The system spirit's face was alight with pure joy. It's finally time for this system to make its move. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a hole appeared in the ceiling. Dust flew everywhere, blinding the man. "What?" From within the thick cloud of dust, a tall, terrifying figure emerged. His eyes glowed red, and he wore a mask. He was Su Gao, a divine guard of the Luo residence. He stood protectively in front of Tian Fan and spoke to Jiang Yishur below. "Arrogant child, drop your sword, and your life will be spared." He began to feel afraid. How is this possible? Weren't they supposed to be held off for at least the time it takes to drink a cup of tea? How long has it been? Sensing trouble, he turned to flee, still muttering, "Damn it, this can't be happening." The guard immediately gave chase. "Try to run, He was immediately grabbed by the head. Su Gao spoke in a furious tone. You dare to assassinate my young master? You deserve to die. He could only weakly invoke the name of his sect. No, you can't. I'm a member of the Kanglan Sword Sect. The little system stared and said, no, it can't be. Suddenly, Huang Yu shouted, Luo, look out. From above, Wu Yin lunged down, intending to kill him. The system spirit was once again overjoyed. Another chance. Watch me block this fatal blow. Before she could even act, a female figure shot in from behind. Wu Yan's face was one of complete surprise, only managing to utter what. Then she was sent flying by the newly arrived woman. The newcomer was Luo Tianfan's personal butler. Now, all the system spirit could do was force a smile. She threw the treasure to the ground in a fit of rage. Are you kidding me? Why the hell do you have so many people hiding around you? Are you trying to cheat? Back to Wu Yan's flashback when she had just received her mission. Someone spoke. Your mission is to go undercover by Luo Tianfan's side. When the opportunity arises, assassinate Luo Tianfan immediately. That made her obey without hesitation. When she first got close to him, she was quite triumphant. Success. This idiot is so easy to fool. Even when he gifted her the golden water sword, she was still joyfully thanking him. Thank you, young master. But afterward, her expression changed completely, revealing a sinister look. I wonder how you'll feel. Why use this very sword to kill you? Even as she walked past the scripture pavilion, she was silently cursing Tianfan beside her. He truly lives up to his reputation as an idiot. He clearly has no idea of the value of the scripture pavilion. And as they left, she still looked back with a reluctant, annoyed expression, thinking, it's a pity the mission is more important. Otherwise, I'd really like to take a look at the collection of prescriptions from the Longevity Luo residence. Looking back now, his face was cold and emotionless. I thought you would continue your act, trying to hide your true intentions. You revealed yourself much faster than I expected. She lay on the ground, covered in injuries, looking at him with hateful eyes. She wiped the blood from her face and asked, the world sees you as a fool. It seems they have truly misjudged you. When did you start suspecting me? He spoke, explaining it to her. Whether I was giving you a precious sword or rewarding you with a cultivation technique, you always used the same wide-eye performance. That's how you dealt with me. I never sensed any genuine surprise from you. It was hard to believe you were just an ordinary, struggling sword cultivator. He slowly walked down. Right now, you have two choices. He held out his hand, looking straight at her as he spoke. 1, you tell me everything, you know right now. Or 2, I find someone skilled in interrogation to torture you for a while, and then you'll talk. She remained stubborn, gritting her teeth as she said, kill me or torture me. Do as you please. His face shows clear interest. Good. I like this stubborn look of yours. He walks towards Su Gao and says, it seems fourth uncle used me as bait. I was wondering why the shadow guard gave me the secret letter right in front of her. Speak, what is it this time? Su Gao deeply. The divine guard received news that someone doesn't want to see the family head break through. So a group of people secretly infiltrated the city, intending to use the assassination of a young master to induce the family head's inner demons, interfering with the family head's tribulation. Immediately, the system spirit appears behind him. Why do I smell danger? He glances back, thinking, your excitement level fluctuates really unstably. At this moment, she keeps talking from behind. The enemy is hiding in the dark. This is truly hard to guard against. How about it? Do you feel a headache? At this time, only grasping power yourself is real. How about it? Quickly complete the mission. The rewards are very rich. His lips curl slightly. Until now, you still don't understand. My value? The system looks at him with a big question mark. At this moment, Ing speaks up, reporting to young master. According to the situation, we can apply strategies 19, 45, 60, and 72 to solve it. Amidst the system spirit's confusion, he replies, don't waste time, directly apply strategy 72. She replies, understood. Amidst Su Gao's confusion, he asks, what is strategy 72? The system spirit also curiously asks, what is it? Ing explains, when the young master was 13, he hired 3,000 strategists. After a year, they established a total of 167 strategies to deal with unexpected situations that might occur in the future, like assassination, Surprise attacks. Su Gao's face shows clear admiration. As expected of the young master. Thinking ahead. Thoughtful consideration. The system beside him sighs in exasperation. No way. Do you have to be so exaggerated? Tian Fan starts posing gracefully. Things that can be delegated to others to think through. Why should I keep them to rack my own brains? That night, the whole city is enclosed in a barrier. Someone orders. Curfew order, seal the city. The formation has no eyes. Everyone must stay indoors and not wander around. Those planning the assassination are now panicked. Someone says, "What should we do?" The Luo family played big, using a formation to seal the whole city. Now I'm afraid even a mosquito can't fly out. Immediately someone speaks up harshly. I said assassinating Luo Tian Fan was too hasty. Now we've alerted the snake. Not only do we not kill Luo Tian Fan, but we are also trapped. Another person interrupts. Enough. A man with a cane speaks. At this point, there is only one way left. Everyone around clamors. What way? He decides to take a risk and tells everyone. Fight to the end. Forcibly kill Luo Tian Fan. Everyone around starts to have opinions. What? Kill Luo Tian Fan. But Luo Tian Fan has the legitimate bloodline restriction of the Luo family in his body. Another continues. That's right. Killing him will mark us with a great Dao blood seal. 4 generations, our descendants will be hunted by the Luo family. He speaks to reassure them. I know your worries. But now we have no way back. Now we can't leave the city. Being discovered is only a matter of time. By then, it's death anyway. Hearing that, everyone around falls silent, seeming to agree. Tian Fan sits high up looking down, face full of enjoyment. Haven't come up here to enjoy the view in a long time. They should be able to see from afar by now. He has also seen it, saying calmly, simply being driven to a dead end. Huh? Then something looking like a rope with a sharp tip shoots out. They're all blocked by the barrier. His voice rings out from behind them. Want to run? Pity, all roads are blocked. Then they turn their heads and rush straight towards him. Seeing that, he stands up, leaning on the railing to observe. He shows a happy face. Targeting me. They all speak in unison, gathering their moves to throw at him. Let's attack together. The moves they unleash are rushing towards him. In the sky, lightning strikes down. He calmly speaks. Lightning, hurry and bring in clothes. It's about to rain, better bring in the clothes. That attack struck right where he was standing, kicking up a cloud of dust and smoke. They stared intently at the spot, anxiously thinking they had succeeded. From within the cloud of dust, a tall figure slowly emerged. Tian Fan's voice continued to ring out. This is the essence of the 70-second strategy. His face showed complete confidence. First, beat the grass to startle the snake. Then, force the opponent into a corner. Tian Fan looked towards where the old man was standing and said, Call the elder. At that moment, Luo Wuji appeared, majestic and imposing. The sky was still dark and gloomy. The scene was now 1 against 4. They looked utterly horrified. The one with the long beard spoke up. It's Luo Wuji. Damn it. Luo Wuji came out of seclusion already? He was radiating a powerful aura, burning with vengeful fire. You pack of rats. In his fury, he unleashed an attack that stunned them all. He roared in anger. You dare to dream of harming my son? The men cried out in desperation. Block it. The light washed over them, leaving everyone coughing violently and heavily injured from the blow. With a look of terror, the long-bearded man thought to himself, he hasn't even successfully completed his tribulation yet. We're all in the void, immortal realm. Why is there such a massive difference in power? The men around him, seeing his power, panicked and fled. One shouted as he ran, We can't fight him at all. Another said, Run. Run now. The leader turned his head and yelled, Don't. Get back here. The old man raised his hand, preparing another attack. Since you're already here, don't even think about escaping. An unlucky man in black, his face filled with terror, couldn't even finish a sentence. 1,000 arrows shot towards him, the absolute horror evident on his face. The arrows streaked by like shooting stars. Those who had intended to flee were now all pierced through and dead. Those who remained to face him were now terrified. Overcome with anxiety, they tried to chant a defensive spell. Resist! A resounding bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Before his astonished eyes, the old man shouted, The heavenly tribulation is about to descend. The lightning bolt struck, brilliantly illuminating the entire area. Luo Wuji stood proudly amidst the lightning. The men in black took this opportunity to charge forward and attack. One shouted with glee, "The heavens are helping us. While he's undergoing his tribulation, take his life." Behind the old man, a massive and terrifying figure appeared. His voice deepened as he said, "Admirable courage. Today with fury in his eyes, he declared, will sever your futures." The massive figure then unleashed an attack towards them. A single blow landed with a tremendous sound that echoed throughout the city. It also created a terrifying gust of wind. The system spirit and he were both in awe of its destructive power. He turned to the system spirit with a cheerful smile and said, "See, compared to your little gift packages, this is what truly lets people see the light." Hearing that, she sulked and disappeared. The long-bearded man clutched himself and trembled, saying, "This Luo Wuji, just how deep is his foundation?" Facing his heroic presence, the other man could only say in fear, "Why does the heavenly lightning seem to have almost no effect on him?" Then, more strange sounds echoed from the sky. The long-bearded man turned his head. This sound, could it be the old ancestor? A gigantic hand appeared and shielded the three of them. One of them said, "The old ancestor has made a move to save us." "We're saved." The old man scoffed. "A true immortal?" A formidable power radiated from around him, with the weapon in his hand. "You want to save people from my grasp? An ordinary true immortal isn't qualified to make me go back on my word." The sky seemed to churn like a stormy sea. Rain poured down as lightning bolts struck simultaneously. His expression darkened as he said, "It's just a heavenly tribulation." He swung his weapon, his voice filled with anger. "Stop bothering me." The attack he just unleashed even split the heavenly tribulation in two. It was truly unbelievable. They stammered in fear. He even split the tribulation cloud. The long-bearded man was now utterly terrified, unable to speak properly. With astonished eyes, he asked himself, "A void immortal?" Tian Fan's expression was completely calm as he said, "So this is the Xinxiao version of a god, isn't it?" He turned around and said, "Nothing more to see. Let's go back." To his surprise, his entire body suddenly began to move. It seemed he was being teleported somewhere. His face was covered in sweat, showing clear confusion. He is quickly pulled upwards by that power, higher and higher, almost reaching his father's position. At this moment, he is hovering at the same height as his father. He looks at him and says, "Look, what do you feel?" Tian Fan replies. He just answers evasively. Very dazzling. He slowly accumulates spiritual power in his hand and continues to ask, "Except for that, what else?" He covers his ears, looking bored, noisy. He can only sigh helplessly now. Despite his non-cooperation, he still says gently, "The tribulation of this true immortal realm has strange aspects compared to the normal heavenly tribulations, you know. You stand aside and watch, consider broadening your horizons." Then he throws the ball he just created to him. "If you meet an enemy, throw this at them." Much more effective than a thunder-summoning talisman. He finishes speaking and turns away without saying more. Tian Fan turns to glance at the system spirit. The two look at each other. He speaks up. "Like watching people undergo heavenly tribulation that much? You forcefully forcing me to cultivate wasn't because you wanted to see me undergo tribulation, was it?" Her eyes avoid his, saying no. "I just..." Amidst his confusion, she doesn't answer clearly but just says briefly and disappears. Nothing. After a few hours, fourth uncle is sitting enjoying tea. Tian Fan pushes the door open and rushes in. "Fourth uncle, you aren't right at all. Not saying anything was one thing, but using me as bait too?" He gestures for him to sit down and replies, "It wasn't fourth uncle. How about this? Tian Fan, whatever you want, second uncle will accompany you to play." Seeing that, his eyes light up. "Accompany me in anything? Even the fishing rod refined by the artifact refining master counts?" Hearing him say that, fourth uncle is speechless. From outside the door, Tianfan's father walks in. He coughs a few times. Wuji sits at the table. Fourth uncle speaks up to open the conversation. "Congratulations, family head, on succeeding in the true immortal great Tao. Enjoying immortal blessings forever." He just replies, "Wanfu, you and I are brothers. No need to be so polite." Then he turns to look at Tian Fan drinking tea and asks, "You reach Foundation establishment?" He just smiles forcefully. "Accident. Just an accident." He lifts the teacup to drink and says, "Pity the breakthrough timing was a bit late. Otherwise, your cultivation would be spirit condensation or perhaps late foundation establishment by now. Just in time to participate in the opening of the ancient immortal Daoist Academy's secret realm. But having just reached foundation establishment, entering the secret realm is useless." Outwardly, he pretends to regret, saying to him, "Truly too regrettable." But inside he is thinking, "Ancient immortal Daoist Academy?" Hearing it sounds troublesome already. Just because of this, I definitely won't break through to late foundation establishment. He turns and continues. "Speaking of which, Tian Fan, you have reached the age to get married." Hearing that, he jumps, his face panicked, asking back, "What? Why suddenly mention this?" He replies gently, "The Jingtian dynasty has always wanted to ally with our Luo family. Thinking about it, I see you're the most suitable person. Incidentally, it will also help you restrain your temper. Before long, the other side will come to discuss the marriage of the two." Fourth uncle speaks up asking, "Jingtian dynasty? Could it be that empress?" He replies, "Correct. Tian Fan, have you heard of her?" He replies awkwardly, "Heard of her?" His eyes worried, thinking not good. He remembers her image and fears. The empress of the Jingtian dynasty, Lin Wanlan, ascended the throne not many years ago. Caused quite a few storms in the court. Her reputation is not small. His face smiling forcefully, thinking, becoming the husband of the empress, wouldn't my peaceful life be shattered? Then he speaks up to his father. "Father, look, such a big matter, shouldn't we discuss it again?" But he cuts him off. He decides decisively, no need to discuss this further. Also, don't think about going to find your mother. She always hoped you would marry early. After looking into that girl, she's also very satisfied. His face is sullen and clearly annoyed. Didn't expect that, even after transmigrating, I can't escape the fate of forced marriage. Fourth uncle speaks up. Will the news of the family head breaking through to true immortal be announced to the world? He answers, "You handle this matter. I just broke through. Need to go into seclusion for a while to stabilize the realm." Tian Fan tries to think of a way to oppose this marriage. "No way. I can't give up like this. For my peaceful life." At this moment, a bright idea pops into his head. He stands up, slams the table, pats his chest, and says, "Father, although those people aim to disrupt your true immortal breakthrough this time, they assassinated right over my head. I want to take revenge with my own hands." He looks at him with suspicious eyes. "Usually you find these kinds of things troublesome and don't want to get involved, right?" He raises his hand, showing determination. "Through this assassination, I suddenly realized many things. This kind of revenge really must be done by my own hands." Hearing that, he hums in agreement. "If you want to take revenge yourself, then I leave it to you to handle." Hearing that, he rejoices and runs away immediately. "Yes, father. I will go interrogate those captured accomplices right now. Trace the person behind the scenes." Saying that, he dashes away. His father looks at his retreating back and says, "This Jingtian dynasty marriage seems to have something to do with you. What are you thinking?" Then fourth uncle replies, "Currently, I'm free all day and have some interest in acting like Tian Fan, but I'm afraid he won't agree." Seeing that, he can only sigh helplessly. Looking at the sky, he says, "Today, when I underwent tribulation, I discovered the power of the heavenly tribulation is getting weaker compared to before. Perhaps before long, we will see emperors and void immortals everywhere." Fourth uncle continues, "The great Tao is 50. Heaven evolves 49. Man escapes 1. Now this 1 has become wider for people in the world." He says, "Perhaps this is the sign of a prosperous era of the heavenly Tao coming." Looking at the current peaceful scene, he says worriedly, "Prosperous era and chaotic era are only one word apart. Tian Fan and Ing are going to interrogate those people." Walking, he thinks, "First, use this revenge opportunity to go out and avoid the storm for a while." Walking, suddenly he stops, startling her behind him. He stops to take out the protective talisman to check. Then suddenly he smiles meaningfully, thinking to himself, a bit interesting. The system spirit's face is gloomy, reading a book absent-mindedly. Closing the book, her eyes dazed, thinking to herself, "After witnessing the heavenly tribulation, don't know why my mood became terrible." Text appears before her eyes. Her eyes light up and widen. She jumps up saying, "Understood." hand slapping the wall covered with pictures of Tian Fan. The system has kept images of him since he was tiny, then through puberty and gradually growing up, even when he went around enjoying pleasures with beauties. The system's spirit hugs the board full of his childhood pictures, showing clear infatuation. And at this moment I realized, since Luo Tian Fan transmigrated, the system has always been watching him. She watched him every day. From the moment he tried to create fire, she was silently encouraging him by his side, happy that she was about to be activated. Finally, the master is about to start cultivating. Finally can activate the system. After a while, he could create fire. His face happy and beaming. Seeing him so happy, her face. She also happily looked at that figure. Truly adorable. Back then she thought. Truly adorable. Planning to go show off? The fire he just created was being used for the purpose of grilling fish. Her face gaping in surprise. Remembering that day, the system experienced the first collapse in her life. She angrily stood from afar, cursing silently. Turns out using cultivation techniques to grill fish. Not only that, she swore in her heart, I absolutely will not let this go. Scene change. He is in a classroom. After Luo Wuji exited seclusion, Luo Tianfan was arranged for one-on-one tutoring. At this moment, the tutor at the board is speaking. Therefore, physique is very important for cultivators. But a physique that is too strong will become a supreme Dao physique, conversely dragging down cultivation progress. He is listening, but paying no attention at all. Face bored, thinking to himself, we already know that after breaking through to foundation establishment, it will be very troublesome. The tutor strokes his beard and says, therefore, although the young master only has B-grade aptitude, with the family's foundation, you completely don't need to worry about this. You just broke through to foundation establishment. Must remember to nourish your meridians every day. The most important thing for you now is to consolidate your cultivation base. Hearing him say that, he nods in response. Okay, I will take care of myself diligently. Saying that, but inside he is thinking, just nourish life forever. Meridians are so cute, must cherish them well. At this moment, he feels something, so he slowly opens his eyes. The system panel pops up, making him spit blood in surprise. Completed one perfunctory class. Origin energy, plus 137. The tutor from earlier worries in panic. Young master, are you okay? He just replies calmly. It's fine, just meridian suddenly full. His face tired and annoyed, thinking secretly. Too careless. Thought the system had been quiet during this time. Didn't expect her to attack suddenly. He holds his hand to check his pulse, then sighs in relief. Thank goodness. Just unstable aura. Seeing his body and mood like that, he instructs. Today my body isn't feeling very well. Let's end the lesson here. The old tutor replies, yes, young master. Please rest well. After seeing him off, he closes the door. The system appears sitting behind him, face beaming with joy. His face annoyed, he turns back asking, yeah, what do you want to do now? The system's spirit replies happily. After interacting with the host last time, I understood clearly. As a failed system, the missions I issued were only destined to fail. The settings had serious flaws. Therefore, I drew experience based on the host's daily life. Created a set of system missions specifically for you. In the future, the host doesn't need to worry about missions anymore. Take a look. Hearing her say that, he turns around staring at her and says, you really have strong comprehension ability, Party A. Daily life goes on. In the following days, even playing a game receives a reward. Play with friends once. Even when he sleeps, the notification panel pops up. Enjoy the summertime. Origin energy plus 99. Even when eating, the system panel pops up rewarding. Enjoy the meal. Origin energy plus 183. By this point, Tian Fan has endured enough. He is holding a fork with food. The system pops up again. Congratulations, host, for raising realm to late foundation establishment. Seeing that, he angrily slams the table and shouts, you have no shame. Then don't blame me for having no shame either. Outside, people are carrying something into the yard. Those crates are piled up in the yard. Someone speaks up. Young master, temporarily we could only gather these. He replies calmly. Temporarily should be enough. Under the surprised gaze of the system spirit. What do you want to do? He opens the lid of the jar, speaking while acting. You will know very soon. Without beating around the bush, he pours the whole bottle of medicine into his mouth, surprising the system spirit behind him. The effect of the medicine is described through drawings. This is a drawing of black and white cells tightly linked together. After taking the medicine, they separate following the flow of medicine. Then they flow away with the water. Both bottles. His physique immediately increases, but his cultivation drops sharply to the panic of the system's spirit beside him. Seeing her still scared face, he presses the advantage. The system spirit speaks up, unexpectedly wanting to regress cultivation by improving physique. He replies, "You think this is the end?" He orders the subordinate, "Tell the kitchen, no need to prepare dinner for me." The system screams begging, "Don't, master." At the same time, in the family head's meeting hall, his father is talking to someone. His face serious. "You say, my son, wanted to quickly break through to late foundation establishment to enter that ancient immortal secret realm. Forced cultivation to the point of surging blood and spitting blood?" His tutor smiles happily replying, "Correct." The host is truly very hardworking. Hearing that, he also feels relieved and smiles happily. Rare for my son to try so hard. As a father, how can I let him down? Go to my treasury and get the 9-turn realm-breaking pill. I want to personally help my son break through to late foundation establishment. Hearing that, the tutor replies, "Yes." It is late at night. The yard contains Tianfan's medicine jars. He is lying flat in the yard due to eating too many pills. The system appears before his eyes. Physique increased 99%. Realm, mid-foundation establishment. Then he speaks up, just a little more to become supreme Dao physique. With current physique, wanting to break through to late foundation establishment, perhaps the difficulty is no less than breaking into the illumination realm. Lying on the ground, he sighs. Sitting up, he looks at the system and says, "Little brat, dare to fight me?" Suddenly a voice comes from afar. His father appears. He says, "My son." He turns to look and asks, "Father?" Meeting him, he says, "I heard you were worrying about breaking through to late foundation establishment. Look at you. Only a few days, and your complexion is so bad." Also blame father for putting too much pressure on you. To his surprise, he opens a pill box and says, "This is the 9-turn realm-breaking pill produced by Baohuang Pavilion. Can help cultivators under the 4th realm break through without being affected by breaking through twice." His face is both surprised and worried. Then he continues, "Before, I worried your mindset wasn't enough. Didn't want you to borrow power from pills to break through." His face panics after hearing him continue. "But today is different from the past. You have proven your heart for the Tao. Now is the right time to use it." The main system watches attentively. Tianfan's father continues, "Quick, drink it. Don't worry about the medicinal power being too strong, because father will personally help you dissolve the medicinal power." Her face lights up witnessing this. He is dumbfounded. His voice echoes, "No. How can you harm your son like this?" Just like that, Luo Tianfan advanced to the 2nd realm, Illumination Realm, in one night. Meanwhile, at Linglong Pavilion, Luo family subordinates push the door open, imposing and aggressive. The pink-haired girl hears the noise, turns around and asks, "Who is it?" A leader of the group speaks up, "By order of the young master. Rescue the courtesan." Outside, people are whispering and gossiping. Someone speaks up, "What happened? Early morning, going to the brothel to capture the courtesan? Who is so domineering?" Someone replies, "Need a guess? In this city, whose son dares to act so arrogantly? Of course, it can only be." Tianfan is standing high up looking down, listening to the crowd below. The number 1 young master of the eternal Luo Manor, Luo Tianfan. Finally, the pink-haired girl is brought by the subordinate. The subordinate points forward, speaking respectfully. "Lady courtesan, please go this way." The subordinate walks ahead, smiling and explaining a few things. "This matter happened in a rush. My young master fears the lady will be lonely without acquaintances nearby. So he specially instructed us to bring the servants beside the lady along." The cloaked man stands with the group of maids. He glances at her, his eyes replacing words. "Don't be too agitated. Calmly observe the situation. That day you tainted the artifact very secretly, so he might not suspect you." The pink-haired girl seems to understand his meaning. She is silent for a moment. Immediately after, she bows slightly, smiling in response. "Thank you, young Master Luo, for understanding. Otherwise, I was really worried about being unfamiliar at the Luo Manor, having no one to talk to." Hearing her say that, The subordinate quickly clarifies. Lady misunderstood. This trip is not to the Luo Manor. She is surprised and asks, not to the Luo Manor? Then where are we going? Suddenly a strange object appears in the sky. Its massive shadow blocks the sunlight, making pedestrians below look up in bewilderment. A citizen below asks curiously, what is this? The person beside hears the question and asks back, you don't know? The person beside starts recounting the legend of the Luo family. That is the sky sea boat of the eternal Luo Manor. 5th grade immortal artifact. Don't know what rank this boat belongs to. Heard that 20 years ago, the Luo family had used this boat to cross 3 regions in one night, traveling millions of miles, destroying 3 top sects. Just thinking about it makes one excited. Cultivators like us should be like that. If we sell cultivators like us to exchange for spirit stones, I'm afraid it wouldn't be enough for this boat to fly 5 million miles. Hearing the storyteller's words makes the other person speak up heartbrokenly. Fellow Daoist, do you cultivate the supreme Oblivion Dao? Why do you speak so heartbreakingly? On the Sky Sea boat, Tian Fan stands at the bow, pondering. Behind him, Ing speaks up, very confused. Young master, why depart so hastily? The interrogation work hasn't made much progress. Only discovered traces of southern border and western desert forces behind it. Tian Fan replies helplessly. Time waits for no one. This home temporarily cannot be stayed in. Otherwise, I fear another accident will happen. The word accident, he just said, has a hidden meaning, making Ing misunderstand and blame herself. It was my inefficiency that allowed those villains to disturb the young master. Please punish me, young master. Tian Fan is stunned for a moment, then quickly explains to her. You did very well. The accident I mentioned isn't those rats. Right then, the system spirit appears. She lies leisurely, asking, oh, isn't this my master? You have Illumination Realm Cultivation? Good morning, host. Tian Fan glances sharply at the system, thinking secretly, if I stay home long, perhaps my father will collude with this system and harm me together. He can only think self-pityingly. Lying flat isn't easy. Little Luo sighs. Tian Fan walks down the stairs explaining. We also must have a bit of adaptability spirit. Consider it a surprise revenge trip. Ing follows behind, reporting young master. The courtesan and her people have been brought on board and arranged properly. The opponent probably still has some luck. During this time, nothing unusual was detected. Hearing the good news, Tian Fan says excitedly, let's go. Go meet the guests we invited. Ing obeys, yes. At the pink-haired girl's room. She is standing near the window, looking at the scenery outside. She silently thinks about the past. The image of 2 villagers accidentally catching her with disgusting laughter. Haha. So lucky. Caught a succubus. The villager quickly suggests cruelly, good stuff. Take it back to sell for wine money. She remembers the days being whipped with cold shouts. Don't be lazy, you succubus race. Have 3 chances of rebirth in a lifetime. Are natural spies. You must master the ability to disguise as anyone. Only then can you maximize your race's talent. Suddenly a question comes from behind her. Very beautiful. Tian Fan walks into the room. He quickly closes the wooden door and adds, wait a while until we reach the Luo mountain area. At night, there will be a chance for a magical scene with the afterglow of the Dao rhythm to appear in the sky. It will be even more beautiful. Seeing him approach, she asks quickly, has young Master Luo seen the afterglow of the Dao rhythm? Tian Fan replies immediately, never seen it, only read about it in books. Hearing his answer, she asks, even more puzzled, then how does young Master Luo know that scene will be beautiful? Tian Fan glances at her, explaining, because I'm going to see it, so I assume it will be beautiful. She asks very curiously, aren't you afraid the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment? Tian Fan smiles and replies, at least looking forward to it makes me happy throughout this journey. She lifts her hand slightly with a charming tone. So young Master Luo. She steps forward, linking arms with him, saying seductively, what expectation do you have for me? Tian Fan turns to look at her, repeating the question. The expectation I have for you? At the same time, the system spirit suddenly appears. Tian Fan hugs her waist and teases, perhaps. Someone who likes to make the world wet the bed. She cries out charmingly, ah. The system spirit cooperates by covering her mouth, but her eyes don't look away. The system shyly watches pieces of fabric being thrown past her. Beside her are ambiguous words and sounds. During that, she asks curiously, "Make the world wet the bed? What does that mean?" He teases back, "Want to know?" After that, there are no more questions or answers. The system spirit's face has turned completely red. She immediately presents a panel with information. "Congratulations, host, for achieving 1 cross-species dual cultivation. Origin energy plus 1,646. After some time passes, Tion Fan sits up, adjusting himself while she sleeps beside him. He closes his eyes and reflects. Breaking through realms isn't always a bad thing. With my current cultivation and my flat physique, thinking about the resources needed to break through realms for small sects is a colossal number. When he opens his eyes, he sees the system's spirit sleeping on the info panel. Tion Fan looks at the panel and reads the information on it. Congratulations, host, for achieving 1 cross-species dual cultivation. Origin energy plus 1,646. He is silent for a moment, then dumbfoundedly says, "Huh." He can't help but suspect, thinking, cross-species. Many years later, people proved. He can't help but curse silently. Continuing the sentence from earlier. This day is determined as the day diplomatic relations were established between the succubus race and the human race. Continuing the story, it is already 2 days later. Tion Fan and Ing are walking on a path of autumn leaves. Tion Fan seems very happy looking at the scenery. Is this the legendary 4 Seasons strange wind forest? Truly magical, the book says. If standing in the center of the strange wind forest. While he is introducing the scenery here, Ing hears a strange sound. Tion Fan is still focused on telling. Can simultaneously feel the beauty of 4 Seasons. Let's go find it and see. Ing immediately asks him, "Young master, do you hear anything?" She points in a direction and says, "In this direction." The place she points to indeed has strange sounds coming from it. The two quickly move over there. Ing leads the way. Right at the bushes, she raises her hand to signal stop. Seeing an old man sitting on a rock. Below are children sitting listening to a sermon. But this atmosphere is a bit strange. He stands up shaking a bell, mouth muttering constantly, refining soul and spirit. Punishment as the lead. The children are all closing their eyes to feel. Suddenly a child opens one eye. The boy feels sleepy and yawns. Suddenly he shouts, "Sinful obstacle," startling the boy pale. He opens his glowing red eyes. A creepy tone comes out. "You have no immortal destiny." After that, purple legs stab into him until he bleeds. Red Eyes continues speaking in a creepy tone. "No destiny with immortals." Immediately after, he screams like a madman. Then, "Become food for me." Other children also open their eyes. Seeing this scene, the children are terrified. Red Eyes leans back, speaking creepily, "Not enough." His bright red pupils glance around, saying disappointedly, "Still missing 2 portions." Other children panic, stand up, and run away. No immortal destiny. Food. All our food. He keeps repeating those words. A little girl is running away quickly. She accidentally falls to the ground. Red Eyes approaches her, asking creepily, "Little girl, why are you running?" He smiles maliciously, asking even more crazily, "Don't want to cultivate immortality?" "Ching," he screams in fear. "You are a fraud. You basically aren't teaching us to cultivate." Red Eyes reaches his claws towards the girl. He quickly explains to her, "I transfer merit to you. Teach you how to cultivate. Isn't that teaching you to cultivate immortality? It's just that your aptitude is too poor to enter the sect." He coldly directs the legs towards the girl and speaks. "You have no other way to enter the sect. Help me cross the shore. Is not a trip in vain to this world." Ching, he is scared to the point of crying out loud. Immediately, a spear rushes straight towards Red Eyes. He seems to sense it and looks up. Red Eyes reacts quickly, flipping to dodge the spear. He shouts angrily, "Who goes there?" Ing slowly steps forward, speaking coldly. "My young master says. You disturb his interest in sightseeing. Told me to come deal with you." She blocks in front of the girl, pulling out the spear. "Stand up. Don't hide." Red Eye sneers. He rushes towards her, scorning, "Arrogant. I want to use your flesh and blood to cook a pot of tonic soup." Just finished speaking, he is immediately horrified. Red Eyes panics, dodging the thrusting spear. blocked the spear, but couldn't block Ying's leg. She delivers a kick to Red Ice, sending him flying far away. After kicking him, she lands gently. Ying jumps up again. She jumps high, preparing to stab down with the words. What did you just say? Don't want to? Ying immediately stabs the spear down at him, speaking coldly. Cannot want to. He stares blankly at her, fighting him, admiring. Truly amazing. Suddenly, she hears a voice behind her. Done fighting. Can rest now. He turns around and sees Tian Fan sitting there. She screams in fear. Tian Fan asks helplessly, Ying, I designed so many cool lines for you. What the hell is this? Can't not want to. She can only reply helplessly. Move my hand and forgot. Red Ice over here is transforming further. Seeing him quickly burrow underground, Ying opens her mouth suspiciously. Huh? External incarnation? Tian Fan approaches, exclaiming, runs fast. Let the armored guards go down from the boat to search a bit. Proceed according to the plan made before. Ying stands beside him, obeying, yes. She turns slightly, looking at the girl, asking, little girl, where are you from? He quickly kneels down, replying, I am from Xinyang village. She continues asking, do you know the way back home? The girl answers again, don't know. It was my father. He brought me here to find an immortal master to cultivate. Tian Fan quickly tells the girl, not an immortal master, just a Daoist who went mad from cultivation deviation. He still can't believe it, speaking, but someone really cultivated successfully. Immortal master. That fraud said, we have no immortal destiny, so we can't cultivate to become immortals. Ying stands aside while Tian Fan holds a talisman, then reports, young master. Someone contacted via the communication tube on the boat. Hearing that, he replies. Then she looks at the girl without saying a word. He also looks back at her silently. Ying looks once and realizes something is wrong with the girl, whispering to him, young master. This girl has been inflicted with the wedding dress curse. Tian Fan asconfusidly, wedding dress curse. What is that? Ying quickly explains to him. This is a very vicious curse technique. Can implant a stream of origin energy in the form of a hidden curse into those who haven't cultivated. Relying on this curse, even if one cannot sense the origin energy of heaven and earth, one can still cultivate. But after all, this origin energy has a curse. The owner of the seal can recall this origin energy at any time. No matter how much you cultivate, it's just making wedding clothes for someone else. Looking at the girl, inside her chest contains a type of curse. Ying deduces. This Daoist doing this must be to improve the physique of these children, to make them easily become bait for him. Tian Fan looks at her curiously and asks, does this method have any drawbacks? Ying replies immediately. This method is inherently very damaging to the foundation of the cursed person. If serious, it will shorten lifespan. The two focus on talking. Not noticing Qing, he has stood up. The girl's eyes show determination. She looks at Ying and shouts, immortal sister, I want to take you as my teacher. Qing, he adds another sentence. Please teach me how to cultivate immortality. This happens too suddenly, making Ying freeze. Tian Fan is also extremely excited. After some time, Luo Manor subordinates quickly arrive to clean up. Many people died here. They're constantly searching and treating. Su Gao looks at the person in the cocoon and says disappointedly, this person is also gone. Qing He, after hearing Ying's explanation, cries sadly, wedding dress curse. So I can't cultivate immortality anymore? She squats down to comfort the girl. Correct, having been hit by this curse. In the end, all your cultivation results will be stolen by others. Qing He sadly rushes into her arms, crying loudly. Tian Fan can only think helplessly. As expected, no matter which world, humans cannot escape the fate of being exploited. Ying looks at him awkwardly asking, young master, how should we arrange for this little girl? Tian Fan is silent for a moment, then replies, bring her along. Wait until we enter the city. Tell Su Gao's group to ask where her village is. Su Gao steps forward to bow to him and announces, young master, those children have been buried. What about this altar? Hearing that, he waves his hand saying, clean it up. Looking at it is an eyesore. Tian Fan looks into the distance, speaking sadly. Pity. Looking at the beautiful scenery of the 4 seasons before his eyes, it is truly a pity. Because of human greed, this strange, beautiful scenery was destroyed. The next day, at Liuguang City, Tian Fan walks with the pink-haired girl. She looks around and exclaims, "This Liuguang city is really lively." Hearing that, he tells her a bit. It's not always this lively. Today just happens to be the occasion they welcome the god. In a moment, there will be a parade carrying the divine statue. Ing walks with Qing, He, and speaks up. This isn't luck either. She quickly explains a bit. The young master specially hired a group of veteran rogue cultivators who often adventure outside to adjust the route according to the situation on the road, aiming to achieve the best travel experience. Hearing that, the pink-haired girl smiles professionally and speaks to him. Young master's actions are truly thoughtful. The system spirit looks at him being so proud he lifts his face up, cursing silently. Big idiot. Why not use that time to ask strategists to help you plan cultivation properly? Suddenly he looks to the side, extremely puzzled. Qing, he seems gloomier. The girl hasn't said another word all this time. Tian Fan bends down, slightly looking at the girl, saying, "Out playing, don't have a gloomy face. In this world, besides cultivating immortality, there are many interesting things. Smile." Qing He, face still gloomy, answers him, "Young master, I can't cultivate immortality. I'm just a useless person. How can I smile?" Seeing her so gloomy, he stays silent. A while later, the girl is smiling, sitting on a spinning fish. He walks behind watching the girl laughing, happily playing with the fish. After spinning for a while, Qing He gives up shouting, "Young master, I'm so dizzy. Can't turn anymore." Tian Fan smiles, uses magic, pointing at the girl. Indeed, still a child's mindset. Suddenly in the distance a man shouts, "Qing He." Seeing the man, the girl happily shouts, "Father." Qing He quickly jumps off the fish and rushes into his arms. Father asks the girl in surprise, "Qing He, aren't you cultivating at the immortal master's place? Why are you here?" Father, with a fierce face, grabs the girl's shoulders and shouts, "Did you sneak out?" Qing He screams in fear, "Father, no. That immortal master is actually a fraud." She intends to say more, but is slapped in the face by him, scolded, "Insolent thing." The three standing there also shocked. Qing He falls to the ground because of the slap. He is still angrily shouting at the girl. "Are you crazy? How dare you speak ill of the immortal master here? I paid a huge price for you to cultivate immortality. And the result is you learn this." Qing He holds her face, crying, trembling, "Father, I'm not lying. The immortal master put a curse on us. I can't cultivate immortality. Forever cannot cultivate immortality." The more she speaks, the angrier he gets, gritting his teeth. Suddenly, he sees Tianfan's group of three, silent for a moment as if thinking something. He quickly bends down, saying to Qing He, "Little girl, don't listen to others talking nonsense. That so-called curse. The immortal master said, it's because your aptitude isn't enough. Only when cursed can you cultivate immortality." Qing He is completely terrified, trembling, asking, "Father, you knew beforehand that the immortal master would curse us?" He grabs the girl's shoulders, shaking hard and shouting, "Cultivating immortality is such a good thing. Want to cultivate immortality? How can there be no price? Little girl, you." Before he finishes, someone behind shouts, "Coming." The thing coming is a stone statue of red eyes from yesterday. They revere it very much, calling the stone statue. The divine statue is here. Father is kneeling down, bowing. Qing He beside him is extremely terrified, backing away, trembling. "Immortal master, why is it him?" Hearing that, he shouts angrily, "Qing He, kneel down quickly. Don't be disrespectful to the immortal master." Seeing everyone kneeling to the statue simultaneously, suddenly, the eyes of that stone statue glow blood red. Ing quickly blocks in front of him, warning, "Young master, be careful. This stone statue isn't right." The eyes of the statue become more and more human-like. Only difference is the pupils are bright red. Now, not only the eyes, but a smile also appears on the stone statue's face. The citizens are quickly affected by the statue's gaze. Seeing the situation, Ing immediately uses magic. Spear art, chasing the sun. Standing on top of the statue, a brat accidentally sees something. The brat points at Ing using magic and shouts, "What do you want to do?" Immediately, the brat knows. She quickly commands her power forward, and then the power hits the face of the stone statue, causing one side to shatter. Fragments of the statue fall on the people below. That brat still arrogantly shouts, "Audacious! Dare to damage the immortal master's statue." Right at this moment, the statue becomes even more bizarre. It uses a move called Fortune and Longevity Eternal. People just woke up a bit, then get controlled again. A red character appears on everyone's forehead. Outside is an iron wire tightening. The citizens go mad, starting to talk nonsense. Is this the taste of cultivating immortality? Truly wonderful. Tianfan is slightly surprised looking at the circle blocking in front of him. Ing creates a protective circle blocking the weird things outside. She quickly explains, "Young master, it's the wedding dress curse." This divine statue casts the wedding dress curse on everyone. Tianfan glances at the people outside, looking at his group with strange eyes. Sure enough, all look strange. Don't know who suddenly speaks up. Haha. You can't escape. Right then, a mark similar to the citizens appears on the pink-haired girl's forehead. Tianfan and Ing are no exception. They also have marks appear. She speaks anxiously. Not good. Young master. He looks at his own body and says, I feel it too. But it seems the change isn't big. Actually inside, the system spirit is frantically repairing dangerous signals. She is angry to the point of exploding, snapping. Where did this bastard come from? Don't dream of robbing my host. The system spirit is trying very hard to block all intrusions. Outside, the statue is still using more power. The brat suddenly turns to look at the divine statue. He seems very angry, gritting his teeth, saying, "So the immortal master's divine statue." The brat quickly points at Tianfan's group and shouts, "These people, the immortal master is compassionate, pitying all living beings. Granted us the method. You're not grateful, and dare to damage the immortal master's divine statue. Quickly capture them to sacrifice to the immortal master." The citizens are completely manipulated, looking at them maliciously. Someone quickly steps forward shouting, "Open for me." This guy with a cruel face grabs citizens on both sides. "Just use you guys to test the new power I just got." Before he finishes speaking, he is poked in the chin by the spear tip. Ing shouts angrily, "Get lost." He is knocked flying into the sky by her. Ing steps out of the protective circle, starting to feel unwell. She grits her teeth, thinking angrily. The wedding dress curse is starting to activate. My power is being sucked away by that evil Daoist. Citizens go mad, rushing towards her shouting. She dares to resist. Attack together. Finish them. The immortal master is watching us. Immediately the new guy gets whipped right on the cheek. Next is someone hit right on the head. Whoever comes, Ing takes them on, fighting while considering. With that evil Taoist cultivation, he shouldn't be able to cast such a large-scale wedding dress curse. Is he not afraid his body will collapse? The stone statue remains unchanged except for those bright red eyes. Suddenly the red pupils glance down. The person he looks at is Tianfan. The mark on his forehead flashes golden light. Meanwhile, inside Tianfan's body, the system spirit is frantically resisting the intrusion, preparing to go berserk. Don't look down on others. Finally, because of the system spirit's dedication, the warning information completely disappears. She shouts happily, "Mission! Here!" Right then, outside, Tianfan is constantly receiving plus points. Host did not resist being robbed of origin energy. Received double replenishment. Origin energy plus 414, plus 274, plus 570, plus 642, plus 245, plus 224. He is dumbfounded, speechless. Tianfan is furious, wanting to scream at the system. "Don't use my body as your battlefield." Inside, the system spirit happily replies, "No. Sometimes losing is winning. Don't look down on the poor system." Outside, Ing is struggling to block the attacks. She punches and kicks. Ing quickly uses magic. Spear art, covering fire. The mark on her forehead also emits golden light. She wants to resist his intrusion. Seeing her unstable, the citizens shout together. She's done for. Now, everyone attack together. Ing is gradually weakening. Unexpectedly thinking, bad. Suck my origin energy dry so fast. Right then he runs out blocking in front of her shouting, "Stop. You are all deceived by the immortal master's words." Hearing the girl say that, the brat points and orders. This girl seems to be on the same side as those people all want to sabotage the immortal master's preaching. Ching he calls out in fear and hopelessness. Everyone, Dad, what? Why are you willing to be bait for the immortal? Don't you doubt the immortal master's words? Tianfan puts his hand on the girl's shoulder and says, because of what you said, they all understand clearly. The four of them stand together in the protective circle. The girl asks confusedly, then why do they? Looking at the people being controlled to madness, he explains, because they dare not refuse. Because they fear that after they refuse, others will agree. Then how to determine one's decision is the most correct. Tianfan remembers the past and continues. Falling behind is the most terrifying meal in the world. Once you have seen it, you must constantly fill that belly, even if the price is your everything. Ching he asks blankly, could it be? There's no way. He looks down at the girl, smiling. Of course there is. Ching he asks urgently, what way? Tianfan says a sentence. Nothing else, only lying flat. The girl is clueless, not understanding his meaning. The system spirit is also helpless, speechless. Ching he asks suspiciously again. Throw it all away, young master? Just that simple? Tianfan glances down at the girl, speaking, little girl. Throwing away is not a simple matter. For many people, it is a lifelong obsession they cannot let go of. The guy from earlier shouts angrily at him. What do you understand? That guy speaks indignantly. Wearing brocade embroidered with flowers. Having a cultivator as a guard. Truly brilliant. How can you understand our suffering? Those who have no door to the immortal path. The more he speaks, the crazier he gets, holding his head. For the word immortal, I dissipated my fortune, wife and children separated, just to enter the immortal gate. Result, guess what the people in the immortal gate said to me? Remembering the scene before. He went up to bow to the master, but the cultivator said, your aptitude is low. Cannot cultivate immortality. That cultivator spoke coldly. Leave early. Don't waste effort in vain. That guy knelt outside the door muttering. Aptitude is low. He became completely insane, shouting, effort of a lifetime. Mocked by a child using 4 words. Guess how I felt then? Unwillingness filled my heart. Almost made me unable to breathe. Tianfan hears this and smiles. Then congratulations to you. That guy glares at him, gritting teeth, asking, what? Tianfan says with disdainful eyes. You crave cultivating immortality so much. Now, finally experiencing the taste of cultivating immortality. Shouldn't this be the happiest moment of your life? So I congratulate you. Before he finishes, that guy shouts angrily, not enough. He is unwilling and resentful. I'm still not satisfied. I want to be stronger. I want to find the immortal gate that threw me away years ago. Make them regret. I also want to find the wife and children who abandoned me. Let them know I have cultivated immortality. I also want. Before he finishes, he suddenly falls silent. Ching He's father suddenly changes expression. The guy's going crazy, holding his head, muttering, I also want. Tianfan smirks. See? Already said you were food. That guy rushes towards him determinedly. I'll kill you. Ing is blocking attacks from the citizens. She doesn't forget her duty, shouting, young master. Immediately, someone runs quickly. Father blocks the attack for Tianfan. The two crash into a wall together. Ching He sees her father act like that, calling happily. Father stands up after the struggle. He looks at his clenched fist and speaks up. Cultivating immortality is indeed an interesting thing. With this power, probably can easily defeat even a mountain bear. Father looks towards Tianfan, thanking him. The words young master said didn't sound good. What food? But unexpectedly woke me up. The girl quickly runs to hug him, calling, Dad. He bends down to hug the girl with touching words. Actually, I don't want much. Dad only wants Ching He to live well. He strokes the face of his little daughter, speaking. Dad hopes to have the ability to protect you forever. What cultivating immortality? Just as he finishes this sentence, the mark on his forehead changes. The control of the cursed charm is flying out of him. Father's face starts to wrinkle along with a weak sentence. Dad doesn't care. Tianfan sees father starting to become strange, extremely surprised. The guy crawls up struggling, not forgetting the evil laugh and sarcastic words. Ha ha. The immortal master has punished you. Just as he finishes speaking, he also starts showing signs like him. That guy trembles, calling, Immortal master. Everyone around also starts showing similar signs. Ing similarly kneels on one leg, saying, "Not good." She quickly sits cross-legged. She wants to circulate energy to block this curse. The system spirit suddenly appears, warning, "Careful." Seems like this person is being suppressed. Tianfan glances helplessly at the system spirit, but says nothing. Seeing him look, the system gets angry. "What are you looking at me for? I help you recover origin energy and still get blamed?" A creepy voice rings out. "Clear origin energy." The controlled citizens start becoming crazier. The chilling voice continues. "Abundant spiritual energy, rolling endlessly." Now, even Qing, he is controlled by him. Father helplessly grabs the girl's shoulders, calling, little girl, what's wrong with you?" "Over there." He starts saying crazy things again. "Didn't expect heaven to favor me like this. Making me meet you today. Someone with rare talent for cultivating immortality." Tianfan stands in the protective circle. He looks at the citizens outside, slowly approaching. "Exploitation, extraction, plus mental control. You are truly cruel enough." He quickly replies, "Such blessing and destiny for cultivating immortality. If you cannot grasp it, might as well leave it to me." Even the pink-haired girl has been hit by his move. Below him, Qing, he is hugging him under control. He continues, "Let me use your flesh and bones to cook a pot of great medicine." Tianfan smirks. He pushes Qing, he's head away with the words, "Seeing you so wholehearted, I'm also a bit embarrassed to disturb you." Tianfan looks down at Qing, he, smirking meaningfully. "What reason makes you think you have grasped me for sure?" The sails of the boat have been opened. Luo Manor is revealed. Above, that boat flies to Tianfan's side and stops. Tianfan smiles gently. "You talk too much, making me feel a bit annoyed. So why don't you voluntarily remove this wedding dress curse?" He points arrogantly at the statue above. "Or I smash your mother's statue. What do you think?" The scholar's face also shows worry. "Immortal boat? Could it be you still want to use the immortal boat to break the city restriction? The Immortal Regulation Treaty allows." Tianfan doesn't talk much with him, directly pointing to order, "Fire." He is terrified. Face pale what? Hearing the order, the flying boat above continuously shoots down extremely powerful fire magic. This makes him terrified, eyes turning white. That barrier didn't take too much time to be broken. Subordinates on the boat transmit down asking, "Young master, city restriction destroyed. What to do next?" Luo Manor beside is burning. Tianfan smirks. "Very good. Next is the old man." Above the flying boat, a large fire cannon gathers, aiming straight at that statue. Then shoots straight at it. Tianfan rubs his chin, waiting for the result. The scholar sees the statue unharmed and Tianfan violated the treaty, so he becomes smug. "As expected of the immortal destiny I chose. I truly underestimated your courage, actually violating the Immortal Regulation Treaty, using an immortal boat in the city." He laughs, loudly holding up 2 fingers preparing to do something. Suddenly the curse on the seal has no spiritual power. His eyes return to normal. He looks left and right in panic, screaming in fear. "Who am I? Where am I?" The man from earlier also gradually returns to normal. Qingyi's father escapes the curse, calling her in fear, "Little girl." The courtesan also recovers, bewildered, not understanding what happened. The system spirit asks Tianfan confusedly, why did he suddenly let go of control? Gave up? Tianfan sees the problem, saying, "No. He is preparing to cause trouble for me." She asks blankly, "Trouble?" Suddenly voices speak. "Divine statue." Look quickly at the divine statue. Below, the citizens clamor, looking up at that statue. Why did cracks appear on the immortal master's divine statue? Damn it, what happened? They look at the flying boat above and point at it. Look quickly. What is that? A really big boat. Could it be this immortal boat destroyed the divine statue? Stop it. The system spirit covers her mouth. Now it's trouble. With the fanaticism level of these believers. If you want the immortal boat to attack now, perhaps you have to destroy these believers first. Tianfan frowns seriously. Seems this is a difficult problem for me. The system spirit speaks again. Is it to break the wedding dress curse and kill these fanatic believers? Or spare this evil Daoist for the sake of the believers? Host, how do you plan to choose? Tianfan hears her and falls silent. Then turns pale, kneading his own face. Then drops his hands, sighing dejectedly. Facing Tianfan's face black as a pot bottom, she thinks, finally. Finally, there is a situation where he can't rely on his family background. Only by experiencing the bitterness of helplessness can internal motivation for competition be born. Tianfan finally speaks up. I choose the former. Hearing the first sentence, the system spirit thinks. Perhaps after this difficult choice, I can implement some guidance to cause a slight change in his mood. Tianfan listlessly says 4 words. Throw everything away. Hearing that, the system spirit stares blankly at him. Then panics, calling host. I know this is a difficult choice. But this, throw away? How can you throw away in this situation? Tianfan says calmly. Very simple. If it's not easy to choose, then I won't choose anymore. Let them decide for themselves whether to seek survival or pursue their faith to death. Tianfan waves, calling loudly. Su Gao, continue firing for me. A guy points at Tianfan, shouting, It's you. It was you who controlled the boat to destroy the divine statue. That scholar also blindly follows, saying angrily, You are a fanatic, dare to damage the divine statue. Not afraid of divine punishment. If you want to destroy the divine statue, must step over our dead bodies. Tianfan's voice rings out again, followed by firing from the boat. Fine. I respect your choice. That stream of spiritual power shoots straight at the statue. The scholar quickly jumps up, but can't escape, hit by the shot, and instantly blown to pieces. Those people now know fear, stammering, dead. Really dead. The immortal master didn't say people would die. Qingyi's father can't believe his eyes. How? How can it be? How dare you? You dare to really do it? Immortal master. The immortal master will punish you. Tianfan smiles faintly. Still expecting your immortal master? Your immortal master won't do anything for you. Either move aside or stay. Choose for yourselves. Su Gao, continue. An old man stammers confusedly. I remember something happened at home. Excuse me leaving first. Seeing that, those people also run for their lives. Wait for me. My family also has business. I also have to go. Actually, I don't need to cultivate immortality either. In the sky appear 3 swords flying, emitting great power. Next, 3 figures land on those swords. 3 masked people land on the swords, speaking loudly. According to the Immortal Regulation Treaty, I order you to immediately leave the city's no-fly zone. Accept our handling. A transmission talisman appears, flying to Tianfan. Su Gao asks, Young master, the guardian cultivators have arrived. Need to continue? The green-haired guy laughs crazily. Finally someone can stop him. Finally. This brat is about to be punished by the guardian cultivators. Tianfan isn't afraid, speaking loudly. Care about what so-called guardian cultivators? Even if the heavenly king comes here, I definitely must destroy this monstrous statue. Just speaking, Su Gao shows no mercy, shooting a powerful stream of spiritual power down at the statue, shattering it into pieces. Remembering when Tianfan and Wanfu were fishing by the lake, Tianfan asked his uncle confusedly, What is the Ascension Treaty? Wanfu heard him ask and explained, Law. The strange treasures of cultivators have too much power. Every duel always causes destruction to the surrounding environment. After signing the Ascension Treaty, that group of cultivators voluntarily became guardian cultivators, meaning to preserve the Tao of the treaty. Therefore, long ago, a group of cultivators signed an agreement called the Ascension Treaty with parties to establish some rules to protect the mortal world. Tianfan hears this and just smiles slightly. So that's it. Sounds like a good thing. Wanfu says again, correct. Because of that, at that time, forces didn't hesitate to support them with resources. After all, besides demonic cultivators, no one wants to see living beings in the world suffer. At that time, quite a few people, either out of interest or out of sympathy, voluntarily joined the guardian cultivators. For a period of time, under the management of this group of guardian cultivators, the world truly became much cleaner. Cultivators also no longer acted recklessly. Tianfan interrupts. Sounds like the story will have a twist here, right? Wanfu smiles, slightly asking, Twist? Not necessarily. After a while, the fishing rod is suddenly tugged gently. Following that, Wanfu pulls the rod up, catching a big fish, then says again, Finally, there are fish that can't control themselves and bite the hook. Back to the present, the citizens are all panicking and kneeling down, screaming, What to do? What to do? What to do? From above, Using transmission talisman again. Young master. The guardian cultivators are coming to you. Tian Fan smiles slightly. Really know how to grasp the main point, huh? Just finish speaking. Those 3 guardian cultivator figures fly down. The leader lands and shows anger immediately. Elegant brat. Not only violating the Ascension Treaty regulations by flying an immortal boat in the city, also damaging fellow Daoist Yang was preaching ritual. He speaks while raising his hand to create spiritual power. Today, I will represent the guardian cultivators to eliminate evil. Tian Fan doesn't show awkwardness or fear, but laughs heartily. Eliminate evil? Interesting. Qingyi stands out speaking loudly. No. She looks at the cultivators above and says, the young master isn't a bad person. That fraud immortal master is truly the great villain. The other side directly unleashes a move down. Ignorant citizens daring to cause trouble also deserve punishment. Suddenly, another guy suddenly blocks. Another one uses a small restriction to seal. Then he rushes down. Without speaking reason, hitting Qingyi. The girl is scared to the point of freezing, not knowing how to react. Luckily, Tian Fan runs over and hugs the girl. The system spirit gets a chance to show off, not sitting watching anymore. Pulling out a card, say, watch my trump card, fatal beatdown. The attack coming is blocked by a system barrier appearing. The 2 guys are surprised by the event over here. The system spirit, eyes teary. Finally, she laughs loudly. Finally, I have a chance to show off. This makes Tian Fan also speechless. But after a while, he clenches something in his hand thinking, forget it. Just let her be happy for a bit. Feeling too much pressure, she must be about to go crazy. Thinking so, he puts it into his pocket, then turns to ask Qingyi, are you okay? The girl is a bit dazed, saying, no. A guy speaks up scolding. Still mortals. How can you kill them? The other guy hears but stubbornly says, don't be a busybody. Tian Fan looks up at them. Tone sarcastic, saying, guardian cultivators protect the world like this? Hearing that, they just fall silent. Then speak up. How I act within the guardian cultivators doesn't need your criticism. Tian Fan frowns. This evil Taoist worships gods and preaches in the Yogwang city, using citizens as offerings. Did you know about this long ago? He doesn't see what's wrong and asks back. So what if we knew? Tian Fan asks him again, knowing clearly it's harming people. Yet you didn't intervene? That guy's face darkens, saying, in the Ascension Treaty, there is no clause prohibiting the incense Dao from preaching to living beings. Moreover, this is a voluntary matter between 2 parties. No one forced these mortals to believe. Why should I intervene? Tian Fan is gloomy. Voice also colder by a few degrees. Organizing such a large-scale event. Not something one evil Taoist can do. So have you guardian cultivators also participated in this part? He laughs, asking, so what if yes? I don't mind telling you. Fellow Daoists of the Incense Dao have been registered by us guardian cultivators, preaching legally according to regulations. Are you planning to destroy me too? Tian Fan looks at him and smirks. One shot killing a person seems not enough to relieve my anger. He laughs challengingly. The rule of guardian cultivators is to unite against outsiders. If you dare to kill me today, regardless of your background, be prepared to face all guardian cultivators. So, can you bear this price? Tian Fan doesn't let his words enter his ears, only caring about his neck about to break, saying, looking up to talk is too tiring. Su Gao, tell him to come down. Following that, Su Gao appears from behind, replying loudly, yes. The other guy also detects Su Gao's appearance, saying, what is that? He immediately strikes a move straight at Su Gao, but it doesn't do anything. Su Gao just swings a punch, sending him flying to the ground. He falls with a thud below the pillar. Looking up, then both of those guys also land on the ground. Humiliated, he grits his teeth in anger. You seek death. The system spirit pulls out a new mission board, saying to Tian Fan, you have activated a choice mission. You enter a dilemma situation. Choose to bow and submit to the guardian cultivators, those who seek their own corruption to harm people, or choose to be a coward bowing to admit fault and beg for mercy. Tian Fan looks at the system with evaluating eyes. You really don't bother hiding a bit of selfishness now. The system is smug. Don't be wordy. Quickly choose. Tian Fan sighs, helplessly reaching up to take off the necklace on his neck. Don't know why today, everything keeps making me make choices like this. Don't know that in life what I hate most is making choices. He holds up the pendant and adds, how about this? Let everything be entrusted to fate to see. If the front is you, you will live. Conversely, you will die. That guy grits his teeth, furious. Are you kidding me? Tian Fan laughs, tossing the pendant up. Here goes. At this time, somewhere else. A large cocoon is lying inside a cave. Surprisingly, someone crawls out from inside. He crawls out of the cocoon and lies flat on the ground, trembling constantly, saying, I'm unwilling. Clearly promised to act carefully. A Daoist temple is just like that. If destroyed, let be destroyed. Later can rebuild it. Heaven granted me lucky destiny to meet such delicious food. Truly no different from granting me a treasure. Just need to be able to eat him. Better than swallowing hundreds of low-quality foods. Hungry. This ordinary body truly has too many obstacles. Hungry to the point of no strength to cast spells anymore. Then he raises his hand and looks at it. A long while later, under two bloodshot eyes, he ruthlessly bites his own hand. The image of the man eating his own hand looks extremely horrific. After a while, he stops and says, finally have strength. When was the last time I ate? Too long. Can't remember anymore. Finish the appetizer. Time to enjoy the main course. Although doing so will lose 30 to 40% of nutrition. But let it be so. After tasting that flavor, it's like ants crawling up. Cannot control. Really cannot control anymore. On Tianfan's side, suddenly seeing a sword shoot out, piercing through a cultivator from behind. He can't believe it, asking, what? Over here the system panel also shows mission failed, making both surprised. This, I haven't thought of. The person stabbing the sword is none other than that black-robed cultivator. The remaining one looks at that guy in fear. Then, afraid of death, turns to run away frantically, but can't escape either. Almost immediately cut in half by that guy. Next, he stands in front of the corpses of the two cultivators. Tianfan's pendant is still rolling on the ground. The other side turns to say, young Master Luo, better not dirty your hands. Others cannot kill guardian cultivators. But a guardian cultivator killing guardian cultivators. No need to worry about being retaliated against by all guardian cultivators later. Tianfan doesn't ask him much, but smiles, saying, congratulations on closing the loop. But you know me? The other side says again, I don't know you, but I had a chance to see the Sky Sea boat of the Eternal Luo Manor. Since it's so, your identity isn't hard to guess. Tianfan is a bit surprised, then smiles. So that's it. Then, can you explain to me the current plot progress? To what step? He suddenly kneels down. Young Master Luo, please forgive me for deciding on my own. But I killed them. Because, pausing a bit, that guy continues, they deserve to die. Su Gao glances over. Lording, are you okay? Someone like you also has times of failure? Truly rare. Tianfan stands solemnly with cold eyes. Tell me a bit. Why do they deserve to die? The masked man clasps his hands, bowing. Voice hoarse but clear. Half a year ago, in the process of investigating a case, I accidentally discovered the evil practice of using people as food by the incense, Dao, evil cultivator. At the same time, I also discovered there seemed to be traces of guardian cultivators in this matter. Therefore, at that time, I chose a few cases to report. But although a long time passed, I received no news from above. Then this person came before me and proceeded to entice me. Tianfan frowns, listening silently, sharp eyes flashing with interest. A bit interesting. Then a masked man continues speaking. According to the internal regulations of the Guardian Cultivator Organization, the file I directly reported, he has no right to see. But not only do I know, but even the higher-ups chose to be silent about this matter. Hearing this, Tianfan laughs coldly. Seems not just indulgence, but someone silently agreed to this evil Taoist behavior. The masked man nods, continuing with suppressed indignation. Correct. You think like me. So I agreed to his recruitment offer. I understand my own strength. I cannot break this situation, can only temporarily endure. In these days, I witnessed with my own eyes innocent people being treated like livestock by the evil Taoist, and those guardian cultivators who were supposed to protect the people now became paper wrapping rotting meat, helping and covering up that stench. Finally, he also speaks up, voice sharp as a blade. So why did you dare to kill today? The masked man lifts his head slightly, eyes shining with determination mixed with bitterness. Because of you, young Master Luo. Please forgive me. I alone have absolutely no way to investigate this case further, so the only way is to drag you in, relying on your status to blow things up to attract the attention of the higher-ups in the Guardian Cultivators. Hearing that, Ing standing beside frowns, speaking up, young master. But he waved his hand calmly. It's fine. He turns back to look straight at the masked man. Eyes sharp. You wanted to borrow a knife to kill. So why in the end did you act yourself? The masked man bows. Voice still firm. After all, this is an internal matter of the Guardian Cultivators. How can I let young Master Luo dirty his hands? He nods, but doesn't give up the question. Within the Guardian Cultivators, how is killing fellow members handled? The masked man smiles dryly, then answers without hesitation. Certainly must die. He raises an eyebrow, tone more serious. No regrets. The masked man replies calmly. Certainly must die. Before killing, regretted. While killing, tense. But after killing, very satisfied. No room for regret anymore. He sighs with a tone full of boredom. Sigh. You know, I fear trouble the most. The masked man immediately clasps hands, saying clearly, please rest assured, these 2 Guardian Cultivators died by my hand. Will not have any connection to you and the Eternal Luo Manor. Today you just accidentally encountered a negligent Daoist cultivator. Developed dissatisfaction. After that, you don't need to care anymore. As for the Guardian Cultivator who luckily escaped, also won't bother young Master Luo. Suddenly, a strange red seal appears on his head. The masked man steps back in panic. The system spirit speaks up angrily as if scolding. Again, don't want to pull out? Su Gao and Ing also exclaim in unison. Voice full of worry. Young master. But he smiles with interest, tone full of meaning. Really can't pull it out. The masked man says urgently. It's that evil cultivator forcibly using the wedding dress curse from afar. This action is extremely damaging to lifespan. Is he crazy? He glances at the girl beside him. Voice full of implication. I also want to know why he suddenly targeted me. But beside him, she only smiles slightly, but doesn't answer. Eyes as if unrelated to herself. The masked man bows. Hand drawing a complex rune, mouth muttering. Small calculation. Young Master Luo, rest assured, I can rely on the wedding dress curse to find the location of that evil cultivator. We'll immediately go behead him. Help the young master eliminate the future trouble. But he just raises his hand to stop, tone cold. No need for such trouble. Then he turns his head, voice decisive, old master. Call someone. Su Gao immediately replies, yes. In a dark cave far away, the evil cultivator with bloodshot eyes is performing a bizarre ritual. He whispers, voice full of excitement, yes. Just like this, just like that, rolling endlessly, even more majestic than I thought. How can it resemble a brat in the mortal breaking realm? Truly looks like eating an immortal. Ancient memories flood back in his mind. That day, the desire to become an immortal suddenly appeared in my head. This thought was like a seed, sprouting in my head. Then until grown, he still persisted in nurturing that thought. But the deeper he went into the path of cultivation, the more he realized a cruel truth. Flowers bloom, but where is the fruit? Why can't it bear fruit? His mother once tried to stop him. Human lifespan is limited. Dao fruit is hard to seek. I'm unwilling. The compassionate voice of the past seems to echo in his head. Son, mother gave birth to you. Don't cultivate immortality anymore. Don't cultivate immortality anymore. But back then he only turned with cold eyes. Voice like a cutting knife. I am unwilling. Mother, even you don't understand me? Ignorant person. I don't blame you. That's because you have never experienced the joy of cultivating immortality. He pushed his mother to death just to prove his point. When she was dying, her eyes were full of shock and pain. That day, stubbornness turned him into a demon. Let me help you cultivate. If cultivation isn't enough, then risk life to cultivate. If the body is shackles, then abandon this body. In his hand, an ancient book named 10,000 Dao Mysterious Eye Incense. He refined power from tormented souls, nurturing the obsession to become an immortal from the bodies and souls of others. His 2 eyes widen. Just need to be able to become an immortal. In the evil cultivator's eyes, there's only desire and madness. Nothing can stop him. This is heavenly tribulation? Heavenly tribulation is coming. Tian Fan steps forward, eyes glancing over the bearded old man in front. lips curling slightly, looking at your appearance. Harvest is not small. The old man laughs, laughter ringing out like metal clashing. Hee hee. The natural spatial formation of the Four Seasons forest is indeed a masterpiece created by ghosts and gods. I have studied for several days. Only comprehended 30% of the essence. He frowns, asking back, enough to use? The old man bows. Face slightly confused, but still replies seriously. Time is tight. Originally intended to use it as a formation guide for Qing. Lock onto that evil Daoist, then let the divine guard go catch him. Resolve the curse for the girl Qing. But now suddenly having to set up the formation, wanting to transfer the armored guards over. I'm afraid it won't work. But transferring a few items over is no problem. Hearing that, a glint of interest appears in his eyes. He slowly takes out a sparkling pearl. Then, this is enough. Since he said, I am his immortal destiny, shouldn't I set up a little heavenly tribulation for this old brother to taste? The old man sits cross-legged in front of a mysterious red box. From inside the box, small talismans suddenly fly up, gently rotating around him. Initially, they only move slowly close to his body. But in an instant, their speed and rotation range expand. They create a bright circle surrounding the old man. Tianfan stands aside, eyes observing every movement of the old man, then speaks up. Is this the formation refined from the spatial rules of the Four Seasons forest? The old man looks up, eyes respectful, replying, yes, young master. But currently, it is only the initial form. Still have a few joints needing polishing. Young master, can start. Hearing that, Tianfan says nothing more. He pulls the pearl from his sleeve, then throws it into the center of the barrier circle. The pearl just touches. A blinding light explodes, creating a powerful lightning bolt tearing through space, aiming straight at the target far away, making him in the cave raise his eyebrows in surprise. Tribulation cloud hasn't formed yet. Why did the heavenly tribulation fall already? Interesting. His surprise turns into arrogant laughter. Haha. Even the heavenly tribulation rushes to help me prove the Tao. Then today I will prove my great Tao. But before he can act, the lightning bolt suddenly changes direction, twisting around his body like a bloodthirsty beast. The searing pain tore through his consciousness, forcing a scream from his lips. The laws of this heavenly tribulation. Why does it feel like? His final words were lost in a deafening explosion. His body was completely swallowed by the lightning. An eerie silence fell over the space. Not a single trace of life remained. Elsewhere, Tianfan raised an eyebrow slightly. His voice carried a hint of regret. What a pity. I couldn't watch it live. I wonder if he'll thank my old brother for sending him that heavenly tribulation. The masked man standing beside him, having witnessed the entire spectacle, couldn't help but ask curiously, the treasure you just threw, it seemed to carry a sliver of a true immortal's aura. Tianfan smiled. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. That's because it was a sphere crafted from the heavenly tribulation of a true immortal. The masked man shuddered slightly upon hearing Tianfan's confirmation. Using a true immortal's heavenly tribulation, and even molding it into a ball. Meanwhile, Qing was slowly regaining consciousness. Her father asked worriedly, my dear girl, are you all right? The surrounding townspeople also began to stir, confused by the event that had just transpired. One person was dazed. What just happened? Another was equally bewildered. I suddenly feel so tired. Huang looked up at the sky. A glint of understanding flashed in her sharp eyes. The curse has been lifted, but the power bestowed by the demonic path has become a rootless illusion, and it's beginning to dissipate. Tianfan, standing nearby, calmly added, no matter how beautiful the wedding dress, you can't wear it for a lifetime. Then he turned to her and asked, how is your body? She replied softly, rest assured, young master. It's just a slight depletion of my vital energy. Young master destroyed the divine wall at the perfect moment. Therefore, my body's foundation wasn't harmed. Hearing this, he nodded. That's good. Suddenly, the system spirit appeared, its voice full of excitement. Something even better is coming up. Tianfan raised an eyebrow, his expression filled with curiosity. She then showed him a notification congratulating him on completing the challenge, which helped him level up. Her voice swelled with pride. This time, I took the initiative and completed the mission myself, you know. She continued to ramble on, her eyes sparkling with triumph. Did you really think I'd let my vital energy be absorbed by that guy? His cultivation base has been tainted by my vital energy. Once he dies, the refined vital energy that's scattered into the world will be under my control. Go ahead and savor the lingering obsession for immortality left on this vital energy. But as she was gloating, she suddenly turned to look at Tian Fan. Her eyes were filled with bewilderment. What? Receiving no answer, she turned accusatory. Why are you so calm? Tian Fan just shrugged slightly, his expression nonchalant. Just then, Huang spoke up. Young master, what's wrong? He replied, his voice still calm. It's nothing. My ears are just ringing a little. Seeing this, she grew worried. Young master, are you not feeling well? I'll take you back to rest immediately. He gently shook his head. No need. At that moment, she stared intently at Tian Fan. Her eyes widened in astonishment. How is this possible? This is the residual resentment of a high-level cultivator after death. He's just someone who has only reached spirit condensation. His cultivation is only at the mortal-shattering realm. How could he be completely unaffected? Beside them, the masked man also spoke up. Young master. He smiled with amusement. I said it before. I'm someone who rather dislikes trouble. Hearing this, the masked man muttered to himself. As expected, it's no use, huh? That makes sense. The Changshan Luo Mansion. With a name that means eternal life. How could the young master be just? But before he could finish his thought, Tian Fan suddenly spoke up loudly. Well, if you want to borrow my blade, then you'd better make a bigger scene. This stunned the masked man. The masked man stammered. What do you mean by that? He smiled with amusement. I just told you. I'm the person who fears trouble the most. The masked man still hesitated. I thought. You meant you wanted to refuse. Tian Fan raised an eyebrow and burst out laughing. Refuse. You've misunderstood. His voice was slow, but no less sharp. The professional team I hired gave me a strategy. To have less trouble, it's best to deal with problems at their root. But if it truly can't be resolved, then don't hesitate. Be decisive, raise the stakes, and fight him with your assets. He paused, a mischievous glint in his eyes. And as it happens, my family's assets are quite substantial. Does that sound a bit provocative? The masked man was momentarily stunned, then let out a light laugh. This time I don't feel that way at all. Meanwhile, the spirit beside him pouted. Tsh. The masked man immediately knelt, his expression solemn. On behalf of those who have no choice, I thank you for your family's power. Tian Fan waved his hand. You're too kind. As for the specific details from now on, just contact the strategist under my command. Then he turned to Huang. Let's go home. She only had time to say, but. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back, as if remembering something. I almost forgot. I feel that. In this rich and varied world, there shouldn't be only one solution. Prioritizing shouldn't be the only path, but merely one choice among many. Without letting the masked man get a word in, he had already turned and walked away, waving his hand. I am tired. I'll be leaving first. He held up the token and shouted, Young master. Your token. I help you pick it up. He called back loudly. It's a gift for you. The girl was stunned, looking down at the token in her hand and muttering, That's strange. Didn't the young master just use this to flip for heads or tails? The masked man standing beside her also frowned slightly. His gaze swept over the token. Both sides are clearly identical. So it turns out life and death were all in his hands. In the distance, Tian Fan was being supported by Huang. The two of them flew up. But before he could steady himself, he suddenly buckled at the knees, clutching his chest tightly. A weak voice escaped between his ragged breaths, causing the girl beside him to panic. Young master. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. His eyes were hazy as if he were fighting against something. Inside him, the system spirit's thoughts flashed. Her voice was wary. This guy, what is he planning to do to me now? Everyone stood outside the medical room, looking anxiously at the tightly closed door. Su Gao finally couldn't hold back and turned to ask her, Steward Huang, if you had already noticed the unusual situation, why didn't you break through the encirclement first? She bowed her head, her voice filled with regret. It was my negligence. The old man with the goatee, standing beside them, spoke up. His voice was hoarse but firm. Enough. This is not one person's responsibility. It was us. We were too arrogant. His words quieted the atmosphere. But then, the door to the medical room slowly opened. A healer in a jade-green robe walked out slowly. Su Gao immediately rushed forward, asking anxiously, "Healer, how is the young lord?" She gently brushed her hair back and replied slowly, "The young lord's current condition is a bit strange." Her words stunned everyone, but the healer quickly reassured them. "However, you can rest assured for now. There is nothing wrong with the young lord's body. Not only is there nothing wrong, the young lord's current state is excellent. So good that it's a bit intimidating." Inside the medical room, Tian Fan lay on a mat. His eyes lazily glanced towards the system spirit. "What are you trying to do?" She couldn't hide her frustration. "Do you really not feel anything?" Tian Fan put his hand behind his head and replied calmly, "I can still handle it." She leaned in closer in frustration, her voice sharp. "And then what?" He smiled nonchalantly. "Nothing." Seeing this, the system grew even more impatient and raised her voice. "How can you not feel anything? Such heavy resentment. It's enough to cause a huge change in a person's temperament." Tian Fan suddenly sat up, his eyes sharp and cold. "So this was your goal, wasn't it?" She slowly gave a cold smile. "Umph." He didn't give her a chance to speak and continued. "Using the stolen resentment to force me to change into what you want me to be." The system spirit's eyes were calm. "Don't make it sound like I'm trying to harm you. I helped you collect the cultivation power of that demonic cultivator that had scattered into the world. It just carries a part of his obsession with becoming an immortal, that's all. At most, it will only affect you a little." Hearing this, he laughed with amusement. "Interesting. You stole the power of that demonic cultivator?" She raised an eyebrow, retorting, "It was a collection, not theft. Simply put, when that demonic cultivator absorbed the vital energy I gave you, I was simultaneously polluting him. Therefore, after he died, his ownerless cultivation power flowed into your body under my control." After hearing this, Tian Fan became even more interested. His voice was full of teasing. "So, your agitated reaction earlier, like someone had stepped on your tail, was actually just an act? The main purpose was to transfer my vital energy. I'm not wrong, am I?" The system spirit burst out laughing smugly. "I also have to thank you, host, for strengthening your physique beforehand. Otherwise, I really wasn't sure if you could handle so much cultivation power at once." Hearing this, Tian Fan glanced at her. His tone was questioning. "Cultivation power? So, what's the difference between that and the vital energy you gave me?" She laughed loudly, her voice confident of victory. "The difference is huge. At your spirit condensation realm, you can only borrow power from vital energy. But after you advance to the Zhao Zhao realm, you'll be able to refine vital energy. Only then can you be considered to have truly stepped onto the path of cultivation." Tian Fan listened, his eyes pensive as if he were processing the information. "So, can I understand it like this? In the spirit condensation realm, the vital energy we absorb is actually from the heavens and earth. But after reaching the Zhao Zhao realm, that's when we begin to refine cultivation power into our own." The system spirit nodded. Actually, refining vital energy is also related to the breakthrough to the Tongyu realm later on. But that's basically it." He lay still, a humorous glint in his eyes as he explained it in his own terms. "I didn't break through to a new realm because of this. So I guess I'm still in the same state as before. It's like I can only ride the bus. Choosing a car rental service. No, that's not right. To be more precise, it's like stealing a car. Yes, like a thief on the run." After hearing this, she was stunned, her eyes wide. But then she suddenly felt something was off. She immediately leaned in close to him. Her voice was full of suspicion. "Wait, why don't you seem angry at all?" This made him wonder too. "Why do I feel like you really want me to be angry?" The system spirit leaned in closer. "Shouldn't you be feeling angry right now? Powerless? Empty? Frustrated at being deceived by me? And then frantically trying to find a way to reject the power I gave you? Isn't that right?" Tian Fan looked up at her, his eyes sharp and cold. His tone was light as he explained. "Are you misunderstanding something about me? I didn't want to increase my cultivation before. because I didn't want to get involved in matters related to that ancient Tao academy. But now that I can no longer avoid it, why should I waste energy refusing your help in raising my cultivation? He paused for a moment. Besides, the system spirit interrupted in surprise. She excitedly mimicked him. Besides, his voice was cold, carrying a sharpness that couldn't be ignored. When I had them destroy that divine wall, I suddenly felt quite relaxed. If I could have smashed it with my own hands at that time, perhaps I would have felt even more satisfied. Hearing this, she was so happy she beamed like a blooming flower. Her voice was full of excitement. My host, you've finally seen the light. And yet, the next day, on a boat gliding smoothly across the water, the scene was completely different. The system spirit stood helplessly by, watching her host sunbathing with his hands behind his head until she couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. Her voice was full of reproach. Host, what are you doing? What happened to rising up? What happened to working hard? What happened to cultivating? But he maintained his leisurely demeanor, smiling idly as he replied, Don't rush. I've already established a dedicated cultivation team to help me create a cultivation plan. Just then, Huang walked over, holding a meticulously written plan. She presented it respectfully. Young master, this is the initial cultivation plan for the spirit condensation stage that the advisory team has prepared for you. He took it with interest. Oh, such high efficiency. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he turned to ask her, Oh, right. That guardian cultivator, what happened to him? I forgot to ask his name. How is the aftermath handled over there? Huang replied seriously. Those townspeople are all important witnesses. The guardian cultivator's side will be responsible for their future arrangements. Later, we will use the family's name to file a complaint against the guardian cultivators, demanding they take responsibility for the incident at Liuguang City. He nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction on his face. That's good. But immediately after, Huang suddenly knelt before him, causing him to immediately shift his attention to her. She lowered her head, her voice heavy with self-blame. Young master, I have failed you. He sat up and smiled reassuringly. What are you doing? I have no intention of blaming you. However, Huang shook her head, her face filled with anger at herself. No, I understand now. It was because of my powerlessness that you decided to cultivate. You clearly dislike cultivating so much. It's all my fault. This startled the system's spirit standing nearby, making her jump. Little sister, what are you doing? I just went through so much trouble to convince him. Are you trying to sabotage me? But Huang was still bowing her head in self-reproach. It's my fault. I should have discovered the abnormality of the divine statue sooner, and then immediately risked my life to get the young master out of the city. At this moment, he placed a hand on her shoulder. He looked at her silently for a few seconds, then leaned down slightly, his voice low. You know, your young master, am the person who fears trouble the most. Revenge, to me, is a boring and troublesome thing. So you cannot die. Otherwise, I would have to avenge you. I think I would go crazy. His words made Huang freeze. Her eyes widened in surprise. Young master. But remembering something, she continued awkwardly. Young master. Right now, aren't we on our way to get revenge? This made him realize. Oh, right. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Elsewhere, in a brothel, the pink-haired girl sat looking in a mirror, lost in thought. From behind a black velvet curtain, a low voice echoed, as cold as a sharp blade. What are you hesitating for? She didn't turn her head, her gaze still fixed on the mirror. Her voice was calm, but with a slight tremble. I'm worried he suspects me. He sneered and asked, Worried? She took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. I just want to be a little more careful. Suddenly, an invisible force struck her, like thousands of needles piercing her skin. She collapsed to the floor in pain, groans escaping her pale lips. Ah! His voice rang out, as cold as ice and snow. Remember your place. This made her tremble and admit her mistake. Yes, I was wrong. I was wrong. As he spoke, he threw a small vial of poison to her. He has many eyes and ears around him. Only you have the opportunity to act. Find a chance. Divide the poison and put it in his food, bit by bit. The pink-haired girl, sprawled on the floor, gasped for breath. I still haven't fully gained his trust. He sneered, his words like a knife stabbing straight into her heart. There's no more time for you to hesitate. Did you think that by getting into his bed, you could escape my grasp? She stared at the vial of poison, her trembling hands picking it up. Her voice was weak. I wouldn't dare. I will follow your orders. He said nothing more, just snorted coldly and vanished, leaving a gloomy silence in the room. She remained on the floor. Tears streamed uncontrollably from the pink-haired girl's eyes. Her slender shoulders trembled. That's right. I never had the right to hesitate in the first place. The system spirit's expression darkened. She thought to herself, regarding my understanding of the word give up, I was wrong. Immediately after, Tian Fan, on his side, suddenly threw a powerful punch towards his opponent with extreme speed. Seeing this, Su Gao paused for a moment in surprise. But he reacted quickly and managed to block Tian Fan's punch in time. Witnessing him fight, the system spirit was secretly at a loss for words. But just at that moment, Su Gao noticed a talisman suddenly appear in front of him. A second later, a massive explosion erupted right before the system spirit's eyes. After the battle was over, Tian Fan retreated to stand beside the system. As the smoke cleared, Su Gao's figure emerged. He immediately offered his praise. As expected of a young lord, Su Gao's expression changed in a flash. He held up 2 index fingers and continued to praise cheerfully. Whether it's the timing of your moves or your control of the battle, you have it all in the palm of your hand. Everything is perfect down to the last detail. But in contrast to that fawning praise, Tian Fan replied coldly, Your flattery is a bit forced, and also a little annoying. Hearing this, Su Gao immediately replied respectfully, Yes, young lord. I will improve next time. Seeing him win again, the old man with the goatee couldn't help but offer some flattery of his own. The young lord has improved again. The power and presence when using this talisman. Looking across the world, few at the same realm can achieve this. It's just a little trick. Witnessing this display of flattery, Su Gao secretly marveled, starting from reality, and then gradually elevating it. What smooth, flattering technique. Though he appeared cold on the surface, Tian Fan had long since admitted it to himself. Using the cultivation power the system stole to activate the talisman. The power is 3 to 4 times stronger than using the vital energy I absorb myself. Only in this way can I skip the tedious chi refining stage and directly obtain combat strength. He then held a stack of fireball talismans in his hand and commented, The presence of this fireball talisman is decent, but its power is still a bit weak. Moreover, its range of control is not easy. After hearing this, the old man with the goatee immediately proposed a solution. I will have the talisman department switch to a different spell to fix this. But the system spirit could guess just by a quick glance. My host, it's only because he has no interest in cultivation that he doesn't put in the effort. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile. When he is interested, my adorable host's strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Over here, he walked away, saying joyfully, Phew, almost had to work overtime. Today's cultivation ends here. Time to rest, my friends. Seeing this, the system spirit ran after him, reminding him, You've only practiced for 7 or 8 minutes. Under the blue sky, clouds drifted over Tian Fan's immortal boat. While he was engrossed in a book, the system spirit advised host. Prioritizing is like a battle, like 10,000 horses crossing a narrow bridge. You can't let up just because of a little progress. Like water off a duck's back. Tian Fan just responded indifferently, hum. Seeing him ignore her advice, the system spirit angrily demanded, Do you know, while you're indulging in comfort and leisure, others are diligently in secluded cultivation, training hard. Don't you feel any sense of urgency? Hearing the words secluded cultivation, he suddenly remembered something and asked her, Speaking of which, I've always been curious. Those people who want to spend the rest of their lives in seclusion, what kind of mood are they in? Seeing his sudden focus, she answered with interest, Is there even a need to ask? Then she confidently said, If one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die content in the evening. Faced with this enthusiastic explanation, Tian Fan coldly said, All right, impressive, but I don't understand it. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. It was the pink-haired girl who had come to find Tian Fan. Young master. They both stopped their conversation. He then said, Come in. The pink-haired girl walked in carrying a bowl of medicine and said, Young master, I've brewed a bowl of medicine for you. Seeing that it was her, the system spirit immediately badmouthed her to him. It's that little beauty queen by your side, the one hiding malicious intentions. This time, you're waiting for a pie to fall from the sky, but it seems your luck has run out. Hearing this, he replied, "What's there to steal?" But she already knew what he was thinking. You just want to drag things out a little longer. The longer it takes, the more excuses you have to wander around out there. Looking at the pink-haired girl sitting in front of him, he asked, "Why the sudden urge to bring me medicine? And you even brought it yourself." She answered shyly, "Back in Yeowang City, I was afflicted by the demonic cultivator's spell. Fortunately, I was saved by you, young master." Hearing this, he smiled brightly and said, "Why are you being so polite? You are my person. Of course I will protect you." She continued, "Besides, I haven't seen you for a few days, young master. I miss you a little." Hearing her words, both of them blushed shyly. She wanted to feed him the medicine and said, "This is a tonic I brewed with spirit herbs. Please try it, young master." But he was still very clear-headed and refused directly. "Thank you for the trouble. Just leave it there. I'll drink it slowly later." As if she had expected this, she thought to herself, "As expected." Then she said, "All right." As she placed the bowl on the table, she spoke up. "Young master, you are truly hard to figure out." He asked, "Why do you say that?" Suddenly, she placed both hands on his chest and then voiced the deductions in her heart. "Although since you brought me to this immortal boat, you've always acted like a lecher. In reality, deep down, you've always kept your distance from me." After hearing this, he immediately understood. "Huh, where did you get such an idea? Do you want to pursue a pure love with me?" She immediately replied, "Young master, you don't seem like a heartless person." Hearing this, Tian Fan asked, "Oh, why are you so sure?" She leaned in closer to him and said, "Young master, for the sake of an unrelated little girl, you dared to confront the guardian cultivators. How could you be heartless to the people by your side?" Hearing this, he wanted to explain, "Are you talking about that girl, Ching? You've misunderstood. I was just..." But before he could finish, his mouth was covered. She began to spin her own tale. "Young master, I know you have a sense of preserving your chastity." As she spoke, she remembered a face identical to her own and said, "The patterns on both sides are clearly the same." Then she rested her head on his chest and continued, "When that guardian cultivator made a move on that little girl, you probably never intended to give him a choice, did you? Young master, your acting isn't very convincing." Hearing this, the system spirit couldn't hold back anymore and commented, "Phew, he's been exposed." The man with the goatee was slightly startled as he felt a surge of power spreading through the space. A cunning smile appeared on his face. Finally, the Hunsat has successfully parasitized him. But that joy was fleeting, and his eyes became pensive and cold again. It's still not enough. The Hunsat's stealth is a compensation for its weakness. When it is alone, I still need a few more successful parasitisms. Only then can I enslave Luo Tianfan. A few days later, a girl was sitting beside Luo Tianfan, feeding him piece by piece. Her sweet voice rang out, "Open your mouth, young master." His eyes never left the book he was reading. He only opened his mouth. She chuckled softly and put the spoonful of food into his mouth. "Young master, are you comfortable?" He replied naturally, "Very comfortable." Behind the door, the goatee man watched quietly. His eyes were filled with satisfaction. He turned and walked away, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Another Hunsat has successfully parasitized. She's been by his side constantly recently. Very good. The number is now sufficient for me to enslave his soul. What a beautiful day, perfect for making a move. Night fell. The faint moonlight cast its glow upon the tranquil river. The boat continued to drift gently. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl sat by the window, her vacant gaze directed outside. He approached her, his teasing voice full of playfulness. "Some say, a face like a lotus flower, a waist like a weeping willow. Nothing can compare to that charm. But as I see it, skin as white as snow, a neck long and elegant, and a touch of pink that adds to the grace. That is the most charming feature." Hearing this, she smiled faintly. "Young master, please don't make fun of me." However, that smile quickly vanished. The pink-haired girl's eyes widened in panic as she looked behind her. The goatee man was standing there, who knows for how long. A sinister smile was still clearly visible on his face. He bowed, his voice full of mockery. My apologies, young Master Luo, for disturbing your pleasant mood. He immediately became vigilant, his eyes narrowing as if to see through the person before him. What are you doing here? How did the guards let you in? Behind him, she was trembling, clutching the dagger in her hand. The goatee man remained calm. As for me, wasn't it you, young master, who summoned me here? He smirked, his gaze shifting to the pink-haired girl. His voice carried a deep, malicious irony. Haha, leave me. You're so good to me. It makes me a little reluctant to leave you. What a pity, what a pity. Your kind only has 3 chances for soul parasitism in a lifetime. After this, you will be of no more value. He stood there, a sharp glint in his eyes. I finally understand why she said I wasn't good at playing the villain. It turns out she has to face the real, textbook definition every single day. His voice turned colder. Young Master Luo, you are indeed calmer than I imagined. Unfortunately, no matter how hard you try to hold on, you can't change the outcome. It's all about to end. He raised his hand and began to chant. He enunciated each word. Soul-devouring possession. A surge of dark power erupted, enveloping the space. But Tian Fan didn't try to dodge. Instead, he calmly sat down on the nearby bed. Tian Fan sat calmly with his legs crossed. His voice was soft yet powerful. That's right. Everything is about to stop. His words stunned the man, breaking his concentration. What? At that moment, Su Gao and the others entered from outside. Behind them was a white-bearded old man who began chanting to counter the whiskered man. He was startled. His expression shifted to one of shock. Could it be? The old man shouted. Reversal! The whiskered man's talismans were instantly suppressed. His stream of power was shattered. In a flash, he was teleported outside. The old man looked at him, his voice steady. Young master, the person has been brought over. Hearing this, he slowly got up. Then let's go. However, before leaving, he paused. His gaze was fixed on the little pink-haired girl. His voice was slow. Although this wasn't part of our agreement. Would you like to see this master of yours off personally? Some things, if spoken plainly, leave no room for turning back. A few days ago, before any of this had started, Tian Fan had casually remarked, The system beside him was also curious. Ahem. His voice was full of hidden meaning. I thought this bowl of medicine was something you brewed for me to drink. Her red eyes were a mixture of anxiety and determination. This medicine, if you drink it, you'll be parasitized by soul mites. Hearing this, he raised an eyebrow and repeated, soul mites? The little pink-haired girl stood up. She took a deep breath and explained. A single soul mite can be repelled by even a weak body. Even an ordinary child could easily crush one with a little force. But when a large number of soul mites gather, they become a natural material for casting soul path magic. Many soul path talismans are created by grinding soul mites into dust. My master wants to take advantage of the soul mites' small size and difficulty to detect. By having me introduce them into your body, then use a soul enslavement technique on you. He asked, his voice calm but sharp. So what is your intention now? Betrayal? She closed her eyes as if gathering her courage. Because I know, even if I complete this mission, my master will certainly not spare me. Our kind only has 3 chances to possess a body in our entire lives. Those cultivators call it soul possession and body seizure. But in reality, for us, it's 3 chances at rebirth. After we choose our final body, if we leave it, we can never possess another one again. I understand him. He would rather pull me out of this body and turn me into a magical material than ever grant me my freedom. Her voice then grew angrier. Being captured, being trained, following their orders, and carrying out their missions. I've had enough. Tian Fan looked at her for a long time. His expression was unreadable. It seems there's a lot of internal conflict here, isn't there? Tell me a little about your plan. She straightened her back. Her eyes were sharp and full of determination. Before enough soul mites have gathered to cast the spell, he can only sense whether a soul has been parasitized or not. I have already let the soul mites parasitize my own body. He will think that you, young master, have fallen for his trap. When the time is right, he will come before you himself to cast the spell. He smiled. It was a smile full of meaning. So what is your request? She suddenly knelt, bowing her head low. Her voice rang out like a plea. I only beg that you capture him and force him to release me from our master-servant contract." His eyes grew sharp. His voice was even. "Aren't you afraid that he'll fly into a rage after learning of your betrayal and immediately have you captured? With the contract between you two, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill you, right?" She fell silent, not answering. Her gaze dropped, as if weighed down by worries and fears she couldn't put into words. Suddenly, she lifted her head. Her voice rang out, strong and decisive. "Death is better than a life without freedom." Returning to the present, the goatee man was thrown hard onto the deck of the ship. Around him were sealing circles like invisible chains, binding him tightly. He looked around, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This seal, could it be a sealing formation? He stepped forward, his eyes as sharp as blades. "Look familiar? This formation was improved from the one you used to assassinate me. Plus, it's been reinforced, so don't waste your energy," he growled, a flicker of belated realization in his eyes. "It seems I've fallen into your trap." Tian Fan laughed. He threw down his cloak like a challenge. "Let's skip the meaningless words we both already understand. Now, it's time for combat." Tian Fan gave the order. "Open the seal." The Daoist master heard and quickly complied. The goatee man looked at the now broken seal around him, speechless. He looked towards Tian Fan, asking seriously, "Do you really want to fight me alone?" Tian Fan slowly approached, clenching his fists as he answered. He looked at him with disdain. "Just a spirit condensation realm. On what grounds do you want to fight me?" Before he could finish his sentence, a restraining spell quickly descended upon him. He paled with suspicion. He formed a seal with his hand, pointed it at him, and said, "Young master, I have suppressed his realm to be equal to yours." Tian Fan warmed up his hands, looking at the goatee man with a triumphant expression. "Now that you've fallen into my hands, no matter what, there's only one way out, death. But if you can beat me in a one-on-one fight at the same realm, I might let you live." "Oh, right. The first prerequisite is that you must break the master-servant contract on her." He raised his hand and performed a spell. He frowned in silence for a moment, then replied to him, "I hope you keep your word." The chains binding the pink-haired girl finally broke away. She looked at her freed self, her eyes welling up with joyful tears. "It's broken. After being bound for so many years, I'm finally free. This is truly wonderful." The pink-haired girl was overjoyed. She looked at him with wide eyes. "Thank you, young Master Luo, for helping me gain my freedom." Tian Fan turned his head slightly, smiled at her, and replied, "You won this bet yourself." He calmly added, "But you were indeed very decisive." The goatee man gathered spiritual power in his hands, forming a ball. He slammed his hand down on the floor with a loud bang, and shouted as he charged towards Tian Fan, "Even if you suppress my cultivation, I will show you the difference in understanding of spells between a high-level cultivator and a mortal-shattering cultivator." Following his incantation, magical hands rose from the ground and lunged towards Tian Fan. Crimson Hook. He looked at these hands, frowning in surprise. He pulled out a talisman with both hands, clipping it between his fingers and softly chanting, "Great Wind of Unity." The talisman quickly burst into fierce flames. Tian Fan waved the talisman in his hand. A fierce gale quickly rose around him, causing the magical hands to gradually dissipate. After the gale from the talisman faded, the hands vanished along with it. The goatee man had already closed in behind Tian Fan at some point. He turned his head slightly, but couldn't dodge in time. Tian Fan had just turned halfway, when a man's two fingers were already pointing at his forehead, chanting, "Return to silence." The goatee man's eyes were fixed, secretly rejoicing. Did it work? The Tian Fan in front of him looked at him seriously. A thick smoke emanated from around him. The real him, holding a talisman, quickly moved behind the goatee man. He widened his eyes in surprise. His hands continued to form seals. He glanced over, assessing. Escape art. The goatee man channeled spiritual power into his left hand. He smirked triumphantly at Tian Fan. Too slow. Goatee. Tian Fan channeled his power and flew into the air to dodge. The man's attack hit the floor, creating a loud impact. The Daoist master was still chanting with both hands. He spoke up to remind him, "Young master, his temporary burst of speed just now exceeded the standard for your current realm. I have just readjusted it. You can continue the combat now." The goatee man couldn't believe what he had just heard. His face was filled with shock and surprise. He looked up at Tian Fan, who was looking at the talisman with a disdainful expression. This talisman is too slow. It needs to be improved. From a distance, a shout was heard, "Kid, is this what you call a one-on-one fight?" Tian Fan's expression was perfectly reasonable. He pointed at the goatee man nonchalantly. "You are a quasi-emperor realm expert, fighting one-on-one with a beginner cultivator like me. Of course I have to add a handicap. Otherwise, wouldn't I look like a stubborn fool? Stop complaining. At worst, we'll just count the last round as your win. How about that?" Hearing his calm reply, he gritted his teeth in anger. The night sky was full of stars, with a crescent moon illuminating the area. The sun gradually rose over the horizon. The sunlight began to shine brightly on a mountain peak. After a whole night, the goatee man's face was swollen and bruised. Tian Fan also had a wound on his face after the decisive battle. He smiled cheerfully. Ah, that was truly a refreshing duel. He sat opposite him, dust swirling around them. Both were battered and exhausted. Tian Fan asked softly, "It's a pity. We still haven't determined a winner between us. How about we rest for a bit, and then continue fighting?" The man could only use the one eye that wasn't swollen shut from the beating. He tried to negotiate with Tian Fan. "Can I choose not to?" The meaning of his question was ridiculous. "Do I get to choose?" Tian Fan, supported by Huang, glanced at him cheerfully and replied, "No." She gently interrupted him. "Young master, breakfast is ready." Tian Fan closed his eyes and replied, "No rush. I'm covered in sweat. I'll take a bath first." Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly shot open. His expression was frantic. He looked at where he was. Tian Fan let out a huh. He looked around, hesitatingly questioning, "This is the system space?" Tian Fan put his hands on his hips, shouting in frustration, "I just had a PK match. I want to rest. What are you trying to do now?" But no one answered him. All around was a dead silence. Outside, Huang and Su Gao saw him suddenly freeze mid-motion. They both asked in confusion, "Young master, this is..." Behind Tian Fan, a pair of pink bunny ears appeared, twitching. The system spirit was ejected from his body. She tumbled through the air, eyes squeezed shut, letting out a small cry. "Oof!" After she stabilized herself, she looked around and remarked, "This is..." The system spirit frowned, her eyes widening as she shouted, "Internal observation! It's over, brothers. If you want to keep following this series, smash that subscribe button, and while you're at it, give that like button a gentle tap. Thanks for watching till the end, everyone. Bye-bye, my loves." Tian Fan looked at her with a puzzled expression. "Internal observation?" The system spirit crossed her arms and replied, "Don't tell me you thought I went through all that trouble to get you power just so you could play with talismans." Then her face filled with excitement. To sit and observe, to see one's true self. Internal observation is a mystical state that 90% of the cultivators in this world can only hope for, but can never force. After hearing this, Tian Fan's eyes gave on. What's the benefit of this internal observation? A second later, the system spirit turned into a teacher, lecturing him. If cultivation is a journey, then the first two stages, foundation establishment and spirit condensation, are the preparations before setting out. Before a cultivator meets the living beings of the world, the last thing they need to do is meet themselves. Then she continued proudly. This is also why after spirit condensation comes Zhao Zhao. Suddenly, the system spirit's eyes widened. During the Zhao Zhao stage, whether or not you can complete internal observation even once will determine the limits of your future cultivation path. Only when a person truly understands themselves will determine the limits of your future cultivation path. Only when a person truly understands themselves. After speaking, she turned to look at him. Tian Fan's face was completely blank, like a deer in headlights. She thought to herself, "I forgot. He doesn't like theory." Tian Fan, with a look of utter boredom, turned and asked, "But what does this have to do with the power I stole?" The system spirit shouted, "Not stole, collected." Then she explained articulately, "In essence, that power is filled with the resentment and obsession of a high-level cultivator. Every time you use it, it's a clash and a debate between you and that resentment. Under the stimulation of this power, it's beneficial for you to open your internal observation. She closed her eyes, lost in her own knowledge. After all, arguing and throwing a fit after getting drunk are shortcuts to understanding a person's true nature. At this, Tian Fan propped himself up on his hand, full of excitement. So, this is the state of internal observation? I've already argued my way into the state of internal observation. Looks like my trash-talking ability is pretty strong. Then he looked left and right, peering in every direction, constantly wondering if I have to face myself. My own self. Where is it now? A second later, the two of them walked forward to search. Su Gao's eyes were filled with alarm as he looked at him. The young lord is truly an unparalleled genius. To think he could enter the state of internal observation. He stared wide-eyed as Tian Fan ate. It is said that entering internal observation means entering a path of delusion. The slightest carelessness can lead one astray for decades. None of us have experience with internal observation. I'm afraid the young master will be trapped inside. Huang spoke up, reminding him, "Don't say such things." At this moment, old Bo, stooping outside the door, spoke up. I've already set up 3 formations. Clear heart, guard spirit, and brighten mind all around him. Su Gao looked at him. "Thank you for your trouble, old Bo." He replied, "It's what I should do." Seeing this, Huang took the opportunity to ask him, "Old Bo, you are deeply knowledgeable. Do you know anything about the path of delusion when entering internal observation?" He looked at her. "I don't know much about it either. I only know that this thing seems to specifically target a cultivator's core mind. Some cultivators with wavering wills can easily become immersed in it, unable to escape." After hearing this, Huang frowned and looked at Tian Fan. The young lord, he counts as having a firm will, right? Su Gao and Old Bo silently watched him eat until he burped. Meanwhile, the system spirit had a pensive look on her face. Internal observation came too suddenly. I didn't expect him to grasp the state of internal observation so quickly. I'm doomed. I can't interfere now. This time, he won't fail, will he? She covered her mouth, secretly smiling as she looked at Tian Fan. This lazy host, if he couldn't care less about anything, that would be great. The 4 words, firm will, have nothing to do with him at all. At this moment, Tian Fan was searching everywhere, his face a question mark. Where am I? Where am I? Then, as he walked, he called out, "Hey, is anyone there?" There was no response. His face went blank. This white fog isn't going to end, is it? A second later, he furiously shouted, "True self. Where in the world is my true self?" Tian Fan ran like the wind, his voice echoing everywhere. True self. True self. True self. At this moment, the system spirit thought in a panic, this is bad. He's too obsessed with finding himself. He's starting to get lost. She looked at his dazed, searching with worry. How did he get lost so quickly? Did he not resist at all? Tian Fan let out a long sigh. Suddenly, the system spirit noticed something. Tian Fan, on the other hand, was constantly complaining. Whatever. If I can't find it, then I can't find it. A second later, he sprawled out on the ground, complaining nonstop. Might as well take a nap. Oh, I wonder if this internal observation state lasts for hours or a whole day. The system spirit behind him was thinking nonstop. It's exactly like the time with the obsession for immortality. He doesn't seem affected at all. Could it be? She clutched her head, her face filled with horror, as if she wanted to scream. Because his couldn't care less mentality is too firm. He won't be affected by other stray thoughts. Tian Fan turned his head slightly to look behind him. Then he spoke nonchalantly. The system spirit was discovered. She let out a yelp. Tian Fan closed his eyes. So that's how it is. No wonder I couldn't find you. Turns out you were chasing me the whole time. Then he continued. Long time no see. Corporate slave. Hearing this, the system spirit's eyes drooped. This works too. At this moment, a blurry figure appeared behind the two of them. Tian Fan walked around a person who looked exactly like him. So that's how it is. I'm starting to understand. He gazed intently at the soulless face. No wonder you kept saying internal observation is mystical. If the search in Zhao Zhao is like looking in a mirror, then he waved his hand in front of the other's face. Then internal observation. He looked at the other and continued. Is character customization. It's true that when cultivating out there, the true self is created by oneself. Hearing this, The system spirit's face filled with pride. He finally understands the meaning of internal observation. This is the true self, created by one's own hand, remade. It will become the beacon on the host's future path of cultivation, breaking through the path of delusion, pointing straight to the great Tao. She looked at him expectantly. Host, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and begin. Meanwhile, Tian Fan silently frowned at the person in front of him. He was a patient with a severe case of choice paralysis. He once spent 3 hours customizing a character while playing a game. One day later, inside a sealed room, the goatee man sat in the middle of the room, a formation beneath him. Powerful chains were wrapped around his body. Suddenly, Tian Fan pushed the door open and said loudly, "Today's combat session is about to begin. I had a bit of a breakthrough yesterday. Today, you could try a little harder." Seeing this, the goatee man's face, somewhat annoyed, looked at him in silence. He began to chant an incantation. Strange arms appeared around him. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then let's fight. At this moment, Tian Fan took out several golden talismans and said, "Yesterday's fight was satisfying. I didn't even realize." The system spirit peeked at the pile of talismans, looking weary. Tian Fan held up several talismans. His face was full of cunning. "You are a tentacle monster." A loud explosion rang out. Tian Fan, his whole body glowing with golden light, appeared from behind the dust. The goatee man immediately retreated. A second later, he summoned arms from the ground, trapping Tian Fan. At this moment, a talisman appeared among the monstrous arms. Tian Fan landed, holding a talisman in his hand. A second later, he forcefully threw the talisman at his opponent, sending him stumbling backward. The arms were severed and fell to the ground. Suddenly, a purple vortex surrounded him. A formation appeared above Tian Fan's head. He was trapped in the middle of the formation. He stood to one side, unable to help but worry. A severing arm formation. How vicious and cruel. "Young master, get out of the way." Su Gao looked at him. "How can he get out of the way, old Bo? We should pull the young master out." At this moment, a crack appeared and rose up behind old Bo. He glanced over and immediately spotted it. A second later, the goatee man appeared behind him, his eyes filled with cold-blooded murder. "I just need to kill you first." Immediately, old Bo and Huang appeared, blocking the attack and shouting, "Old Bo, be careful." The two of them quickly knocked the goatee man far away. Tian Fan spoke up provocatively, "Hey, why are you attacking the audience? You're supposed to be training with me." The goatee man lay on the ground, his face scratched, and said angrily, "You rotten kid. If I could just break the power seal." Before he could finish his sentence, a great wind of unity appeared in front of him. His face was filled with astonishment as he looked ahead. Tian Fan appeared coldly from behind the great wind of unity, a talisman held high in his hand. The talisman burned brightly. The goatee man struggled to his feet, wasting precious talismans like their beans. Tian Fan silently glanced at his opponent and said, "Your injuries are this bad. Continuing to train is meaningless. So for today." The goatee man's voice trembled. "You talk about training, but you're just using borrowed power to show off here. Without this family background, strip away this shell. What are you?" Then he shouted, "Divine retribution." Immediately, huge tentacles appeared behind him. Old Bo's mouth fell open in shock. Instead of running, Tian Fan stood and watched, saying, "Holy crap." A second later, he frantically searched for something. "Damn it, where's my instant movement talisman?" The system spirit appeared. "Even if you had some talisman, are your legs that long?" One of the goatee man's tentacles slammed down onto the floor. Su Gao frowned angrily and shouted. A second later, like a moth to a flame, he charged at the octopus. "You dare to harm my master? Are you looking for death?" He couldn't stop him in time. "Divine Guard Su." Su Gao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He gathered his strength, preparing to deliver a punch. Meanwhile, Old Bo quickly created a formation. His formation blocked Su Gao's powerful punch. Cracks from the punch appeared and spread out. "Su Gao Faoen Hu Dao." "Old Bo, why did you stop me?" From under the massive tentacle, Tian Fan poked his head out, still looking dazed. "If you hadn't stopped him, I would have been in for some bad luck." Hearing those words, "Su Gao Pani, young master, are you all right?" At that moment, chains of light gently wrapped around the ugly octopus. A second later, it could no longer move. Old Bo stood to the side, stroking his beard. It's nothing. Just the divine might unleashed by a high-level cultivator. Moreover, I've already suppressed its cultivation. And the young master is well equipped with protective talismans and spiritual artifacts. It's a strange story. Su Gao was flustered and helpless. My apologies, young master. I thought you were crushed, so in the heat of the moment, Huang spoke up, reminding him, go on, apologize. Tian Fan looked at Old Bo and pointed behind him. Old Bo, what's the deal with this giant monster? He closed his eyes. He replied with a relaxed expression. It's nothing serious. Just a few cultivators who lost their way. They ended up causing a disturbance. A rebellious deity. It was just a backlash, that's all. After hearing that, Tian Fan was still confused and asked again, a rebellious deity? Old Bo turned away and remained silent. Huang quickly sought to retaliate for the earlier incident. You dare harm my master? You're looking for death. Suddenly, a voice called out, Guard Su. Hearing his name, Su Gao immediately responded. Old Bo, with an emotionless face, said, bring my Duanzhong immortal blade here. Su Gao's eyes were serious. His brows furrowed as he slowly said, Shensi Lai. I am ordered to bring the Dao immortal soldier, the Duanzhong blade. His cool demeanor mesmerized the onlookers. Old Bo closed his eyes, organizing his knowledge. Cultivators of this world, when breaking through to the next realm, will choose an artifact. Then, they use their own domain to nurture it, day after day, year after year. And under the nourishment of its master's spiritual power, it will gradually mature. It becomes more and more sentient. The Duanzhong immortal blade of Guard Su is the personal spiritual treasure that he has nurtured. Tian Fan stared blankly at Old Bo. An exclusive spiritual treasure? Does that mean only old Su can use it? Old Bo gave him a sidelong glance and said, that's right, because it is nurtured by Guard Su's own spiritual power. Therefore, even if it falls into someone else's hands, it will be nothing more than an ordinary sword. He held the weapon across his face, looking mysterious. Old Bo's deep voice continued. Similarly, the flowery mist spear of Steward Huang is the same. Then, he kindly reminded him, young master, you can also choose a personal spiritual treasure to nurture. Tian Fan knitted his willow leaf brows and sighed. A personal spiritual treasure. Huh? Seems like I don't need to find someone to raise for me after all. It feels like I've just used up a lot of energy. Behind them, it looked like a cat and dog fight. Huang angrily scolded. You dared to injure my master? You want to die? Old Bo stroked his long beard. The young master need not worry. Although there are no rules for choosing a spiritual treasure, and it's entirely based on the cultivator's preferences and habits, if the item itself is valuable, there will surely be thieves. It's unclear if Tian Fan caught any of that long-winded explanation. He just opened his eyes wide and said, in that case, from the very beginning, I should choose a powerful item to be my spiritual treasure. Old Bo laughed heartily. The young master's thinking is not wrong. Someone who has lived a long life also has a great deal of knowledge. He mentioned the fair-faced scholar. Like the spiritual treasures of Guard Su and Steward Huang, which were already divine weapons to begin with, after being nurtured, they become even stronger. At the same time, the difficulty of nurturing them is significantly reduced. He continued, many cultivators also think it's better to have nothing than to choose carelessly. Slowly but surely, after that long explanation, Tian Fan finally understood. If that's the case, I also would rather have nothing than something mediocre. I'll slowly look for a powerful spiritual artifact to nurture. Suddenly, he stopped. Then he pointed at the ugly octopus next to them. Wait a minute, Old Bo. How do we get off topic? Suddenly, he stopped. Then he pointed at the ugly octopus beside them. Wait a minute, Old Bo. How do we get off topic? Why do we change the subject? Weren't we about to talk about the giant octopus? He mumbled in reply. I was just about to say. His eyes, devoid of emotion. This is also the second function of a magic weapon, to assist its master in breaking through realms and advancing. A man was sweating profusely under the scorching heat of a flame. Old Bo's voice rang out. When a cultivator breaks through a realm, they need to consume a large amount of energy and spiritual power. And this magic weapon stores a large amount of the master's spiritual power. When the master's spiritual power is depleted, they could draw spiritual power from the magic weapon to replenish themselves. As he spoke, Tian Fan's face was blank. He immediately thought of a power bank. He turned to look at him. His half-bald head was so shiny you could see your reflection in it, accompanied by his hoarse voice. And some cultivators have used this point to prove. After hearing this, Tian Fan turned back and said loudly, "Could it be that?" Then he looked at the octopus, the dazed-looking octopus over there, and continued, "This giant octopus is a magic weapon?" He nodded. "That's right." He stood to one side, silent. In this world, besides natural treasures, there are also many spirit beasts that possess abundant spiritual power. Some forbidden techniques are used to seal these spirit beasts inside the body. By borrowing strength from the spirit beast, a cultivator's cultivation base can increase dramatically. Sim Fan replied with a serious face. No wonder that guy's realm is so high. The octopus looked at them with lazy eyes. Old Bo's voice rang out. But it is, after all, a heretical path. The risks are very high. If the host himself cannot suppress the spirit beast, he will suffer a backlash from the spirit beast in his body. The subordinate becomes the master. The lower usurps the higher. This is backlash. Tian Fan looked up, his chiseled face in thought. And he dared to say, I was using borrowed power. He doesn't even understand it himself. Elsewhere, the system's spirit sat dazed, looking at Tian Fan's true body. She nodded, her eyes about to close. Then she looked around as if she'd never seen it before. Her eyes drooped. She remained silent. On a large boat, the system spirit's eyes were dull as she thought, this host. I really can't figure out what he's thinking. Tian Fan sat quietly, observing the scenery outside the window. Suddenly, the pink-haired girl appeared. Young master, you were looking for me? She sat down beside him. Tian Fan turned back and replied, That's right. Now that you have regained your freedom, do you have any plans for the future? After hearing this, she closed her eyes. Her well-defined features were visible. Her voice was steady. Freedom? Young master, you jest. Wasn't I redeemed by you, young master? Now you are my master. Tian Fan raised his hand and scratched his cheek lightly. In the end, I was only investigating the person behind the attack on me and my father. Suddenly, the pink-haired girl's eyes widened. A second later, she straightened up. She bowed low to the ground and said loudly, Young master, those people treated me like a slave. In their eyes, I was just a knife in their hand, to be thrown away after use. Thanks to you, young master, the shackles have now been removed. I have nothing more to do with them. Your grace in remaking my life, I will never dare to forget for the rest of my life. Please rest assured, young master. Tian Fan couldn't bear to see a woman kneeling. He immediately helped her up. You've misunderstood. I'm not suspecting you. Before he could finish his sentence, Wan Fu, without any courtesy, pushed the door open and called his name. Tian Fan. His face was serious as he said loudly, Something has happened. Tian Fan replied in confusion, Uncle Su, what's wrong with you? What major event has occurred? Only then did Vien notice him and the pink-haired girl. Are you busy? He leaned on the table, panting. It's about your mother. Hearing this, Tian Fan was extremely alarmed. Mother, what happened to her? Vien said loudly. She said she wants to see you one last time before she dies. She told you to return quickly. After hearing this, Tian Fan's face turned as green as a banana leaf. He asked anxiously, What happened? Could it be that group of people again? Where's my father? Vien replied, The specific situation. You'll know when you get back. Immediately, Tian Fan's face, tense as a bowstring, started to walk. I will immediately order them to turn back to the mansion. Wan Fu's voice followed from behind. No need. He spoke like a machine, pulling out a painting. The situation is urgent. Use the 1,000-li delivery scroll. You'll be sent back directly. Tian Fan's jaw dropped when he saw it. What about Old Bo and the others? Vien replied, They have already returned. Then he reassured him, Don't worry. I will take over the investigation of the attacker. I'll send you a message if there's any progress. After speaking, Tian Fan used the teleportation power, saying, Then I'll have to trouble you. The pink-haired girl watched in a daze as Wan Fu put away the painting. Suddenly, Wan Fu turned to ask her, Are you from the Limi clan, right? Hearing the question, she answered without hesitation, Yes. Yes. Vu smiled, narrowing his eyes, and continued, My apologies. You'll have to come with me for a while. Meanwhile, at the Luo, A magnificent place nestled against a mountain. From the scroll that Wan Fu had opened earlier, a room of light appeared. Tian Fan emerged from within. His mother's voice was cold. Tian Fan, you've returned. Before he could compose himself, he was filled with doubt. This voice. A second later, he looked up, completely shocked by his mother's imposing presence. She frowned, seemingly angry. Tian Fan's loud shout echoed. Mother! She looked at him and said immediately, watch your words and actions. We have an esteemed guest here today. Tian Fan asked, half believing, half doubting, an esteemed guest? A second later, a voice came from behind. The renowned eldest son of the Chongsheng Luo family, Luo Tian Fan. Behind him, Wan Lan appeared with an emotionless gaze. So you are my future prince consort? Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, an evil dragon came to Earth. It slaughtered humans indiscriminately to the point that life was devastated. The world suffered unspeakably. That evil dragon was ugly and breathed fire. Its sensual body stood opposite a person in a time of crisis. Fortunately, a brave warrior stood up. The warrior and the evil dragon fought a great battle, shaking mountains and cracking the earth. The sun and moon lost their light. After a great battle of 7 days and 7 nights, the evil dragon was finally defeated. The evil dragon lay dying on the ground, filled with regret for causing chaos in the human world. The lucky survivors honored the warrior as their emperor. The Jingtian dynasty was thus established. Tian Fan glanced at Wan Lan, and the beautiful young woman standing before him was the descendant of that warrior, the empress of the Jingtian dynasty. Suddenly, Wan Lan's face, without a trace of emotion, spoke up. You are Luo Tian Fan. Tian Fan, with a playful demeanor, clasped his hands and bowed. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I'm just a lost traveler. Before he could finish his sentence, his mother stepped forward and gave him a heavenly slap. Are you looking for death, you rotten kid? How dare you speak so flippantly to this old mother in a situation like this? Tian Fan fell to the ground, face down, letting out a small cry. A second later, his mother's voice softened. This child, I've really spoiled him. Tian Fan, on his knees, suddenly realized. Wait, this posture is very bad. Wan Lan quickly smiled and said, Young Master Luo, you are too polite. There's no need to perform such a grand ceremony for me. Then she looked around and asked, Why don't I see Patriarch Luo? Tian Fan's mother quickly explained. My husband has already gone ahead to the burial mounds to investigate the unusual situation. It's all right. You don't need to worry about him. Just let him kneel. He likes to kneel normally anyway. Meanwhile, Wan Lan coldly turned back to look at the soldiers. All of you withdraw. Immediately, they obeyed without question. Wan Lan looked at him with a meaningful gaze. Tian Fan broke out in a cold sweat. His heart was pounding as if he were about to be sold off. Why is she looking at me so strangely? Suddenly, Wan Lan's voice became powerful. What's wrong? Does my marriage make you like this? To the point where you don't even dare to admit your own identity? Hearing this, Tian Fan's head spun. He looked at her with wide eyes. Since you put it that way, then I'll be direct. He continued nonchalantly. All my life, I've been unrestrained and love freedom. Marriage, to me, will only affect the speed at which I rest. Hearing this, Wan Lan was stunned. Rest? His mother quickly cut off his next sentence. Tian Fan. Suddenly, his entire body became uncontrollable. A second later, a ring of power pressed him down, forcing him to bow. She said loudly, If you like being close to the ground so much, then just lie down. Tian Fan, being controlled, shouted, Mother, I was just joking with the Empress. At this moment, a voice rang in his ear, Young Master. Tian Fan immediately asked, Are they gone? Gwyn said, jumping to his ear. The matriarch and the others have gone far. Tian Fan turned his head reproachfully. You've changed. You and my mother actually ganged up on me. In a luxurious house somewhere in the mansion, Luo Tian Fan's spacious bedroom was sealed shut like a forbidden palace. The system's spirit appeared. Can you perform that again? Then she realistically recreated Tian Fan's expression. Mother, I was just joking with the Empress. She clutched her stomach, unable to stop laughing. Brilliant. Hilarious. I can't hold it in. So the host also has times when he's afraid of offending others. Hearing this, Tian Fan was stunned into silence. A second later, he shouted, "Do you know how valuable my mother's slap is?" I almost couldn't transmigrate back. Then he went to the door, trying to find a way out. I can't believe I can't even escape. Huang and Old Su have all bowed to the evil forces. This time, I have to run on my own. He forcefully opened the door, but unfortunately, bad luck struck. His mother, with a serious face, was already waiting. She asked angrily, "What? Still want to run away?" He fell backward, trembling, and said, "I was just opening the window for some fresh air." "Mother, why are you here?" Instead of entering through the main door, his mother climbed straight through the window, adding, "I know my son's thoughts best." Then the endless lecture began. She shouted, "What was that about?" "A journey of revenge. In reality, you just wanted to run away, right? You don't want to get married, right?" Tian Fan's eyes drooped as he replied, "Weren't you the one who tricked me into coming back, saying you wanted to see your son one last time before you die?" His mother roared in his face like a lioness, "You ungrateful. I'm crying because of you, and you're still bringing yourself to your own death. Isn't that wanting to see your son one last time before you die?" Hearing this, Tian Fan was shocked. The words pierced his heart like a needle. So the dying was about me? Then his mother turned around, holding her head, and continued her nonstop rant. "Your father is obsessed with cultivation all day long. Nowhere to be seen. But that's fine. The only son in the family. Only knows how to have fun all day. Unwilling to improve. Can't you let me worry a little less?" Meanwhile, when his father was mentioned, he seemed to want to argue. A little is for nurturing sentiment. A lot is for breaking through realms. Tian Fan, on all fours, returned to being an obedient puppy, bringing tea and massaging his mother's shoulders. "Mother, you've worked hard. For the family. The talented must do more." She, still not appeased, continued like a machine gun. "Stop pretending. Let me tell you, I'm very satisfied with this marriage. Your father finally did something wise." She frowned and said seriously, "From now on, I will personally supervise you. Don't even think about running away." Hearing this, Tian Fan fell into a silent stupor. A while later, he was sitting by a lake with a fishing rod several dozen meters long. After that scolding, he felt like he had aged 10 years. This is troublesome. I can't even run if I want to. How mentally exhausting. Below, some foolish fish got hooked. Tian Fan, completely unaware, scratched his head that hadn't been washed in a week. Do I really have to live a life of early marriage like this? That empress looks like a career woman. Being with her, I feel the future won't be peaceful at all. Below, the fish was eager to jump into the pan, but he still hadn't lifted the rod. Tian Fan's eyes were dull, as if he had just broken up with an ex. But on second thought, this empress is actually quite cute. She's probably a little younger than me. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Wanlan appeared suddenly and spoke up. The fish has taken the bait. Aren't you going to reel it in? Her voice cut through Tian Fan's thoughts. He was stunned and said loudly, "Empress, when did you get here? Do you walk without making a sound?" Wanlan reminded him, "If you don't reel it in, the fish will get away." A second later, she directly snatched the rod from his hand. "Let me help you." Not feeling at ease with this match, Tian Fan's mother watched from a distance. "Is everything arranged properly?" Huang, beside her, immediately spoke up. "Don't worry, mistress. Everything has been arranged." Then she gave an order to Old Bo. "Then, make your move." Immediately, at the bottom of the pond, a ferocious fish appeared from a talisman. That fish forcefully swallowed the small fish on the hook. A second later, the small fish was snug in its belly. Above, Wanlan was excited. She pulled hard on the fishing rod. Suddenly, the fish's strength pulled her back. Seeing this, Tian Fan was so scared he could have wet his pants, shouting, "Be careful." Then he quickly grabbed the fishing rod and pulled back. "Hold on tight to the rod. If it's not a fish, then run." Suddenly, a sound came from behind. The soldiers immediately used their swords to pull him away. Tian Fan's face turned pale as a sheet when he saw the sword. Meanwhile, his mother angrily turned to look at Su Gao and the others. Su Gao said fearfully, "I was so focused on instructing my own people that I forgot to stop the person opposite. Su Li, Wanlan Sautet, Ying Soeng. All of you withdraw." The soldiers quickly obeyed, retreating backward. Seeing the situation calm down, Tian Fan's mother breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, someone who knows how to read the situation. My efforts in arranging this hero saves the beauty scene were not in vain. At the same time, Wanlan's voice rang out, "Young Master Luo, what are you standing there frozen for? Help me pull the rod up." Hearing this, she immediately turned to Old Bo and the others. He immediately replied, "Rest assured, madam, the spell has been withdrawn." On the other side, Tian Fan spoke up, "Don't reel it in so hard. Slowly let out, tire it out." After hearing this, Wanlan asked, "Like this? If I loosen up, won't the fish get away?" Tian Fan angrily scolded her, "So stubborn. Didn't I tell you to let go immediately?" Luckily for him, he had the protagonist's luck and wasn't dragged out for punishment after that remark. A second later, a massive fish was pulled up. Tian Fan was shocked for half an episode when he saw it, thinking to himself, "What did I just catch?" Meanwhile, Wanlan held up the fish and said excitedly, "Catching this fish was possible thanks to your help. This prize, I'm giving it to you." Then she turned and left, not forgetting to say with a smile, "This is the first time I've ever fished. How interesting." Tian Fan's face was as long as a duck's, but as he looked at the fish in his hand, his face filled with doubt. "When did my family's pond have this kind of fish? Are we trying out a new species?" Seeing the two of them talking like brothers, Tian Fan's mother couldn't help but get a headache and say, "These two, are they really suitable for marriage?" Night fell. The entire capital was filled with lights and the bustling activity of the night market. That evening, Tian Fan and Wanlan went for a stroll. A man standing in the distance saw them and said via voice transmission, "Attention, the two of them have arrived at the stage." Upon receiving the news, Su Gao on his side was masked and spoke to Songda. "It's up to you next, Mr. Songda." After hearing this, he replied calmly, "You can rest assured. I've been a playwright for 10 years. What I'm best at is arranging plays, the love between a man and a woman." Tian Fan noticed she was looking around a lot and asked, "What's wrong?" "Wanlan Zieblit?" "It's nothing." Suddenly, a monk's voice rang out, "Benefactors, please stop." Songda stood to one side and introduced, "Here it comes. The first event." The handsome monk spoke up, "To meet is fate. May I ask for a fortune slip?" Hearing this, Tian Fan made a devastatingly sarcastic remark. "These days, have you monks become so competitive that you have to go out on the streets to solicit customers?" Although the monk was stingy, he remained calm. "Benefactor, you've said enough." At this moment, Tian Fan turned to ask Wanlan, "Want to try?" She replied nonchalantly, "Drawing one slip is fine." Then she reached out and drew a slip. This one, the monk took the slip and read, "The morning sun rises in unison. The world is at peace. Born into a prosperous age. A test of the heart's field. Congratulations, benefactor. This is a top-tier fortune slip. Benefactor, you have a heaven-sent love affinity right before your eyes. If you miss it, I'm afraid you will regret it deeply." After hearing this, the two of them didn't know what to say. Then he smiled foolishly and left. "Your interpretation really hits the mark." The monk said politely, "Benefactor, please take care." On the other side of the river, people were standing around chatting. Suddenly, a couple caught Tian Fan's attention. The man in blue was trying to hold her back. "Minyang. Don't go, Minyang. Perhaps I'm crazy. Just foolishly looking at you is enough to satisfy me." The girl said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense." That was the second event arranged by Songda. The girl's voice rang out, "We can't be together. I." Hearing this, Tian Fan closed his eyes like an experienced man. Youth is so painful. Suddenly, the man in blue hugged her tightly. The girl said loudly, "But I am your sister." Hearing this, Tian Fan was shocked to his core and turned back. "Wait a minute." He grabbed Wanlan's shoulder and said, "Wait a minute. I'll take you to watch some drama." The drama Tian Fan was talking about was a family incest script. The two of them hid behind a large tree. The man was still holding the girl tightly. "Why is heaven so cruel to us? We just love each other. Is that also a mistake?" The girl nestled into his chest, letting out painful sobs. "Brother, why are you my brother?" The two of them continued to act out the scene of two birds being separated. The man cried loudly, "We are not wrong. We can only blame our shallow fate." The girl cried even harder. I hope that in the future, we can be together without any constraints." At this point, they deserved to win the award for Best Actor of the Year. They were just one trophy short of being Hollywood actors. The girl cried out, "If there's a next life, we must cherish our love." The man was so into his role that he was about to start singing opera. If there's a next life, let's not be separated by the years. Tian Fan's mouth hung open in astonishment. How can he even sing? They strolled around, acting out their play, holding hands in front of the two of them. Only regret remains. Tian Fan felt something was wrong and pulled Wan Lan away. I'm just a passerby in this melon patch. Why do I feel like I've become the main character? Then he voiced his feelings. Why do I feel like everyone in the city is a bit strange today? Wan Lan Ziplit? You've noticed it too? Hearing this, he was shocked. What do you mean? Wan Lan said coldly. From the very beginning, there has always been someone following us. Then she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Right now, I can't determine whether he's here for you or for me." Xian Fan looked at her with a puzzled expression. How do you know? A second later, Wan Lan touched her forehead with a finger and said, I practice a secret spiritual art. It happens to be very good at detection and tracking. Hearing this, Tian Fan was very impressed. So that's how it is. Then he began to think, could it be? Songda followed the two of them with a joyful expression. Look, the hints and suggestions are starting to work. The male and female leads are starting to get closer. Su Gao, hiding behind a door, replied with eager eyes, as expected of Mr. Songda. Huang, on the other hand, glanced around, smarter than the other two. Hey, I've always felt that this isn't quite right. Su Gao's voice came through the voice transmission. Steward Huang, you're worrying too much. Are you afraid that I'll actually complete the mission that the madam assigned and steal your spotlight? Hearing this, Huang frowned slightly. You're overthinking it. At this moment, Songda added, Next, we should enter the climax to make the relationship between the male and female leads more passionate. Everyone, get ready. Su Gao immediately agreed. Meanwhile, Tian Fan looked to his side and thought, have you noticed anything? The system spirit appeared, crossing her arms and replying, Hey, I'm a system, not your detector. Show me some respect. Tian Fan and Wan Lan continued to walk. Suddenly, Wan Lan spoke up. I was recently assassinated. I suspect that there are still people in the city who intend to harm me. Tian Fan immediately asked, Are your subordinates nearby? Wan Lan closed her eyes and replied, No. Then she recalled that morning. Tian Fan's mother had made a suggestion. There's no need to bring so many people when you go out to play. It really spoils the scenery. Come on, listen to your auntie. Leave them all behind. Hearing this, Tian Fan felt that something was wrong. This is rather troublesome. Meanwhile, Su Gao informed everyone via voice transmission. Everyone, prepare for action. Flower team, remember to toss the flower petals high up. Fireworks team, remember to set off all the fireworks at once. On the other end, they all complied. As soon as the two of them arrived at the prepared location, Su Gao's voice rang out. Everyone, get ready. 2. A second after Su Gao counted to 1, 2 people holding baskets of flower petals rushed out from both sides of the road. If they weren't holding baskets, people might have thought assassins had arrived. Wan Lan instinctively stood in front of him. Be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, the flower petals were tossed. At the same time, Wan Lan's hand touched the sword at her side. Meanwhile, bursts of fireworks exploded continuously. Su Gao and Songda hid to one side, watching with wide eyes. The second group is preparing to light the fireworks. A second later, a barrage of fireworks was launched simultaneously. Wan Lan became the main character there. Contrary to the romantic scene, Wan Lan said seriously, Which thief are you? State your name. In front of them, the two subordinates froze, a look of regret on their faces. Tian Fan stood up and said, You guys, could it be? Wan Lan stood protectively in front of him and said loudly, Be careful. They might have cast a spell on the flower petals. A second later, she grabbed Tian Fan's wrist tightly. This trick is rarely used, but you can't fool me. I guess the nearby areas are all filled with their people. They say being too careful is not a good thing. Wan Lan pulled Tian Fan and jumped up high. Go! Quickly, escape this encirclement with me. Tian Fan panicked. No, wait. Su Gao frantically grabbed Songda's shoulder and asked, Mistif Songda, why is this completely different from what you said? Songda replied calmly. I didn't expect this either. In the crowd, a child said loudly, Mother, look, someone is using flowers as fireworks. Huang raised her head, looked up, and smiled to herself. Will feelings develop? I can't say. Amidst the fireworks, the image of Wanlan forcefully pulling Tian Fan along looked no different from a classic romance scene. Huang rejoiced in her heart, but it really did create a bit of a heated atmosphere. In the forest, Wu Ji stood with his hands behind his back, coldly looking at the red mist before him. He stood silently for a long time without speaking. A strange, formless phantom appeared. A second later, it transformed into a human shape, holding a sword. It charged aggressively towards its opponent like a bull. Wu Ji coldly unleashed a move, shouting, "Noisy!" Immediately, the sword in the opponent's hand flew backward. Following that, the phantom gradually dissipated. The red mist slowly dispersed. Wu Ji raised his hand and observed it silently. His hand was covered in wounds, tainted by the aura of the phantom. A second later, a subordinate jumped down from above. Patriarch! Scouts report that the entire forbidden area of the burial mounds is currently covered in a blood mist. Should we send people in to investigate? After hearing this, he replied coldly, "No need. Set up a defensive line in the surrounding area early. The blood mist is ebbing and flowing. The burial mounds are about to open. In the coming days, I'm afraid this place will be very lively." Wu Ji clenched his fist and said seriously, "One by one, they're all starting to get impatient." The next day, in the morning, at the Luo estate, Tian Fan's mother's face was filled with anger as she shouted, "I told you to think of a way to make them develop feelings for each other. And you set up a night ambush for me." Su Gao knelt on the ground, frightened, and quickly said, "Matriarch, please calm down. I really didn't expect that Empress to react so strongly. It was just scattering some flower petals." Tian Fan's mother angrily turned away with a sharp humph. Now look at this. Not only has their romantic relationship not progressed, it has turned into a bond of comrades in arms. At this moment, Huang spoke up to smooth things over. "Matriarch, perhaps this isn't necessarily a bad thing." Just as she was about to leave, Huang's voice rang out. Although that master playwright messed things up this time, his way of thinking is worth considering. Huang continued, "The young master and that young lady are both of noble birth. Ordinary methods are indeed very difficult to make them develop good feelings for each other." After hearing this, Tian Fan's mother frowned slightly. "What you mean is, Xing's experience was not to be trifled with. That's why she was called Steward Huang. She laid out a plan. The young master once mentioned a word called breaking the ice. I think perhaps we can organize an adventure. Let them put aside their worldly identities so that their relationship can truly break the ice." "That sounds reasonable." Tian Fan's mother immediately spoke up. "Putting aside worldly identities to go on an adventure. That sounds reasonable. But where should they go on this adventure?" Meanwhile, Tian Fan was leisurely enjoying the beautiful scenery. He lay on a chair, then opened his mouth and yawned refreshingly. The system spirit saw this, and her face scrunched up like a monkey's butt. Lying on the chair, he said with a smile, "Oh my, why are you so tired? As a system, don't make things too hard for yourself. Come on, take a little rest." The system spirit looked at him with unfriendly eyes. "Enough rest." Then she pointed at him and continued, "You are now at the Zhao Zhao realm. After completing the step of seeing your true self, you need to quickly choose a main cultivation technique to refine your qi into true essence." Hearing the words true essence, Tian Fan couldn't help but look at her with a questioning expression. Seeing this, the system spirit had no choice but to explain for the clueless male lead. True essence is the original power of every immortal cultivator. Because everyone's true essence is different, the true essence will also have differences. She continued, for example, if the cultivator's personality is hot-tempered and explosive, then the true essence condensed after seeing their true self will be as powerful and fierce as fire. As for demonic cultivators, because they cultivate demonic techniques, the true essence they condense may have destructive properties and the ability to devour. After hearing this, he replied with a bland "I see." So it's best to choose a cultivation technique that suits one's true self to achieve a result greater than the sum of its parts, right? The system spirit replied, "That's right. So, host, quickly choose a cultivation technique for yourself." Tian Fan agreed. At this moment, suddenly the face of the system spirit froze for a few seconds. Then she immediately thought, "Wait, Why is he being so agreeable this time? She silently looked at Tian Fan. His posture didn't change, leaving her speechless. She shouted like a loudspeaker. So when are you finally going to get up and do it? Xin Fan Ziepli, what are you rushing for? Suddenly, a foot quietly appeared. Tian Fan's mother was behind him, radiating murderous intent. Who's rushing? Only his mother could handle him. Tian Fan quickly stood up, listening obediently. Yes, my beloved mother. Why have you come here? Please sit down, she said coldly. Stop pretending. I came here to give you a task. Hearing this, his attitude immediately changed. My dear mother has given me a task. Of course I can't refuse. After hearing this, she didn't want to acknowledge him as her son. Could it be that if I told you to immediately marry the Empress, you would? A second later, he flipped faster than an ex-girlfriend. A mother as wise and talented, beautiful and proud as you. How could you really force your child to marry? Tian Fan's mother leaned back in her chair and said seriously, I don't know who you get this personality from. Let's talk business. She pointed straight at his face and said loudly, the young lady from the Jingtian dynasty is here this time, not only to negotiate the marriage, but also to make a trip to the burial mounds. Even if you don't want to get married right away, you can't lose your manners. This time, you must take her there. She closed her eyes and continued, I've thought it through. After this, I won't force you to get married anymore. Hearing this, he was as happy as if he'd struck gold. Really? She replied. Of course it's true. I'm your mother. Would I lie to you? A second later, he joyfully ran outside, shouting like a madman. All right, you can rest assured. I will definitely complete the mission. Van looked at her and spoke up. Young Master Luo wants to go with me to the burial mounds? Tian Fan's mother, sitting beside her, said, That's right. That boy heard you were going to the burial mounds and facing danger. He couldn't be stopped. He insisted on going with you. Van was silent after hearing this. Suddenly, Tian Fan's mother took her hand. Your Majesty. She leaned her face close to hers. Don't be fooled by my son's tough exterior. In reality, he cares about you very much. Van Lon reluctantly agreed. All right. Since young Master Luo has said so, I suppose I could use an extra companion. Her mother's face was full of cunning as she thought to herself. Dealing with these two, isn't it still in my hands? On Tian Fan's side, his voice rang out, Hey, little system, you're being foolish. The system spirit spoke up. Impossible. Get rid of that thought right now. Tian Fan, holding a book, continued. Using the Wound Treasury Spirit Concealment Art, open up a virtual world inside the body. Then, just by operating that world, you can generate true essence. The better you run the world, the faster the true essence condenses. And I could just comfortably cultivate the immortal path like that. It sounds so relaxing and rejuvenating. The system spirit turned back and shouted angrily, Rejuvenating? Why do you think I have to help you run a world for rejuvenation? Then he went on a nonstop rant. The opponent argued, First, you shouldn't get excited, all right? Don't use logic just yet. Try to follow my train of thought for a moment. Then she was stunned as he cast her as the villain instead of the victim. In this priority, the relationship between you, this system, and me, the host, is what? To some extent, it's actually a mutually beneficial cooperation, right? Tian Fan began to manipulate his opponent, who was practically eating out of his hand. Suppose we were developing a project together. My side has provided the funding and the idea, and your side participates with labor. Isn't this a relatively fair arrangement? After hearing this, the opponent was surprised and could only agree with this point of view. Then he began to continue. And you just need to be responsible for the daily operation and maintenance. As my cultivation partner, isn't this a matter of course? By now, the system spirit's head was spinning like a top. It seems to make some sense. Hearing this, he turned and replied, If you understand, then let's get started. After a moment, the system spirit realized something was wrong. Wait, I'm just a system. Since when did I become your cultivation partner? She angrily turned back to look at him and continued, Besides, magic weapons and resources, I can provide those too. Tian Fan replied, That pile of junk of yours? His words were like a knife stabbing straight into her heart. A second later, Tian Fan turned and left, ignoring his opponent, who was taking 0 physical damage, but infinite mental damage. He spoke up, All right, if that's the case, how about we each take a step back? Hearing this, the system spirit glanced at him painfully. What do you mean? Tian Fan went to the bookshelf took out a book and said, I have a technique called the Heavenly Nourishment Refinement. It can refine 1,200 grass head gods. He held up the book and added, Didn't you steal? Collect the power of that demonic cultivator before? Then you can use this method to help me condense grass head gods, and then let them maintain and operate the virtual world. How about it? The system spirit scratched her head in confusion. This, Tian Fan's eyes drooped as he turned his head and replied, If you still don't agree, then forget it. After all, I don't have much interest in cultivation. I'm still more comfortable being myself. Hearing this, his opponent quickly changed her attitude. Let's decide on that then. Tian Fan smiled upon hearing this. Then here's to our happy cooperation. After hearing this, she couldn't help but think to herself, why do I always have a feeling that I'm still being tricked? The next day, outside the main gate of the Luo estate, many servants were carrying large chests. Tian Fan's mother appeared and said loudly, What is this again? She approached Huang and asked her, What are these things? Huang, holding a list, bowed and said, Matriarch, Your Majesty, the young master is cultivating. All these items were prepared under the young master's orders. Hearing this, she was shocked to her core and said loudly, Cultivating? That little rascal? If I talk too long, I'll correct it. Tian Fan's mother glanced at Wan Lan and lowered her voice. What I mean is, what is he cultivating? Why does he need such a grand setup? Hui looked at her and continued. He is practicing a main cultivation technique that the Cultivation Technique department chose for the young master. It requires building a virtual world inside his body. The young master is preparing for that. Hearing this, Wan Lan, who was beside them, spoke up. A virtual world? The mandala womb treasury spirit concealment art? Seeing this, Huang immediately asked nosily, Empress, have you heard of this technique before? Wan Lan closed her eyes and slowly replied, I've heard a little about it. It is said that the virtual world created from this technique has incredibly miraculous effects. But I heard it was lost long ago. I didn't expect this technique to be passed down in your mansion. At this moment, Tian Fan's mother thought to herself, He doesn't cultivate early. He doesn't cultivate late. He just has to cultivate when the young lady is here watching. I'll have to have a word with him later. Then she immediately changed her attitude and gently turned to Wan Lan. Thanks to your majesty. My son is usually not very diligent in his cultivation. Perhaps it's because he wants to go with your majesty to the burial mounds, that he has changed his ways and started to try hard. Then looked at her nonchalantly and replied, I heard this technique is not easy to practice. It requires very high talent and intelligence. Young Master Luo is indeed not an ordinary person. Inside the room, Tian Fan sat silently among the talismans. He approached and said, Young master, everything is ready. He replied nonchalantly, All right, you may all withdraw. Beilao obey. May the young master achieve great success in his cultivation. A second later, only the sound of the closing door was heard. Tian Fan opened his eyes wide with excitement. The comprehension is ready. Above, the system performed a series of operations. At this moment, a notification appeared in front of Tian Fan. Mission complete. Mission, give up. Watch others busy themselves setting up the formation, while you stand by and observe. Mission reward. Comprehension experience card, C rank. Then he pressed the button without hesitation. An experience card appeared, along with its user manual. The system spirit spoke up at this moment. The materials needed to create the virtual world. The three elements are materials, talent, and physique. Now they're all complete. Before, when you used medicine to strengthen your physique, I never thought it would be useful one day. Hearing this, Tian Fan's face was full of pride. After all, my physique was custom designed for me by hundreds of people in the Cultivation Technique department. Improving my physique was also part of their plan. The system spirit froze after that sentence. All right. I know you're amazing. Hurry up and start. A second later, Tian Fan held out the card and said loudly, Use. At this moment, his eyes began to glow. Streams of incantations flowed along his body. Then he commented, I'm gradually understanding everything. Outside, Old Bo was blocking his mother. Your Majesty, madam. She bowed her head slightly and replied, Thank you for your hard work, Old Bo. Inside Tian Fan's room, a dazzling light suddenly appeared. Wan Lan couldn't help but notice. From within the room, A tremendous power seemed to be unleashed. His mother anxiously called out, "Tian Fan." She immediately turned to ask Old Bo, "What's happening? What happened to Tian Fan?" Old Bo smiled and replied, "Don't worry, madam. The young master is starting to build his virtual world." Then he looked into the room and continued, "As expected, the young master is a heaven-defying genius. I haven't even left the courtyard gate yet." Tian Fan's mother relaxed a little. "It's nothing. As long as nothing's wrong, that's good. I thought he was having a chi deviation." Wan Lan, however, looked at it with different eyes, thinking this is the foundation of the eldest direct descendant of the Changsheng Luo mansion. Tian Fan sat inside, his face excited. Strange characters flowed along. His body. So that's how it is. In the end, it's so simple. A small flame appeared in the palm of his hand. Take the thoughts in your mind as the seed. Take the body as the foundation. From there, from a world seed, water it with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then he raised the golden light high and said, "Let the seed explode." The dazzling light made the system's spirit cover her face. She thought to herself, "I think I set the comprehension level a bit too high." Tian Fan's face was filled with satisfaction. This level is completely out of control. A second later, he entered an illusory realm. It was the Mandala Womb Treasury Great World. Tian Fan floated in the air, shouldering the sun and moon to welcome a new heaven. A crescent moon-like shape appeared. Tian Fan was silent for a long time, looking at that thing. Then he landed and said, "This is the virtual world?" He walked around, constantly judging. It seems a bit desolate. Outside, precious items were constantly being drained of their spiritual energy. Tian Fan entered a state of deep meditation. Golden light constantly radiated from around him. Inside, Tian Fan noticed pillars of light like meteors falling down. Those were the valuable items from outside appearing. He propped his hand on his chin and said confidently, "That's right. This is more like it." He looked around and continued, "I need to find a good feng shui spot to place my true self." And he went deeper behind the bushes. After a while, he came to a place with a ready-made, airy platform. This place isn't bad. Tian Fan touched his forehead with 2 fingers. The next second, he pulled out his true self. He placed it sitting neatly like a statue. He was satisfied with the position. "After this, I'll leave this place to you." At this moment, his eyes gradually opened. He stretched and announced, "It's all over." The system spirit quickly came over to gossip. "Zulfust, is the true self already arranged?" Tian Fan, a little tired, leaned back and nodded. He looked at his hand and said, "The true self has just been formed, and the condensation speed of true essence has already tripled. If I continue to optimize the operation of that world a step further, what then?" Hearing these words, the system spirit felt a little suspicious. Are these words that my master can say? Xian Fan propped his hand on his chin, not paying attention to her attitude. He continued, "Currently, a large amount of supplies are just piled up there. They haven't yet been used to their full potential. I still need to base it on the geological situation, the distribution of vital energy, and the properties of the resources to distribute and adjust them reasonably." After hearing this, his opponent clung to him. She spoke up, "I didn't expect such an unexpected harvest. My plan to cultivate the host was so successful. If I had known this earlier, I would have given you a halo of enlightenment." Tian Fan quickly pushed her away. He thought to himself, "That's right. There's still the system that can be used." He looked at her, a thought forming in his mind. Speaking of which, the rewards and materials of the system, where do they usually come from? Tian Fan's eyes widened. He forcefully grabbed both of his opponent's hands. He brought his face close to hers and said loudly, "Similar to the virtual world. The system is just a product between virtual and real." No, that's not right. You must be purer. Could it be that you are an illusion? Then can I use you as a clue to trace back to the source?" A warning appeared in the system spirit's eyes. She said loudly, "What are you talking about?" The system continuously issued warnings. Tian Fan clung to her like a leech. "Let me see through you. Let me see through you. I have a feeling through you, my understanding of the virtual world will reach a new level." His opponent tried to break free from him. "Hey, what are you doing? Let go. Let go of me." Suddenly, she gradually lost consciousness. Why? A second later, she disappeared. Ecchi and Fan fell back as a result. Suddenly, his eyes shot open. His spirit returned. He looked around, constantly wondering, did it succeed? Then he rubbed his forehead and continued. Finally, I don't have to use that troublesome halo of enlightenment anymore. It feels like my brain is about to be sucked dry. Tian Fan still had some doubts. He scratched his head and said, how strange. After this, the system didn't immediately jump out to take credit. Then he said to himself, forget it. Where are the servants? Prepare the bathwater. This young master wants to soak and relax for a bit. Outside, Old Bo's voice echoed. The young master is finished. Quickly prepare the bathing utensils. At this moment, at the treasure pavilion, Huang Yu, holding food, praised nonstop. Fairy Chang Yu's craftsmanship is truly marvelous. He smiled and raised his wine cup towards Tian Fan. I'm basking in Brother Luo's glory again. Fairy Chang Yu immediately replied, young Master Huang, you flatter me. Meanwhile, Tian Fan also tried a piece. He couldn't help but praise, delicious. Fairy, may I ask what this dish is? The beautiful Fairy Chang Yu explained. This is a dish I recently created. I haven't named it yet. The main ingredients are 3 immortals bamboo and a dragon's horn. Hearing this, Huang Yu quickly vomited everything he had just eaten. He quickly pointed and said, I heard that some time ago, a dragon from the Knightly Dragon clan went out to train. As soon as he stepped out, he was beaten up and had his dragon horn taken. Could it be that you did it, Fairy? His opponent calmly replied, young Master Huang, you jest. I'm just a cook. How could I do something so violent? I bought this dragon horn from someone else. Tian Fan, while eating, nosily interjected, who? Fairy Chang Yu immediately replied, Xian Tongfu of the Dragon Releasing Palace. Hearing this, Huang Yu was startled and quickly said, so it was him. It's not strange at all. Fairy Chang Yu immediately changed the subject. Young Master Luo, do you like this dish? Tian Fan, with his mouth full, replied, the taste is very good. Seeing this, she became shy and bashful. I still have many new dishes I've made. Young Master Luo, would you like to eat them every day? Tian Fan, not knowing any better, said why. Fairy, do you want to be my mansion's private chef? Based on our relationship, of course I would warmly welcome you. Or are you not comfortable at the treasure pavilion? Hearing this, his opponent froze, as if her mouth had been sealed shut. Then she left, somewhat resentfully. I'm going to check if the pot of stewed thunderwood is cooked yet. Hearing the strange dish, Tian Fan immediately asked, stewed thunderwood? What region's cuisine is this? Huang Yu's face turned pale as he replied, Brother Luo, you are truly a block of wood. Then he leaned close to his ear. After the news of your marriage to the Empress spread, Fairy Chang Yu also became anxious. If not for this, today isn't the day the treasure pavilion holds a banquet. Why would the fairy ask me to invite you to the feast? Tian Fan, innocent, didn't realize. He chewed on his chopsticks and said naively, my marriage? Why is she so anxious? Does she want to cater my wedding? Huang Yu, at a loss for words, said, Brother Luo, what's wrong with you? Tian Fan replied nonchalantly, the first breakthrough. I use my brain too much. Lately, I've been feeling dazed all the time. Huang Yu said helplessly, don't mention your breakthrough. You just broke through again. These past few days, my father beats me whenever he gets a chance. He says we're the same type, always playing around together. So why do you keep breaking through? Well, I'm stuck at the same old realm. If it weren't for the fairies' feast today, I'm afraid I still wouldn't have escaped a beating. Brother Luo, you really have no sense of brotherhood. You said we'd be playboys together, but you've been secretly cultivating hard, haven't you? Tian Fan sighed and explained, I've told you so many times. I really haven't been in secluded cultivation. Am I the type to endure hardship? I just tried a little bit. And who would have thought I'd directly break through to the next realm? Hearing this, Huang Yu was so angry he couldn't close his mouth. Hearing that really makes one angry. Then he continued, oh right, Brother Luo. My family said you're planning to enter the burial mounds. Tian Fan crossed his arms and replied, that's right. I can't avoid it. I have to go in for a stroll. A second later, his opponent pointed at him and said excitedly, I heard that every time the burial mounds open, it's very lively. Recently, the city has also been a gathering place for talents. All the prodigies are gathering. At that time, perhaps you, Brother Luo, will have a chance to interact with those big shots. Tian Fan glanced at his opponent. Big shots? Who are they? Huang Yu said confidently, the riffraff. You don't need to pay attention to them. In this gathering of prodigies, there are three who stand out the most. Tian Fan asked, "Which three?" He replied, "They are Yi Jianhe of the Sword Clan, a man with a cold face, according to him. Next is a woman. One glance, and you know, she's a peerless beauty. The saintess of Yaoqi. The last one is dressed very stylishly. And the one Fairy Changyu, just mentioned, Helian Suanfu of the Dragon Releasing Palace." Tian Fan sat silently and said, "The saintess of Yaoqi, Suanfu, Yi Vianhe. So tell me a bit. What's so special about these three?" Huang Yu crossed his arms and replied, "Actually, it's all just what I've heard. I don't know much." He then spoke without pausing for breath. "First, let's talk about the saintess of Yaoqi. There's a rumor that she is the most talented person in the Yaoqi sacred land in thousands of years. Of course, ever since, the Liang sacred land boasted that their saint's son was the top mortal-shattering expert. In 300 years, these sacred lands have been openly and secretly competing to see whose saint's son or saintess has a more resounding title." Tian Fan lifted his teacup and looked at his opponent indifferently. "All right, tell me about the person from the Dragon Releasing Palace this time. What's the situation?" "He's called Helian Suanfu." "What a strange name." Huang Yu, with all he knew, continued, "Helian Suanfu of the Dragon Releasing Palace is also a talented figure. He was originally a simple village man. He joined the Dragon Releasing Palace due to a fortunate encounter. Within a short year, he made remarkable progress. From a mortal with no sense of qi at all, he cultivated to the third mortal-shattering realm, Zhao Zhao. After that, the palace master of the Dragon Releasing Palace bestowed upon him the surname Helian. He gave himself the name Suanfu, saying he wanted to not forget his roots. Xian Fong chewed on his chopsticks, his face bored. That name was chosen. It would indeed be hard to forget one's roots. Then Huang Yu mentioned another person. As for that guy from the Sword Clan, Yi Jianhe, there's nothing much to say. The Sword Clan sends out a disciple every 30 years to challenge the world. He is the representative this time." Tian Fan frowned and looked at his opponent, thinking to himself, "I really don't understand if this person is trying to praise or belittle others." Meanwhile, Huang Yu was still passionately saying, "In short, these few people really need to be paid attention to, but you don't need to pay too much attention either." Xian Fan then raised his cup and said, "It feels so lively, but if it has nothing to do with me. On this trip, I'm just the Empress's study companion, just there to make up the numbers." Suddenly, his opponent became excited. "Brother Luo, what are you thinking? Right now, you are the number one in the Zhao Zhao realm. How can you say it has nothing to do with you?" Hearing this, he couldn't help but spit out his water. He frantically wiped his mouth with his hand. "Is there some misunderstanding here? Since when did I become the number one in the Zhao Zhao realm?" Ignoring his opponent's mood, Huang Yu continued, "Brother Luo, didn't you break through again a few days ago? The commotion you caused was huge. Tian Luo Pavilion updated your information the very next day. They commented that you have been hiding your strength for many years. In terms of foundation, I'm afraid you are the number one in the Zhao Zhao realm in the world." Tian Fan froze on the spot. Huang Yu's voice rang in his ears. "They even put you on the Qinghua ranking. Although, because your realm is still low, you're currently only ranked over 100. Tian Fan's face turned pale. Huang Yu continued to pump him up. "Keep it up, Brother Luo. You are now the pride of Naplia. The whole world is focused on you now." At the entrance to the burial mounds, a pitch-black gate opened. The elder of Yaoqi spoke up. "Wu Ji, you are too outrageous." The crowd of onlookers behind them gossiped nonstop. One person spoke up. "Wu Ji, isn't that the patriarch of the Changsheng Luo mansion? It's the first time I've seen him in person." The person with the bun behind also added, "Quick, look at the person standing there holding a sword. That is the sword guardian of this generation from the Sword Clan." On the other side, an angry voice rang out. "Are the great powers about to make a move? Someone actually dares to challenge the Changsheng Luo family." The sword guardian of the Sword Clan. He held his sword and closed his eyes, exuding a cold aura. On the other side, the crowd gossiped nonstop. "I heard that the Sword Clan claims to be the leader of the Sword Path. I wonder what this sword guardian's cultivation level is." The voices continued to buzz. "Isn't that person the palace master of the Dragon Releasing Palace? He actually came here in person. Helian Suanfu just offended the Knightly Dragon Clan. He must have come to back him up." The palace master of the Dragon Releasing Palace didn't even bother with those words. Who is the one reprimanding Patriarch Luo? After asking, all eyes turned to the Yaoqi Elder. That's the Yaoqi Elder. It is said that he has lived for a very long time. Even the current master of the Yaoqi Sacred Land is just his junior. He said loudly, the allocation of slots for the burial mounds has long been established. Today, you open your mouth and demand another slot. Aren't you disregarding the rules? Wu Ji glanced at his opponent. Such outdated rules. If they don't suit my liking, then let's change them a bit. Hearing this, the Yaoqi Elder couldn't contain his emotions. Wu Yi, you say change and it changes? You've just broken through to the true immortal realm. Do you really think no one can handle you? Wu Ji coldly frowned at him. Enough with the useless words. If you want to fight, then come here. Is there anyone else who is not convinced? Then all of you stand up. I'm too lazy to fight you one by one. Let's all come out and settle this at once. Suddenly, the woman holding a staff said angrily, Patriarch Luo, this quota is fixed. If one family gets more, another family must get less. For the future of our juniors, we can only come and learn from Patriarch Luo's high skills. A second later, she flew up. Let's go to the outer heaven battlefield. Meanwhile, Wu Ji saw a stream of light fly up. Then he coldly drew his sword. A second later, the two sides quickly rushed towards each other. The woman holding the staff looked up and said, Today I must crush the prestige of this Luo family. Immediately, several streaks of light shot straight up into the sky. One person in the crowd pointed at what was happening. They're fighting. They're fighting. Another person added, a true immortal realm battle. The power is truly terrifying. Only the outer heaven battlefield can withstand this power. I wonder when I will reach such a realm. The Sword Clan member looked up and said, a few breaths. The palace master of the dragon releasing palace replied, at least 10 breaths. The Sword Clan member coldly said, I'll bet with you. 500 spirit stones. The palace master of the dragon releasing palace frowned slightly. What do you do with that little bit of spirit stones? His opponent replied, this is all my wealth. Above even, all the spirit beasts were heading toward the sphere in the center. The palace master of the dragon releasing palace looked up and said, impressive. Suddenly, a hand reached out. The Sword Clan member coldly grabbed the bag of spirit stones. His opponent's voice rang out. 500 spirit stones. Only more, not less. The crowd was all gossiping. The brown-haired man spoke up, this is the power of a true immortal. The person beside him replied worriedly. Tian Luo Pavilion announced that Patriarch Luo had just broken through to the true immortal realm not long ago. Not to mention anyone else. Isn't that elder of the Yaoqi Sacred Land someone who entered the true immortal realm many years ago? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Now you know. The news from Tian Luo Pavilion is unreliable. Tian Fan appeared, speaking like a machine. It's just a place that collects intelligence. What does it know about the foundation of cultivation? Especially news like #1 in the Zhao Zhao realm and the like. It's all completely fabricated and baseless. Completely unreliable. Someone in the crowd shouted, Young Master Luo, you're here. What? The #1 in the Zhao Zhao realm? The genius of the Chongsheng Luo family? Luo Tian Fan? Where? Let me see. The crowd started to get noisy. I heard that Luo Tian Fan has been hiding his strength for many years. Today, he suddenly burst forth. At the Zhao Zhao realm, he climbed to rank 167 on the Qinghua ranking. This, is it true or false? Is the person standing next to him Empress Lin Wanlan of the Jingtian Divine Dynasty? That's her, all right. I heard that young Master Luo revealed his cultivation level to please the beauty. Hearing this, Tian Fan thought to himself, this rumor is getting more and more ridiculous. Tian Fan angrily turned and said loudly, have you found out who from Tian Luo Pavilion released this news about me on the Qinghua ranking? I want to personally thank him very much. Huang replied, young master, we should go to the patriarch side. A second later, suddenly, pillars of qi slammed down to the ground. The Yaoqi elder and his group fell to the ground. Wu Ji appeared coldly. Spiritual energy radiated from his body. This matter of the quota, we'll consider it settled then. Meanwhile, the crowd was silent. Tian Fan held 2 wooden figures in his hand and said, so the quota is these 2 finger-sized tree avatars? Wu Ji approached and said, yes. Inside the burial mounds, dangers abound. The various clans only want to let their juniors test themselves, and no one thinks of sending them to their deaths. Therefore, they came up with this intermediate method, to use tree avatars as incarnations to train inside. 2 of them. This one is yours. As for the other one, you personally give it to that girl. Tian Fan looked at his opponent and said, no wonder you wanted to fight for another slot. Isn't the Jingtian Divine Dynasty not qualified to get a tree avatar slot? Wu replied, of course they are. Tian Fan immediately asked, then why? Suddenly, he pointed at his face and shouted, don't ask me everything. Also, take this opportunity to talk to that girl. If you keep acting all lonely and cold all day, no one will like you. Tian Fan looked at him and thought, when did I ever act like that? Then he turned his back. The burial mounds are about to open. I'll leave the rest to you. Tian Fan touched his body and said, this tree avatar is really strange and magical. It feels exactly like my real body. Then spoke up. The material used to make this tree avatar, according to legend, is taken from within this burial mounds. It's very rare. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder I've never heard of it. Then Wanlon looked towards the gate and said, the passage is open. Let's go. Tian Fan closed his eyes and began to chant. A second later, the 2 of them turned into streams of light and entered. The 2 of them quickly went straight into the barrier. A second later, they appeared on the other side of the gate. Tian Fan looked around and assessed. There's nothing special here either. Suddenly, a figure caught their attention. A Een soldier appeared with blood-red eyes. Tian Fan strained his eyes to see. What's this? Turns out it's a guardian soldier. Then he generously stepped forward. Your Majesty, let me clear the way for you. But suddenly, behind that Een soldier, several more shadows appeared. Tian Fan was shocked when he saw them, followed by ferocious Een soldiers. Tian Fan was no longer as confident as before. He smiled awkwardly and turned back to say, Your Majesty, I was just being boastful earlier. I think we should first. A second later, Wanlon had already quickly pulled him through the crowd of Een soldiers. She looked at him coldly. These Een soldiers are not right. They shouldn't be here. Hearing this, Tian Fan's jaw dropped. Een soldiers. Wanlon frowned and thought, could it be? Suddenly, an Een soldier charged at them. Immediately, Tian Fan pulled out a talisman and shouted, Lightning come. A large bolt of lightning from the talisman disintegrated the Een soldier. He didn't forget to turn and say to his opponent, Your Majesty, you focus on controlling the sword. I'll deal with these Een soldiers. Van agreed without hesitation. In front of them, a horde of ferocious Een soldiers blocked their path. Tian Fan began to gather his power. A second later, he unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning that pierced through the Een soldiers. The 2 of them successfully escaped from that place. Meanwhile, the Een soldiers regenerated after being attacked. Xin Fan coldly shouted, Break! A second later, streams of lightning erupted from the cracks, shattering the opponent's bodies. Wanlon quickly maneuvered to dodge in time. She used her sword like a street racer, parting the waves of Een soldiers. Suddenly, one of them threw a weapon at the 2 of them. The weapon quickly separated the 2 of them. Tian Fan shouted, How annoying! The Een soldier was quickly destroyed. Tian Fan glanced back slightly. No matter how much I fight, I can't shake them off. No matter how many I kill, they keep coming. It's like a persistent leech. Wanlan Zipli accidentally created Een soldiers. Unless we find the command talisman of these Een soldiers and shatter it, or we have to destroy this entire army of resentment in one go. Otherwise, it's very difficult to stop these Een soldiers. At this moment, Tian Fan had an idea. I have a way. It can help us escape the encirclement. But I can't use it here. The spatial rules here are too unstable. The slightest mistake, and it could backfire on us. How much further do we have to go to get out of this passage? Fun replied, At our current speed, it will probably take another half an incense stick's worth of time. Tian Fan stood up straight and said loudly, It seems that in the next incense stick's worth of time, we'll have to expend some effort. Then he coldly struck down an Een soldier. Wanlon was no less impressive. She fought back with her sword. At this moment, there wasn't much time left on the incense stick. Van Land's uncle appeared after he died. There's not much time left. A stone tablet was carved with a large character for electricity. The coffin lid popped open. A magnetic aura emanated from around it. At this moment, Wan Lan and Tian Fan moved to another place. He looked around and said, "We're finally out." A second later, the two of them jumped to the ground as if it were nothing. Tian Fan held something in his hand. "All right, then let's see if this works." He recalled Old Bo's warning, "Young master, this item is still incomplete. If it's not a truly necessary situation, it's best not to use it." He thought to himself, "Who would have thought I'd have to use it as soon as I got in?" A second later, the Een soldiers caught up. "They're chasing us. They really don't give you a moment to breathe." Tian Fan shouted, "Buy me some time." Wan Lan agreed upon hearing this. Then she began to use her power. Tian Fan held that thing up and said, "Let's hope I'm lucky enough." Suddenly, the Een soldiers stopped. The two of them glanced at each other. Xian Fan said, "Weren't you in a hurry before? Why the sudden change of heart?" Then the two of them sensed something above. A giant hand appeared. Instead of running, the two of them stood still to get a better look. Wan Lan began to chant an incantation. A second later, she formed a protective barrier around the two of them. That hand quickly squeezed the protective layer. Suddenly, Wan Lan vomited a mouthful of blood. Tian Fan called out worriedly, "Your Majesty." The giant hand quickly crushed everything. Van Lan's uncle, after he died, clutched something tightly in his hand. He slowly laid down in the coffin. A Een soldier approached and pulled the lid shut. Then he gave an order, "Go find her." The Een soldiers didn't delay for a second. At this moment, a door gradually appeared. A second later, Tian Fan was supporting the heavily injured Wan Lan. He panted and said, "I feel like this burial mounds and I are not compatible. If anything else happens, I just want to lie down and wait for death." Wan Lan wiped the blood from her mouth and said, "It probably won't happen again." Before she could finish her sentence, a ferocious bear charged at them from behind. The two of them turned around in shock. Tian Fan exclaimed, "Damn it!" A terrified scream echoed through the forest. Deep inside the forest at this moment, a man clutching his wound said loudly, "Damn it, I miscalculated. I didn't expect the burial mounds to be so dangerous." A two-headed monster appeared. That person said loudly, "This thing must have at least 2 ounces of human bones on it." Behind, a man was gasping for breath. "This crude fellow, why do you use such vulgar words?" He continued, "There's still a little sister here." The bald man shouted, "You should save some energy. Cherish your last words." Just as the two-headed monster was screeching with delight from behind, a figure holding a sword appeared. Its attention has been diverted. Now is the time, just as she swung her sword. Suddenly, the monster appeared behind her. The bald man was worried. "Not good. She's been discovered." The two-headed monster appeared above the girl. A second later, it jumped down and grabbed her face, causing her to cry out in pain. The one-armed man used his power, accompanied by sweet words. Damn it, he couldn't react in time. The two-headed monster swiftly tore the girl's body in two. It quickly grabbed her head and jumped to the ground. The bald man appeared behind it. He struck down forcefully. Suddenly his eyes were filled with terror. Below was only one of its arms. He said loudly, "A lizard shedding its tail." Suddenly, 2 hands with sharp claws grabbed his head. Just as he said, "Damn it." At the same time, his head was severed from his body. The eyes of the remaining person stared intently at the monster. He said indifferently, "You told me to cherish my last words. In the end, you only left behind a vulgar sentence." He looked at the monster and continued, "Oh well, oh well. My life is about to end. Who am I being polite for?" A second later, the monster threw the head down. The man shouted, "Come on, you damned thing, you donkey-headed." He uttered insults, looking at the bald head in front and the bald head behind, long and smelly. Suddenly, Wan Lan appeared behind him. She raised her sword high. The monster quickly reacted and turned around. It only had time to swing its arm once. A second later, it was shattered into 100 pieces under Wan Lan's sword. Wan Lan and Tian Fan set up a tombstone for the group. They didn't forget to add a note. The tomb of the cursing scholar and his siblings. Wan Lan looked up at the sky and said, "It's getting dark. Being outside at night in the burial mounds will be very dangerous. We need to find a place to rest." Then the two of them climbed onto Big Bear's back. Tian Fan added, "Let's go." He said loudly, "Big Bear, let's run." The two of them quickly left that forest. On the way, the atmosphere became silent. Suddenly, a circle appeared, making Tian Fan. A second later, he was in another space. The system spirit had dark circles under her eyes like a panda. Her face was weary and exhausted. Tian Fan was surprised to see this. I thought you were planning to become a shut-in. Why did you decide to show your face today? The system spirit looked at him with her dark, sunken eyes. Haven't you noticed? Hearing this, he was stunned for a few seconds. Notice what? Then she pointed to Wanlan's reflection on a large screen. It's your future wife. She looked at Wanlan's back and continued. There's more than one person in her body. Hearing this, Tian Fan was shocked to his core and shouted, what? Then he turned and said, do you mean possession? The system spirit's face was dazed, as if she had just taken drugs, and she replied, it's not possession. It's more like. Big Bear opened its mouth wide, full of teeth. Facing them was a giant python. Wanlan looked at it with a calm expression. A second later, she jumped to the ground. She looked at the cave and said, this place is not bad. Very suitable for a resting place. Seeing this, the python angrily opened its pitch-black mouth. Wanlan remained silent. A second later, she directly drew the sword from its sheath. Wanlan danced and twirled like she was in a club in front of the python. Immediately, its entire body was chopped into bite-sized pieces. Wanlan turned back and said to Tian Fan, tonight we eat snake meat. Tian Fan and Big Bear didn't dare to make a sound when they saw this. Tian Fan stammered, all right. That evening, the two of them started a fire and roasted the meat of the unfortunate python. The two of them sat in silence, looking at each other. Tian Fan glanced at his opponent. Then he couldn't stop thinking. There's more than one person in her body? Suddenly, Wanlan handed him a large piece of meat. It's cooked. Try it. He replied politely, thank you. He closed his eyes and took a large bite. Wanlan beside him kept asking, how is it? Is it delicious? Tian Fan's face was emotionless as he replied, it's all right. A second later, Wanlan looked at her own burnt piece of meat. It's my first time roasting snake meat. Then she threw a piece towards Big Bear. It calmly took it and put it in its mouth. A second later, its face changed. Immediately, it spat it out onto the ground. This stunned Wanlan on the spot. She frowned and picked up a piece. Is it that bad? After eating it, she felt her skills were good enough to be a master chef. Tian Fan comforted her. Don't be discouraged. Perhaps there's something wrong with this snake. In the forest at this moment, thick black smoke drifted. Timid rats gradually appeared. A group of people were panicking. This is bad. Why did the sky suddenly turn so dark? Quickly find a place to set up. Otherwise, we're done for. The two people behind were surrounded by black smoke. The man in front said loudly, we're done for. It's too late. A second later, the black smoke began to rise towards him. The black smoke corroded their bodies. Meanwhile, thick black smoke appeared outside the cave entrance. At this moment, Wanlan's eyes drooped. It's dark. Meanwhile, Big Bear was eating the python meat. Wanlan was so angry she couldn't speak. Suddenly, she noticed something. She turned back to see Tian Fan sitting in silence. A second later, he opened his eyes wide. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The system spirit's voice appeared. Heaven and earth have a pure spiritual energy. All things can receive it. But because humans are the majority, they are therefore the spiritual leaders. Tian Fan, holding a wine flask, looked at Wanlan. Speak, human. The system's spirit froze and let out a faint humph. She continued. What I mean is, the extra person is not a demonic cultivator possessing her body. It's a stream of fetal light, pure spirit. Or you could call it a primeval soul. Hearing this, Tian Fan was stunned. The system spirit looked at the world with half-closed eyes. Do you know what a primeval being is? Tian Fan, with his dazed face, actually knew what a primeval being was. The system spirit spoke as if she revered it. If being born is like debuting, then a primeval soul is like being pre-debut. Tian Fan understood a little after hearing this. So, for trainees like primeval souls, it's like the 10-month pregnancy stage, right? The system spirit narrowed her eyes. That's not wrong. Tian Fan crossed his arms and continued. In that case, Neza trained for 3.5 years. No wonder he could finally debut in the C position of the Leaf family in Shintang Pass and become a top star in the FSB group. Then the system spirit brought out a map and said, speaking of the primeval soul, it's actually useful to you. Tian Fan replied, useful? To me. The system spirit closed her eyes and said slowly, "You need to refine grass-head gods to maintain your own illusory world, and the primeval soul is the most suitable material for refining grass-head gods." Hearing this, Tian Fan looked at Wan Lan and said, "Really? Is there such a good opportunity? That's great. You don't know how busy I've been in the illusory world lately." Seeing this, the system spirit was surprised. Then she spoke up. The primeval soul just disappeared. Tian Fan was shocked and said loudly, "What?" The two of them looked at Wan Lan's back. A second later, she suddenly turned around. She met Tian Fan's sharp gaze. The two of them stared at each other in silence. Suddenly, Wan Lan spoke up. "Young Master Luo, what's wrong?" Tian Fan turned away and replied, "It's nothing. I was just startled by the noise outside." The thick black miasma outside couldn't drown out Wan Lan's voice. "The evening miasma will be like this when it first starts. Wait a little longer, and everything will be annihilated. Everything will become quiet again." Tian Fan replied nonchalantly, "So that's how it is." By the small fire, Wan Lan's voice lowered a few notches. "Speaking of which, young Master Luo, you've been through several battles today, but you don't show any signs of weakness at all." Wan Lan looked at the fire and continued, "You truly live up to the evaluation of Tian Luo Pavilion as the #1 expert of all time." Hearing his opponent's praise, Tian Fan smiled so wide his eyes crinkled and replied, "Oh, it's nothing." Then he thought to himself, "It's probably not, because I still have a backup life I haven't used, right?" Then Wan Lan turned away and said, "I must continue to cultivate my spirit. Young Master Luo, please make yourself at home." Tian Fan silently looked at the system spirit. Then she handed him some kind of information panel. He looked at it and said, "What does this mean?" Xian Fan read the mission content inside. Meanwhile, the system spirit spoke up. "The mysterious primeval soul. It is the key material for you to condense the grass-head gods. Find a way to investigate its origin." Tian Fan's eyes welled up with tears as he looked at his opponent. "System, you've changed. Can our relationship only be maintained through missions?" She looked at him with a strange gaze, as if agreeing with that point of view. "A system has no feelings." Then Tian Fan pointed at his opponent. "Have you forgotten your promise? You promised to help me condense the grass-head gods." She answered him with coldness. "Of course I haven't forgotten, but I only said I would help you condense the grass-head gods. I didn't say I would help you collect the primeval soul." Hearing this, Tian Fan said loudly, "You're twisting my words. You're so cunning." She smiled and replied, "I learned from you." Then she disappeared in a flash. Only her voice echoed, "Good luck. I'm waiting for your materials." Then he closed his eyes and began to think. As expected of the former internal system, "You've secretly upgraded, haven't you? Was it after I successfully cultivated the womb treasury great world? During this time, I feel like my system isn't like the ones in the books." Then he sighed. "I still have to do missions? It feels so troublesome." Tian Fan took the water flask and poured on fire. He thought blankly. After the illusory world is created, it needs to be continuously maintained. The true self inside is like a firefighting team, busy day and night. It's really not possible without help. His eyes drooped. Investigate the truth about the primeval soul. The system spirit looked at him through the screen and thought, "Stupid host. Still too young. Do you think you can control me?" She chuckled softly and continued, "Know that cultivation is like climbing a mountain. Instead, you are bound by your own cultivation achievements." Her face was full of cunning. "So what if you're a useless child? This system can still, step by step, make you immersed in my missions." Meanwhile, Tian Fan gently tapped Wan Lan's shoulder with his finger. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Then she turned back and asked him, "Young Master Luo, is something wrong?" Tian Fan smiled faintly and replied, "It's just a small matter." The system spirit was shocked to see this. Tian Fan asked confidently, "Your Majesty, do you know about primeval souls?" The system spirit's face turned pale at his words. "Who taught you to do missions like this?" Wan Lan didn't understand. "Primeval soul? I've never heard of such a thing." Tian Fan propped his chin on his hand and replied, "Is that so?" He sat down and said, "That's right. This item has another name, embryonic essence." "Embryonic essence? What is that?" she asked, looking puzzled. "Taiguang's spirit essence." Luo Tian Fan was surprised. "Correct. That is indeed the name. It's quite easy to remember. Did your majesty know about it? Or rather, I have read through some ancient documents. Legends say that this item is the original form of living beings, like invisible and intangible energy and soul. He looked delighted and said, if your majesty already knows that, then things are much easier. Tian Fan hesitated. Actually, just now, after a round of clear explanation, she asked in alarm, you mean the Taiguang spirit essence that has always been attached to me, suddenly dissipated into the void? He replied, that's right. I also find it very strange, Wanlon said, for the burial ridge to have Taiguang spirit essence. I have truly never heard of such a thing. Tian Fan wondered, over so many years, has no one else seen the Taiguang spirit essence? She looked at him and explained, young Master Luo, there is something you don't know. This Taiguang spirit essence cannot be seen by the living and is hard to detect by the dead. From ancient times until now, no one has ever seen it. Therefore, everyone has always assumed it was just a legend. Hearing this, Tian Fan sat in contemplation. No one has ever seen it? Perhaps. When I get back, I should ask Father if he has ever seen this item. Wanlon still didn't believe it and asked, young Master Luo, are you sure that what you saw was truly the Taiguang spirit essence? He thought of the system spirit's 49 different expressions, feeling indescribable. Tian Fan sighed and answered, I am certain. She suddenly recalled something and realized, in that case, the Taiguang spirit essence likely appears after I kill the ash sea monsters. Verifying this is simple. Wait until tomorrow morning. We will go kill a few more ash sea monsters to test it. He regained his spirits and replied excitedly, all right then. Tian Fan muttered, indeed. When accepting missions, one cannot do them blindly, but must trigger more dialogues. Looks like I have a helper now. He suddenly remembered and asked, right? Will this delay your original plan? Speaking of which, I still don't know the reason you entered the burial ridge this time. What are you looking for? Wanlon fell silent, bowing her head for a moment. Then, with a serious expression, she said, I entered the burial ridge to find a city. Tian Fan was puzzled. A city? Is it a town? If we know the location, it shouldn't be hard to find. Wanlon replied, this city is a bit special. It is somewhere covered by a dense layer of black mist, she said. It has been hidden away. Scene change. The next morning, in the forest, an ash sea monster was taken down by a single slash from Lin Wanlon. After finishing it off, she turned and asked, young Master Luo, did you discover anything? He said loudly, wait a moment, let me look. Luo Tian Fan looked at the system's spirit and whispered, well, is it there? She looked grumpy and replied, yes. After receiving the information, he said, the plane's soul has entered the body. Hearing this, Wanlon immediately activated her magic power. Check. After checking, she was astonished. So that's how it is. He hurriedly ran over and asked, your majesty, did you discover something? Wanlon explained, cultivators who have been to the burial ridge know that every time an ash sea monster is destroyed, it benefits cultivation. Like me right now. Whether it is breathing or accumulating true essence, everything is much faster. From her palm, a phoenix appeared, surrounded by shards of ice. She said, this kind of benefit will last until dark. If we want to enjoy this advantage again, we must go find ash sea monsters to hunt tomorrow. Then Wanlon clenched her fist and said, looking back now, all of this stems from the purity of the Taiguang spirit essence. She realized, after the ash sea monster is killed, the rootless Taiguang spirit essence will temporarily enter the cultivator's body, helping them enhance their strength and cultivation ability. When night falls and the wind rises, all Taiguang spirit essence will fly back with the wind and rely on the ash sea soil to be reborn. So this is the truth about the living beings in the burial ridge coming back from the dead. After hearing this, Tian Fan quickly understood. So that's it. Having understood clearly, he turned and said, system, mission accomplished. Meanwhile, Lin Wanlon was absorbing, collecting the ash sea monster. The system spirit seemed unhappy and said, do you realize that completing this mission makes no difference? Tian Fan replied calmly, as long as the mission is completed, it's fine. Don't forget you promised me. Quickly help me refine the straw-head god. She said helplessly, you're quite cunning. The system's spirit grumbled. But regarding the collection of these plain souls, I'm afraid you have to go yourself. After all, the plain soul only attaches to the killer. He wondered, you mean I still have to go destroy monsters, right? She mimicked Luo Tianfan's calm face from earlier and replied, I really have no other way. After all, I'm just a cold mission-issuing machine. Don't you want to go into battle yourself to collect plain souls? The system's spirit announced. New mission has arrived. Work hard on it. Mission content. Collect the main material to refine the strawhead god. Plain souls. Current quantity, 0. Mission progress. Receiving the notification, his face turned pale. Then she took out a scroll to reassure him. Rest assured, I will give you the full rewards for this mission. Tianfan scoffed. Who wants your rewards? The system spirit continued to entice him. How about it? The system exchange shop is full of sincerity, isn't it? He frowned in thought. Suddenly, Luo Tianfan changed his attitude and said, System exchange shop? Are you sure? She was a bit surprised and replied, Yes, that's right. Scene change. In a certain cave, there were many ash sea monsters below. Looking up from below, there seemed to be someone at the cave entrance. It turned out to be by Cece standing above, observing. At the heavenly pit, where many people were gathering, the little disciple leaned in and asked, Master, why hasn't anyone gone down to kill the ash sea monsters yet? I see more and more people arriving. The master scolded. With so many people, I'm afraid you'll have a life to kill, but not the life to take the loot. He replied, Then are we just going to watch like this? The old man looked towards by Cece and said, Don't worry. That saintess of Yaoqi has arrived. Perhaps soon. There will be a regulation. A blond man with a scar turned and said, With so many of us, it's not good to just stand here enduring this. Suddenly, one of the crowd came forward and reported, Saintess of Yaoqi, could you bear witness for us? We will go hunt ash sea monsters. How much ash sea soil and essence we collect will depend on each person's ability. No one is allowed to stand above and plunder. He looked straight at her and said, Regarding this matter, we cannot trust outsiders, but if the saintess acts as a witness, we can rest assured. The girl following by Cece shouted angrily, You scholar, you really know how to calculate. If she witnesses for you, she won't be able to go down and hunt ash sea monsters anymore. He started flattering. The saintess of Yaoqi has a powerful family background. She doesn't lack these trivial things. The little disciple from earlier sneered. Shameless. She rushed forward furiously, shouting, You bastard. But she was stopped by Cece, who said, She spoke in a gentle tone. This fellow Daoist makes a valid point. I also don't want to see everyone slaughtering each other over ash sea soil. Very well. Today, I will bear witness for everyone, Cece said. Hunting ash sea monsters depends on each person's ability. I hope everyone will not think of plundering. Hearing this, the crowd shouted in unison. The saintess is righteous, worthy of being the saintess of Yaoqi. Truly kind-hearted. Thank you, saintess. One of them suggested. The saintess is kind, but we can't really let her lose face completely. I will offer 10% of the ash sea soil I collect to the saintess. Consider it a thank you to the saintess for witnessing for us. Hearing this, everyone agreed. Well said. How can we let the saintess help for free? I will also offer 20%. Me too, although I don't know whether I can grab any or not, but if I do, I'll offer 30%. I'll offer 10%. Cece politely said, I am only witnessing for everyone. How can I accept your spoils of war? The crowd surrounded her and said, Fairy, don't be polite. We are doing this voluntarily. Fairy, although we are rogue cultivators, we are not people without shame. If the fairy doesn't accept, are you looking down on our tribute? Since everyone was so insistent, she had to accept. If that's the case, then all right. Cece also set a condition, but at most 10%. Don't give more, otherwise I won't dare to witness for you anymore. Hearing this, everyone excitedly rushed down to where the ash sea monsters were, shouting loudly, Charge! Scene change. Tianfan was casting a lightning talisman. He concentrated power in the palm of his hand. After casting, he unleashed a powerful strike at the monster in front of him. Just one strike cut it into 3 pieces. After the strike, Tianfan stood there and sighed in relief. Retracting his power, he looked at his hands and thought. The buff after killing. This monster is very comprehensive. Not only is it beneficial for true essence, even the speed of absorbing primal energy has increased slightly, although not as fast as the system helping me absorb. Wanlon walked over and said, the benefit of the essence is related to the weight of the ash sea monster's ash sea soil. 1 tail of ash sea monster yields 1 tail of essence increase. Luo Tianfan laughed and said, if I can kill 16 one-tail ash sea monsters in a day, wouldn't that combine to make 1 caddy of essence? She was puzzled. That would still be 16 one-tail portions of essence. How can that count as 1 caddy of essence? He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I just wanted to make a joke, Wanlon said helplessly. So that's it. Young Master Luo's joke is truly unique. For a moment, I couldn't figure out what was funny. Tianfan was so embarrassed he couldn't speak. Suddenly, Big Bear stood up abruptly with a fierce expression. He asked what's wrong. She replied, it must have heard a noise ahead. In the forest ahead, there was an intense battle between rogue cultivators and ash sea monsters. The master and the ash sea monster fought fiercely. The little disciple stood aside, unleashing a move and shouting, just one last arrow missing. Suddenly, a powerful strike came from nowhere, slashing through the ash sea monster. The old man saw it in time. He ran to shield his disciple, shouting loudly, careful. Although the strike had slashed through the ash sea monster, the destructive power was still immense. The two were knocked flying, screaming in pain. From a circle above, for more strikes like that rained down, killing all the ash sea monsters that everyone had been fighting so hard against. Among them, someone was hit by the attack and shouted in shock, my magic artifact. By CC suspected. Split shadow, sword light. The crowd below shouted angrily, who is it? Who dares to rob us? Flying down from the circle, everyone panicked. It's you, Jianxia. Sword Scion, the sword walker, Jianxia. The crowd discussed. Jianxia, the difficult sword scion of the sword tomb, is walking the world. I heard this person is solitary and arrogant. Meeting him today. Indeed, his reputation is well-deserved. He didn't come to fight for our ash sea soil, did he? She smiled amicably. Fellow Daoist, he. Long time no see since the Daoist Temple Grand Meeting. Jianxia said disdainfully, by CC, do you still like associating with such weaklings? By CC calmly replied, all living beings suffer. You and I are both strugglers on the path of the great Tao. It's just a matter of walking faster or slower. Why must we distinguish between high and low, strong and weak? He shouted in annoyance. Too many words. I'm too lazy to listen. Rest assured, I didn't come here for this bit of ash sea soil. I came for the sword tomb. Jianxia announced from above. Help me spread the news. I discovered a heritage site. I want to use the name of the sword scion to summon all sword cultivators in the burial ridge to go there with me. The people below heard this news and immediately started buzzing. What? It's actually a heritage site? Legend has it that before the great southern emperor passed away, he returned to lay out a heritage site in the burial ridge. Inside are countless exotic treasures. Sword cultivators are truly lucky. How annoying. Why am I not a sword cultivator? Idiot, do you think that's a good thing? If it were truly all benefits, why would Jianxia share it with us? He promised. This time tomorrow, I will plant a flag to the southeast, 140 miles from here. At that time, if there are sword cultivators among you who do not come, then don't hold a sword anymore. After speaking, Jianxia flew away. On this side, Bai Sisi was pensive, seemingly thinking about something. Jianxia was flying in the sky, when suddenly he noticed something. Below in the forest, Wanlon and Tianfan were riding Big Bear somewhere. He swooped down from above, blocking the two of them. She called out loudly, who is it? Jianxia glanced over and said, then his eyes filled with wariness. You are also a sword cultivator. Tianfan jumped down, muttering, where did this show-off come from? He mumbled, this sword scion guy feels like a tough nut to crack. Just looking at his behavior, he doesn't look like someone reasonable. Blocking us this time, he must have prepared a bunch of tricks to show off. The after effects of the enlightenment aura. Tianfan looked at her face. Wanlon thought to herself, too troublesome. I don't want to get entangled with him too much. Just say a perfunctory sentence or two to make him leave. She scolded furiously, good dogs don't. He fell back in surprise. Your Majesty, do you always do things so decisively? So bluntly? Tian Fan signaled. Wait, Your Majesty. In his heart, he begged. Please don't make things difficult for me. I just want to peacefully farm the dungeon to collect materials. Tian Fan pleaded. Can you let your subject overstep his bounds for once? Let me go talk to him. Wanlong was surprised, but still agreed. Yi Jianxia was puzzled. What nonsense are you muttering? He looked and discovered. So it's you, Luo Tianfan. He wondered, you know me? The system spirit lay back lazily and said, how boring. Encountering these classic tropes again. I can already guess how the host will react. She explained, Wiki. Host Grand Magic Scan. So, it is the young master of the Changsheng Luo Manor. I have admired you for a long time. Laughing loudly, consider yourself sensible. The system spirit was too used to it and said, just as usual. She smiled and said, watch this. Tian Fan smiled smugly. Since you know me, then it's easy to resolve. He said arrogantly, don't be an eyesore. Young master, get lost. She exclaimed, ouch, holy sh**t. Wanlong was stunned. She thought, I thought he would use kind words. To persuade him. His face turned dark and annoyed. What did you say? Yi Jianxia emitted a powerful destructive source. What? The shockwave flew close to Tianfan, but he didn't move a muscle. When the energy wave arrived, Tianfan's protective barrier activated to defend him. The collision created a huge, blinding explosion. A moment later, only his solid protective barrier remained standing. Tianfan said, I give up. Perhaps there was a better way to solve this, but right at that moment, this sword scion blocked our way, so trouble came looking for us. Then he took out a lightning talisman, thinking it over, tossing and turning, scratching his head, calculating until exhausted. Compared to racking my brains to come up with 1,000 schemes, I might as well just let go. Tianfan got into a stance, prepared to fight to the end. Just knock down the guy bringing the trouble, and be done with it. On this side, Yi Jianxia also drew his sword, ready to receive the move. Strike a finishing blow. Avoid suffering 100 blows later. On the other side of the forest, thunder strikes flashed. Sword wind flew, lighting up the sky. Standing on this side of the forest, the crowd from earlier buzzed. It's sword shadows again. Is that sword scion fighting someone? And moving so fast. Is this another prodigy? Or muttering, could it be that crude guy from the Dragon Palace has arrived? Or is it that always humble one from Chongling? Both were fighting fiercely, neither willing to admit defeat. Even with wounds on his face, he remained arrogant. Let's see, even if you have a deep foundation, casting spells with such great power, I'm afraid your true essence can't take it anymore. Tianfan sneered. True essence? Saw thee? He gathered all his strength, accumulating lightning in his hand, and shouted, I have no concept of that thing. Tianfan shouted loudly. 20% power, boundless thunderbolt. Yi Jianxia stood in the circle of lightning, bewildered. What? He was hit by the electric current. Screams of pain echoed through the forest. Witnessing this terrifying power, Bai Cici exclaimed. Such power, Tianfan said. While I'm at it, I'll teach you a principle. Being a show-off gets you struck by lightning. A powerful bolt of lightning blew everything away. Wanlong was shocked into stillness, and Big Bear was extremely shocked. Flying out of the electric current, Yi Jianxia's body was tattered. He had no intention of sparing him, and said, Still have the strength to run, huh? Suddenly, Tianfan sensed a malicious aura behind him. He discovered an eye, a giant eye staring right at him. The system's spirit panicked. What's happening? Luo Tianfan exclaimed in confusion. What the hell is that? Tianfan grimaced. His body couldn't move. He was full of doubt. What is going on? A second later, the Eye of Law of the Burial Ridge appeared huge right in front of him. It stood motionless opposite Tianfan. A second later, it slowly closed. At the same time, Tianfan gradually lost consciousness and fell backward. He just free fell from high above. Suddenly, he became alert, spun around, and landed powerfully. Wanlong saw this and immediately asked him, Young Master Luo, what happened? He scratched his head and replied, Nothing. Whose eye was that just now? Staring so hard it gave me goosebumps. Wanlong asked him blankly, What eye? He paused for a few seconds and then said, Did you not see that I just now? At this moment, Wanlong recounted what she had seen. I only saw young Master Luo suddenly become motionless in midair. Then you landed here. Suddenly, the system spirit appeared and shouted, "What's wrong? What's wrong? What just happened? Why did my screen suddenly go black?" Fan communicated with his eyes. "You didn't see anything either?" The other party replied blankly. "See what?" Then he looked up at the sky and thought, could that also be an illusion? Suddenly he was startled. His eyes widened. Those eyes. That is. Wanlan looked at him in bewilderment. A second later, she also looked up. A black tornado appeared. Wanlan hurriedly said, "Night is coming earlier than expected." Then she climbed onto Big Bear's back. "Young Master Luo, we cannot stay here long. Let's go first. Even when it rains, people know to run into a house." But Fan carries the protagonist buff. Despite the danger, he stayed for a few more seconds. There is still time. Let's warn the person over there. Cece stood on this side, looking at the crowd. One person exclaimed, "So much ash sea soil." Another replied, "I don't know. Could it drop some food?" Over here, someone couldn't contain their emotions and said, "This time it's a bit big." Suddenly, Cece became alert. She used her power to fly up high. She observed. Below, she saw Wanlan and Fan. On this side, Wanlan also discovered her. Saintess of Yaoqi. A second later, Cece landed. Her Majesty the Empress. Young Master Luo. Wanlan saw the other party and spoke up. "Not far from here, anomalous wind phenomena have appeared. I'm afraid night will fall earlier today. You should prepare early." Cece looked at the two and continued. "Night falling earlier?" Wanlan frowned slightly. "The miasma wind is not far from here. You can go see for yourself." Cece heard this and bowed. "No need. I trust the words of Her Majesty the Empress and young Master Luo. I will report to everyone to withdraw immediately." Then Wanlan ordered Big Bear to leave. "Then I'll trouble the Saintess. We'll go first, to avoid our paths crossing and causing conflict." Cece replied, "Your Majesty is too sensitive. Safe travels to you both." Then Big Bear carried the two away. Looking at its two peaches makes one crave them. Suddenly, Cece's gaze changed. A second later, she released a paper doll and said, the paper doll quickly turned into a streak of light and followed. Its face was really long as it looked ahead. Facing it was the miasma. Through the eyes of the puppet, she was astonished and speechless. Night really is coming earlier than expected. On this side, the crowd also realized something. Cece quickly appeared behind them. One person exclaimed, "The Saintess has returned." The white-haired man handed a bag to her, smiling. "Thanks to the Saintess bearing witness. We were able to divide these things. This is our 20%. She took the bag and replied, "Oh my, I feel ashamed accepting this." The other person hurriedly said, "Saintess, you are too polite." Then came the rest of them, one by one. The man with the bun excitedly said, "We have also prepared our tribute." The person behind also held up a bag. "Please accept it, Saintess." Cece smiled and said, "Everyone, this matter has concluded. Then I will take my leave first." Then she flew into the air and left. The crowd shouted loudly, "Safe travels, Saintess." On this side, everyone in the crowd had a wary expression. A second later, many lights of different colors flew out from the mouth of the large lake. At this time, a thin layer of mist was appearing in the forest. Two master and disciple from some sect landed. The young man said, "This place should be considered safe." Then he smiled and said to the other, "Master, this time we earned enough items for you to break through your realm." The master replied, "Master is already at this age. No rush to break through. On the contrary, it is you. Your talent is stronger than Master's. Your future achievements will certainly not be inferior to Master's." The young man was full of hesitation. "Of course, in the future, I will ascend to a high realm, and in return, I will protect Master." The master looked at him and said, "You brat, just praise you a few sentences." Before he could finish his sentence, a stream of black energy enveloped him. His voice still echoed, "The Saintess is truly a good person, and very beautiful too." His master was extremely panicked and stammered, "Quick, quick." The young man was full of doubt. "Master, what's wrong?" Then he looked behind him. Surrounding them was a besieging black mist. Both shouted loudly, "We're done for." On this side, Cece transformed a small tower. Then the tower gradually grew larger. A huge tower appeared in front of her. She looked at it with a satisfied expression. Clear wind water pavilion of the Jumbo Pavilion. Truly worthy of being a top-tier immortal artifact. Every time I see it, I am filled with admiration. Suddenly behind her, a few footsteps appeared. Her subordinates bowed cunningly. Saintess. Cc spoke up, stand up. It's about to be night here. The leader's face was full of surprise. It's about to be night, she replied. I also just received the news. The other person hurriedly said. Then that group of rogue cultivators just now, I'm afraid. A second later, Cc said coldly. That's right. What a pity. She spoke with an excited tone. It's rare to meet so many obedient fools. Inside the cave, a shield blocked the miasma outside. A table of food was prepared. Wanlon held a knife, looking at the fish, thinking, if it wasn't tasty, it must be due to the ingredients. This time I prepared more carefully. Surely there won't be any problems. What should I make? Over there, Tian Fan was meditating silently. He entered another space. The system spirit appeared and said, according to what that queen lady said, the burial ridge suppresses the power of foreign cultivators. High-level cultivators will encounter backlash. You encountering the single eye must be because you used too much. Tian Fan pointed at his face and said, basically saying, my hacking was detected by the admin. Just now, if I hadn't hidden quickly, I would have been banned, right? The system spirit glanced at him. Although the analogy is a bit weird, it's not wrong. Tian Fan closed his eyes and said, speaking of weird, is there any place weirder than the burial ridge? Let's get back to business. The system spirit looked at him with suspicious eyes. Business? A second later, he suddenly frowned. If I want to break through to the Tanyu realm, what do I need to do? Hearing the question, the other party was stunned. A second later, she pushed him away. Caught off guard, he was a bit confused and shouted, hey, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly push me? The system spirit's head spun, speaking incoherently. Could it be? You found some way to lift the restriction? You want to trap me, right? Tian Fan said calmly. Do you have persecution paranoia? He looked at the other party with a probing expression. You still have a way to lift it. The system spirit was irritable. Absolutely impossible. Don't even dream about it. Tian Fan slumped down. Looking high, he said, all right. But I'm seriously asking. I really want to break through to the next realm. The system spirit squinted, observing him. No way. You want to break through? Tian Fan stared at her. Why are you talking like that? Yes, I want to break through. She asked again to be sure. Is it to make that single eye dumbfounded? Tian Fan reacted. No. The system spirit frowned. Then what for? Tian Fan lay on the ground and said, because I just discovered my previous thought of giving up had fallen into a misunderstanding. Hearing this, she asked, what misunderstanding? Tian Fan explained to her, before I thought, as long as I find someone to make preparations, I can peacefully be lazy, but meeting that pretentious sword scion just now, I suddenly realized my thinking was too limited. His face lengthened, mouth speaking like a machine. I completely overlooked a problem. That is why, even though I've pointed out everything, do I still encounter these random situations? Could it really be because I'm unlucky? The system spirit looked at him and said, turns out it's not. Tianfan's mouth moved continuously. Of course not. It's all because I only thought about relying on plans to solve problems and forgot that I can prevent problems before they even appear. The system was slow to react and didn't understand at all. She asked again, huh? Speak so I can understand. Tian Fan closed his eyes again, wasting his saliva. For example, now I'm evaluated by those bastards at Xinghua Heaven as #1 in Zhao Zhao. A tall tree catches the wind. In the future, without guessing, there will definitely be plenty of trouble. Tian Fan pointed confidently at himself. So if I break through to Tongyu, turning from #1 in Zhao Zhao to the last place in Tongyu, wouldn't I be less conspicuous? The system spirit's face was serious. Crossing her arms, looking at him, she thought, I wonder if we can discuss the issue of face. Anyway, it's a good thing the host intends to break through. Then she looked at him and said loudly, the key to breaking through to Tongyu lies in maintaining the true body and accumulating true essence. You have completed the former part. The rest just requires accumulating more true essence. Prepare for when you break through. Tian Fan lay on the bed and said, understood. Then I must quickly practice the straw head god. The system spirit waved her hand to signal. That's right, that's right. Then hurry up and hunt monsters to collect plain souls. Tian Fan stood up, stretching his limbs, and replied, set a small goal. Collect plain souls. Break through to Tongyu. The system spirit cheered, repeating, collect. Break through. Tian Fan with sleepy eyes said, confirming with you one more time. Just collecting. Plain souls is enough, right? The system spirit looked at him and replied, that's right. Tian Fan looked at her and chuckled to himself. Done. Suddenly, Wanlon spoke up. Luo Tian Fan, you have finished regulating your breath. Just in time, the food is also ready. Tian Fan quickly jumped to the dining table, smiling. What a coincidence. I'm also very hungry. Suddenly, his face turned gray. He looked at the dishes on the table and froze completely. He thought, did this dish just survive a heavenly tribulation? Wanlon reminded him. Young master, taste it and see if it suits your palate. Her eyes were full of expectation. Tianfan's face was full of worry. All right. Tianfan picked up a piece with trembling hands. He reluctantly brought it to his mouth. He prayed, stinky mouth, hurry up and lose your sense of taste. Before he could swallow, she asked, how is it? His whole body broke out in a sweat. Afraid that if he spoke, he wouldn't see the sun again. Still not bad. Hearing this, she said happily, really? I'll taste it too. And she picked up a piece and put in her mouth. Tianfan couldn't stop her in time. Your Majesty. A moment later, Wanlon sat dejectedly by the fire. Tianfan stood aside, not daring to make a sound. He could only comfort her. Your Majesty, no need to be discouraged. I think this time, it might be the fire's fault. The fire beside them felt like it was getting blamed for nothing. Tianfan hurriedly changed the subject. All right, Your Majesty, before, you spoke about the hidden city. Unable to determine the location. We can only search slowly, right? Wanlon sat huddled up, silent, then spoke. Correct. That city usually doesn't reveal itself. Only when someone enters inside. Can it be discovered? Then he looked at her and said, I thought of a way. It might be helpful to Your Majesty. Wanlon asked skeptically, really? The next morning, in a vast forest, two people stood under a canopy of trees. Tianfan spoke up. System, fill it up. The system spirit replied. It's your bastard idea again. Tianfan replied. How can you say that? Everything I do is legal. Don't waste time. Start. Hearing this, the system spirit was angry but had to comply. Sage manifestation package activated. Package includes many effects. A large amount of power enveloped Tianfan. A second later, his body grew extremely large. He was like a giant, standing upright, looking at the world. Tianfan leisurely took a breath. Then he waved his hand and shouted, Good news. Good news here. Changsheng Luo, Manor's eldest young master, Luo Tianfan, publicly announces. Maximum drop rate. Burial Ridge Gold Farming Legend. Brothers, come find me quickly. Somewhere in the forest mountains, Wanlon spoke up and asked, Did you hear that? Luo Tianfan replied, Such a large projection, shouting slogans. It would be strange not to hear it. She wondered, Is what you said true? He replied, Not sure. Who knows what these aristocratic young masters are thinking? The signs on both sides read, Kill monsters, exchange for treasures. No deception for young or old. Wanlon asked with some distrust, Young Master Luo, is doing this okay? Tianfan sat calmly and replied, I call this real gold for a real heart. This package has no problems. Suddenly, from afar, the sound of footsteps approached, and someone spoke up. Is there really such a good thing? Who wouldn't want something for free? A brother approached and asked, Young Master Luo, just by killing monsters, we can come to you to exchange for treasures? He replied, Correct. He looked suspicious. You don't need the Ash Sea soil, and you don't need us to hand over the treasures dropped by the Ash Sea monsters? Tianfan acted generous and flashy, saying, Do I look like someone who covets those ordinary things? I already said, just the Ash Sea monsters you kill today. You can come here to exchange. The brother wondered, Only today? What about the monsters killed yesterday? He waved his hand and said no. He calculated for a moment. Acceptable. All right, I'll trust you this once. But if you deceive us, Even if you were the young master of the Changsheng Luo Manor, I won't let you off. Today I just killed 2 ash sea monsters. How do I exchange for treasures? Tianfan changed his attitude, beaming, and said, "Oh my, this young master just wanted to test you fellow Daoists a bit. Why so tense?" The system spirit appeared and said, "He's not lying. There are 2 plain souls." He immediately took out the scroll containing treasures and shouted, "Come here. Choose what you want to exchange." He didn't hesitate and said, "I want 2 vermilion toad pills." Tianfan immediately took out 2 vermilion toad pills. He said generously, "You are the first to come for an exchange. Promotion, I'll give you an extra pill." While Tianfan traded with the person above, she established a connection. Soul contract with the other party. Obtained 2 plain souls. Points +2. Exchanged 3 vermilion toad pills. Points -3. Current points, -1. Before that, Tianfan killed 2 himself to test. With a happy and satisfied face, he said, "Welcome to come back and exchange next time." He looked at the vermilion toad pills in his hand in disbelief, wondering, is it really free like this? It's truly the real deal. In the sky, many colorful rays of light flew in. Wanlong was amazed at the number of people coming to exchange treasures. The crowd jostled each other. "Young Master Luo, I also want to exchange treasures with you." "Don't push. I came first. I killed 3. Why does the person in front of me have 2 shadows?" That bastard used the shadow escape technique to cut in line 4 spots ahead of me. Tianfan laughed loudly, looking delighted, and said, "Don't rush. Everyone gets a share." Somewhere, a city was enveloped by a layer, together with a dense black mist covering it. A subordinate of the Saintess entered and reported, "Saintess." By CC asked, "How is it? Did you exchange for the items?" He took out a treasure and replied, "I killed 6 ash sea monsters. Exchange for a bottle of Yingling powder." Recorded 1. She wondered, recorded? The Saintess's subordinate explained, "Yes, the price is clearly written on the treasure list. Killing 5 ash sea monsters can be exchanged for 1 bottle of Yingling powder. Over there, they said I killed 6. So they recorded it for me. It can be accumulated for next time. I tested the Yingling powder. No problems, it's top quality." After speaking, he handed the powder to Bai Cici. She looked serious. "Could you tell what method Luo Tianfan used to distinguish which ash sea monsters you killed?" The Saintess's subordinate replied, "I didn't see him use any magic artifact. I don't know how he distinguishes. But today someone wanted to deceive him, but was discovered by him immediately and chased away." Bai Cici wondered, "This scion of a noble house. What does he want to do?" He said, "Saintess, I feel that Luo Tianfan really looks like someone who only knows how to spend money. He doesn't look like a calculating person." She fell silent, hidden for so many years, now engaged to that empress, then climbing onto the Qinghua ranking, and creating the reputation of being #1 in Zhao. Someone with such deep thoughts. How could he do useless things? The Saintess's subordinate suddenly remembered. "Right, Saintess. I remembered something, but I'm not sure." Bai Cici asked, "What is it?" He said, "Usually when killing ash sea monsters in the burial ridge, doesn't everyone receive a portion of beneficial essence? But today, when I exchanged treasures from Luo Tianfan, it felt like this portion of beneficial essence was also gone." After hearing this, she exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" The Saintess's subordinate said with some doubt, "This kind of beneficial essence is vague and hard to determine. I dare not be certain, but there really was a feeling of sudden loss." Bai Cici laughed loudly. "So that's how it is. Seemingly taking nothing, but actually wanting to collect this beneficial essence. I don't know if it's to break through realms or to practice some mysterious art," she said smugly. "Luo Tianfan, oh Luo Tianfan, in the end, I still discovered your plan." The city gradually disappeared into the black mist. Scene change. Tianfan sat blaming himself. "Huge mistake. I forgot that this thing also has a passive buff. Today, after a day of collecting, almost ended up like last time. The enlightenment halo gave me a headache." The system spirit appeared and blamed him. "I'm not worried about your headache. I'm only worried about myself." He asked innocently, "What do you mean?" She shouted angrily. "Don't you care?" Tianfan muttered. "This beneficial essence. Must think of a way to consume it." The system spirit took down a plain soul. Then summon a card. She sat in a corner, sighing dejectedly. The system's spirit cried, "Finally, I know what it means to shoot oneself in the foot." She cried, "So many plain souls. When will I be able to refine them all? Because unrefined plain souls will be recalled. Out of responsibility and consciousness to guide the host to become an immortal. The system cannot ignore it." Tianfan sat thinking in boredom. Why does it sound like a fire crackling? Someone shouted loudly. 300 miles to the east, a group of ash sea monsters has gathered. Does anyone want to go together? I have 8 slots. Young Master Luo. I only need the Hui High soil. I'll make up the difference with quota slots. The white-haired guy raised his hand and shouted. I'm also offering slots. If they're artifacts, I hope you'll save them for me. Someone behind him added. I happen to need items to trade for fire thunder crystals. Count me in. Cece walked over and said, Young Master Luo, being famous on the Qinghua ranking, really isn't a fluke. Tianfan sat up and exclaimed, The Jiaoji Saintess. Without even looking at her, he handed over a scroll and said, See for yourself. One Weihai monster gets you 1 quota slot. Her expression became extremely unpleasant. Cece frowned and said, Young Master Luo, you've misunderstood. I didn't come here to trade treasures. Tianfan looked at her in confusion. Not caring in the slightest, he indifferently closed his eyes. This attitude made a vein pop on her forehead. Cece asked, Young Master Luo, aren't you curious why I came looking for you? He let out a long yawn, then replied, Not curious. She forced a smile, stepped closer, and said, Young Master Luo is truly straightforward. Since that's the case, I'll get straight to the point. How about we cooperate? Tianfan asked boredly. Cooperate? I wonder what the Saintess wants to cooperate on with me. Cece walked behind him and said coquettishly, Young Master Luo, why call me Saintess so distantly? My name is by Cece. You could just call me Cece. With a face of total indifference, he said, If you're looking for someone to team up with, then go find them. Why are you telling me? She smiled and replied, Young Master Luo spent so much effort gathering all these rogue cultivators. How could I possibly steal your people? Tianfan just chuckled softly. The price, he muttered. He said, This time, the system really cost me a lot. I don't like these things. Feel free to do as you please. I have no objections. Bai Cece said, Since young Master Luo doesn't mind, then I'm relieved. Besides, she made a proposal regarding the distribution of this Hui High soil. Why don't you help? Announce it to those rogue cultivators for me? Tianfan sat still, listening as Cece continued. After all, young Master Luo, in a reward trial that our families established, Hui High soil accounts for a huge portion. If young Master Luo doesn't care about it, I'd like to collect a bit more. Tianfan raised a finger, conjuring a flame, and replied, I never interfere with their distribution. Why should I break the rules for you? She smiled smugly. I think young Master Luo wouldn't want those rogue cultivators to know that you are collecting their spirit essence. He replied calmly, Spirit essence? I'm not collecting this stuff for any specific purpose. Even so, I traded treasures to get it. What is there that can't be made public? Cece still tried to persuade him. It's true that young Master Luo spent a lot, but the value of this spirit essence, say it's big, it's big. Say it's small, it's small. Tianfan realized and said, I get it. So you came here to rip me off. She beamed and said, Young Master Luo, I sincerely came to cooperate with you. Tianfan clenched his fist and shouted bluntly. The harsh words made Cece freeze as she asked, What did you say? With a sharp, cold glare, he said, What? Do you not understand human language? Wanlon returned and immediately asked, What's going on? She looked over in annoyance and said, Oh, it's Her Majesty the Empress. Her attitude doing a 180. Cece greeted her warmly. I almost forgot. You two are already engaged. I want to talk to the young master. You don't mind, do you? Extremely annoyed, Wanlon said, I do mind. Wanlon's retort left her swallowing her anger in silence. She went inside without daring to make a sound. Bai Cece turned angry from shame and shouted, You two are truly a match. Even the way you leave others speechless is very similar. Young Master Luo, we will discuss this later. She turned her back angrily and left. Wanlon asked suspiciously, Looking at her, she seems very angry. Luo Tianfan replied indifferently, Ignore her. As long as we are happy, He looked at the fire figure in his hand and exclaimed, almost successful. Wanlon wondered, what is this? Luo Tianfan said, my brain has been busy nonstop for the past 2 days. I just created a small spell. He said, do you remember the eyes staring at me that I mentioned before? I relied on that to create the eye-poking jutsu. She asked, is this the whereabouts of that saintess of Yaoqi? Tianfan replied, correct. I guess this by CC isn't someone who would sit still. So I planted an eye on her, just in time to test this new spell of mine. Wanlon exclaimed in confusion. Planted an eye? He turned and asked, how was that place? Was there any harvest? She replied somewhat dejectedly. It was just a mysterious earth vein place. Absolutely no sign of that city. Tianfan smiled gently to comfort her, saying, freezing 3 feet of ice is not due to 1 day of cold. According to Your Majesty's description, that city is extremely good at hiding. Obviously, it's not a place that can be easily found. However, currently, this place gathers more than half of the cultivators in the Burial Ridge. It's very convenient to get news or clues. Sooner or later, we will find it. Hearing these words, she accepted it. I understand. Wanlon was grateful. Young Master Luo has helped me a lot. I really don't know how to repay you. He smiled shyly and said, why is Your Majesty being polite with me? It was just a convenient favor. Suddenly, she became gloomy. No spirit when hearing these words. Wanlon walked over with her head down. A second later, she slammed her hand on the table and called out, young Master Luo? That expression startled Tianfan. He asked, Your Majesty, what's wrong? Face full of intensity. Thrusting right into his face, Wanlon asked, we are betrothed. Why do you still call me Your Majesty? He stammered. It's just a convenient way of addressing. There's no other reason. She shouted jealously. Then why did you call that saintess of Yaoqi, whom you've only met a few times, by her other name? Tianfan scratched his head, hesitating. Your Majesty. Don't you also always call me young Master Luo? After hearing this, Wanlon realized something. She said shyly, then I won't call you that anymore. He also agreed, saying, then let's correct it together. From now on, calling each other by name is fine. Suddenly, Wanlon called out loudly, Luo Tianfan. Tianfan was a bit unused to it, muttering, being called by full name like that. Why does it feel strange somewhere? Like I'm about to be scolded. Suddenly, he looked up at her, caught sight of her face turning red. Tianfan asked innocently, Your Majesty, what's wrong? She pretended to be angry and turned her face away. So you also feel embarrassed? He called out Lin Wanlon. Hearing her name called, Lin Wanlon turned around happily, smiling gently. Tianfan said, suddenly I remembered something. Just now, that saintess of Yaoqi mentioned something about testing luck. It seems there are still some evaluation criteria. Do you know what that is? She explained, luck trial. It's an assessment set by the major families internally for the juniors. Wait until after leaving the tomb. The best person will be chosen. Several families have contributed rewards to it. Wait until the evaluation results are announced. The best person will win everything. Wanlon wondered, before you entered, didn't the Luo family head mention this matter to you? Scene change, Wuji said, my Luo family doesn't lack that bit of reward. Your most important task now is to increase affection with the Lin girl. The madam said, although this empress of the Jingtian divine dynasty has a slightly rigid personality, but after interacting for a long time, she's truly a good girl. Still young, carrying such a heavy burden on her shoulders. Just looking at her makes my heart ache. She asked, is that person really hiding inside the Burial Ridge? He replied, confirmed. Can't be wrong. The madam said, I hope that girl can find him. Wuji made a move on the chessboard and said, if he really hides until the end, at worst, I'll directly smash this Burial Ridge. Anyway, I've always felt it was an eyesore. Break its seal to let everything be exposed to the light. I want to see how many villains hiding their heads and tails are inside. But perhaps he was distracted. She took the opportunity to attack. The madam scolded, cultivating character for so many years. The bad temper remains the same. I won. Wuji exclaimed in panic. He frantically said, doesn't count. Doesn't count. Just now you distracted me. Otherwise, how can I not see this spot of yours? She said happily. Little fans 5 in a row is truly fun and easy to get better at. If only he put this bit of cleverness into serious matters. Scene change. In a certain forest. Bai Cece seemed to be looking for someone. But before she could get close, she was beaten back. Jinsha spoke up. What are you here for? She smiled mockingly and said, I wanted to come and see if you were beaten by Luo Tianfan until you lost your courage. Hearing harsh words, a second later, he unleashed a move towards Bai Cece, shouting loudly, impudent. Bai Cece cast a spell. She waved her hand, creating a protective barrier to block the attack. Jinsha glanced over, a bit surprised. This time he attacked harder, shouting, let's see how you block this. Arrows rushed towards Bai Cece. With sharp eyes, she created a magic circle, deflecting the arrows in another direction. In an instant, Jinsha saw something terrifying. He frowned slightly. Is this the comprehensive aura of the Saintess of Yaoqi? Bai Cece said calmly. After all, our holy land does not specialize in cultivating the Tao of killing. Like the sword tomb. Moreover, I didn't come here today to fight with you. Dianxia looked annoyed. She had good intentions. Siort Valkyrie. I heard that a few days ago you activated the Sword Tao heritage, but failed, so I came specially to help you. He wondered, help me? You are not a sword cultivator. How do you plan to help me? Bai Cece smiled and replied. Although I am not a sword cultivator, I know how to gather a large number of sword cultivators to help you storm that Sword Tao heritage. Jinsha asked in confusion. Gather a large number of sword cultivators? Right now, all sword cultivators are gathered at Luo Tianfan's place. If only gathering. Those rogue cultivators with special skills. How do you plan to summon them to storm the Sword Tao heritage with me? Surely you don't also want me to go exchange treasures with Luo Tianfan to accumulate stats, right? She smiled cunningly. Of course not. I want to help Swordwalker, directly, replace Luo Tianfan. Bai Cece turned around and analyzed. Easier said than done. Luo Tianfan has gathered so many people. He really spent a large amount of treasures to exchange for those things. Those rogue cultivators aren't fools. If I don't offer a prize far exceeding what they already have, how could they turn around and follow me? Maintaining balance is a very difficult task. But to break the balance, sometimes you just need a light straw to fall. Scene change. Somewhere, people began to gossip. Have you heard? That young Master Luo is actually stealing our talent after killing the Ash Sea monsters. Taking advantage of this to exchange treasures with us. Really, a group of people gathered and whispered. Whether it's true or false, we'll know if we test it. Later, we just need to wait until before dark to go exchange treasures. Around late night, those benefits will also dissipate. Let's see if young Master Luo is still as generous as before. Scene change. Today the sky was clear, golden light shining on hearts. On this side, Tianfan sat yawning continuously. Stretching his whole body, he said, no one today? So empty. Tianfan took a nap. Suddenly, black holes appeared behind his back. The system spirit, having done her best, lay paralyzed. Finally, I can rest. Suddenly, she sensed something not good. On this side, Tianfan also woke up. He looked around in panic and exclaimed, where is this? Did I transmigrate again? Suddenly, Tianfan's gaze noticed something. He discovered in front of him a giant monster wearing a bride's face on its head, sitting and staring right at him. Suddenly, he reached his hand towards him. Tianfan froze, looking at that giant hand. But he didn't touch Tianfan. Instead, he grabbed a handful of dirt. He wondered, thinking. When he picked up the dirt, souls appeared in his hand. Don't know how he did it, but when released, a monster with 2 heads appeared. Tianfan seemed to realize something and exclaimed, that is. Once again, he reached his hand towards him. Tianfan was very panicked, but discovered. His body couldn't move. Suddenly, a hand emitting golden light grabbed his shoulder and called, Luo Tianfan. Then that hand pulled Luo Tianfan away. Suddenly, he noticed the creature in the other party's hand. He saw the monster he had just created crying, save me. Tianfan's face turned pale. Wanlon asked him worriedly, Luo Tianfan, how are you? Tianfan glanced at her. Your Majesty. He wiped the sweat and said, it seems. I just had a dream. What happened to me just now? Wanlon leaned in and spoke up. Just now, your substitute puppet, for some unknown reason, reverted to its clay form. Hearing this sentence, Immediately, he looked at the hand, having a bad premonition in his heart. That person was molding clay to create people. No, he was creating ash sea monsters. Could it be that all the ash sea monsters in this burial ridge are made by one person relying solely on molding clay? His face was covered in sweat. His gaze became sharp. If the Empress hadn't pulled me just now, would I have been molded into an ash sea monster too? Then he said seriously to Wanlon, in the dream, I seem to see a person molding clay. He used clay molding to create ash sea monsters. Do you know who he is? Hearing this, her face, Wanlon suddenly changed color. She frowned slightly and said to him, that is the master of the burial ridge. An immortal realm cultivator buried here. At this moment, Tianfan's face was extremely worried. He asked, he's still alive? Wanlon slowly spoke about the master of the burial ridge. The immortal realm is almost transcendent. Truly someone who understands life and death. No one knows if they're alive or dead. Perhaps you're the first person to dream of him in all these years. Tianfan fell into deep thought again. He thought, looking like this, it is indeed very difficult to tell if alive or dead. And he said loudly, but why would he target me? Wanlon replied, not quite sure. I have also never heard people from generations entering the burial ridge talk about such things. At this moment, the system's spirit suddenly appeared. She said loudly, could it be because of the plain souls? You using plain souls to create strawhead gods and others killing ash sea monsters are fundamentally different. Then she described a loop in detail. The burial ridge is originally a cycle of producing plain souls, but your appearance broke this cycle. Tianfan looked at her and said, you mean because I sheared the sheep too much, I was pulled into that small dark room by the opponent? The system's spirit crossed her arms and replied, more or less like that. Hearing this, he sighed and said, forget it. Tianfan stretched and yawned. Anyway, there aren't many people today. Let's rest early today. Suddenly, he noticed Wanlon standing next to him and asked, what's wrong? Wanlon seriously recounted what happened that day she was sneaking around. I just met a group of rogue cultivators out there. Accidentally heard from them. Today they have to wait until before dark, before coming to find you to exchange treasures. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Wait until dark. Wanlon looked at him seriously, speaking rapidly. Because there's a rumor that you exchange treasures to steal their talent and benefits. So they plan to wait until dark, before their talent benefits are collected, then come find you to exchange treasures. On this side, Tianfan was diligently packing up and replied, is that so? But the weather here is vague. How do they know when it will be dark? Wanlon turned to look at him and continued, except for some special cases. Most of the time, before dark in the burial ridge, there will usually be some warning signs. Having been here for a long time, young Master Luo can recognize the changes. Tianfan exclaimed as if enlightened. So that's how it is. Then he looked into the distance and continued. Seems like this is a case of failing to blackmail and getting angry from shame. So they started playing dirty tricks behind my back. Wanlon glanced at him. Young master means. Tianfan started telling about by Cece's appearance. Before, the Saintess of Yaoqi came here saying she wanted to use this matter to threaten me, asking me to help her distribute invitation letters to the rogue cultivators. But I refused. Wanlon approached him, eyes full of murderous intent. So that's how it is. But this beneficial talent is very important. What now? Do you need me to go find her to shut them up? Tianfan weakly held a board, drawing a few lines on it, and replied, no need. Then he placed a board with the word closed written on it. Just in time. Sitting here, waiting for those people to exchange treasures these past few days. Also felt a bit boring. Consider it giving myself a break. Hearing this, Wanlon remembered something. All right then. Just in time. I haven't been in the kitchen for the past 2 days. These past 2 days, I've improved some dishes and cooking methods. Hearing this, Tianfan hurriedly said, wait. He hurriedly found an excuse to avoid eating dishes burnt worse than charcoal. He shouted, how can I let you do it? Let's just take turns. Otherwise, it's unfair. At this moment, Wanlon suddenly said something that would make his future days very hard to swallow. She smiled and replied, not at all. I really enjoy the process of making food. Then Tianfan thought, but for the eater, it is extremely torturous. A moment later, the two left laughing and talking. Fan came up with an idea. All right, I thought of a dish very suitable for us to make together. Wanlon couldn't help but be curious. Really? What is it? At this moment, at the Jumbo Pavilion. Inside, Ijinxia spoke up to remind. Since we have exposed his conspiracy among the rogue cultivators. Then next, is there a plan? To deal with him? Cece calmly smiled and replied. Next, we just need to sit still and observe. He listened and asked as if losing patience. Then how long do we have to wait? Cece replied with scheming eyes. Wait for the greed of those people to grow a little bigger. In the forest, plumes of black smoke appeared again. A man covered in wounds clutched his chest, looking up in fear. You are not ash sea monsters. What the hell are you? Without waiting for him to say another sentence. A sharp object sent him to meet his ancestors. The Yin soldiers stood coldly, observing everything. Suddenly the eyes of one of them widened. A second later, the whole group turned around abruptly, meeting a once-in-a-millennium scene. Almost peed their pants. One of them spoke in an emotionless voice. Found them. On this side, Fan coldly used magic power as if creating something. He said coldly, It's time. Let's start. Wanlon stood behind and just hummed in agreement, hand drawing the sword from its sheath. A second later, a sound rang out. Something hot was split in two. A sumptuous meal appeared. Fan and Wanlon clinked glasses. A piece of red meat was just dipped into the hot pot that looked like pig slop. A second later, it was lifted up. Before the meat could fully absorb the flavor, it was taken out. Wanlon looked at the meat, eyes shining like two car headlights. She put a piece in her mouth and found it extremely delicious. Wanlon covered her mouth with her hand, praising endlessly. So delicious. Suddenly, Fan turned to ask her. Even the address changed. Do you like spicy food? Wanlon replied. Spicy flavor? I quite like it. Seeing this, Fan said, This time conditions are limited. We can only make a hot pot like this. Wait until we get out and have a chance. I'll take you to experience authentic hot pot. You eat once, and you'll want to eat a second time. Wanlon immediately agreed with those words. On this side, a group of people of unknown origin secretly watched the two. One said, What are they doing? Eating? It smells so good. Another drooled with envy. Indeed, this world is the biggest gap. We fight to the death, while others enjoy delicious food with beauties. The remaining one gritted his teeth. This guy named Luo is really hateful. On this side, Fan enjoyed himself and said pity. The scenery of this mountainside is a bit poor, but consider it a picnic. Suddenly, Wanlon asked him, Is it okay? He chewed with a mouth full of food and replied, What? Wanlon looked at him and continued. The speed of spreading news is too fast. It seems this group of people has reached a consensus. They want to delay until before dark to come exchange treasures with you. Fan held chopsticks in his mouth and said, That matter? It's fine. He chewed food while thinking. The state of that immortal realm cultivator seems unstable. But his realm is too high. No one can predict what will happen. Just in time to take this opportunity to temporarily reduce the frequency of collection. Stopping this matter won't go so far as to make people suspicious. He drank a big gulp of water and said, As long as they still pay attention to us, letting us continue to collect clues about that city is enough. Exchanging treasures is not urgent. Hearing this, Wanlon's eyes lowered. She thought to herself, Indeed, he doesn't want to fall out with them because he wants to continue collecting clues for me. The group hiding behind the bushes discussed endlessly. It's almost time. It's getting dark. The bun-hair guy added, Say, if this guy named Luo doesn't get any benefits, will he still agree to exchange treasures with us? The henchman of the Saintess of Yaoqi said, What are you afraid of? That guy at the sword tomb also replied that he wants to exchange treasures with us. Even without Luo Fan, we don't lack places to exchange. The other guy asked, Really? Is there such a thing? He replied, Of course it's true. Moreover, I heard that the Saintess of Yaoqi persuaded the sword tomb walker, wanting to be in the same boat as the cultivators entering the burial ridge. 1 passes to 10, 10 pass to 100. The bun-haired man said to another group, This time heaven really wants to help us. The seniors who entered the burial ridge before never encountered such a good thing. I've heard that the Saintess of Yaoqi is unparalleled in benevolence for a long time. Truly, her reputation is well-deserved. The whole forest was filled with the whispering of the crowd. Before, I saw the Saintess of Yaoqi meeting that guy named Luo. Maybe the matter of that guy, named Luo, stealing our benefits, was exposed by the Saintess. So that's how it is. Perhaps the Saintess failed to persuade Luo Tianfan. So she did this. The Saintess truly has a kind heart. What? Is that so? Truly the Saintess of Yaoqi. Every word reached Tianfan's ears. He thought to himself, why are they speaking louder and louder? I heard everything. Suddenly, he said loudly, someone is coming over there. A man appeared. Cupping his hands, he said, young Master Luo, I wonder if we can still exchange treasures? Tianfan smiled naturally and said, of course. Then he took out a treasure. A second later, he opened it directly, floating in the air, and said, same as before. Register the number of monsters you killed. At this moment, the system spirit appeared inside. Have to go to class again. Over at the Jumbo Pavilion. Inside came the voice of the subordinate. Saintess, indeed. That Luo Tianfan is puffing himself up to look fat. He is still continuing to exchange treasures for everyone. However, he can only hold on for the time of a cup of tea. He said he would pack up and leave when it gets dark. Bai Sisi felt satisfied and said, even if the Chongqing Luo family has a huge business, they can't support his spending like this. What about the news that Yi Jinxiao wants to exchange treasures for everyone? Has it spread out yet? The subordinate obediently replied, it has been transferred. Speaking of this, we have to thank that Luo Tianfan. If not for that Luo Tianfan gathering everyone together, this matter wouldn't have moved so fast that everyone knows about it. Bai Sisi heard this and turned back. The last 2 days created a bit more prestige for Yi Jinxia. Take advantage of when Luo Tianfan can't hold on anymore. Guarantee that Yi Jinxia can eat up these people. The subordinate obeyed. But suddenly he stopped and asked, Saintess, I have something I don't understand. Bai Sisi glanced at him and said coldly, what is it? The subordinate started to show off, saying, why don't we do it ourselves instead of letting that Yi Jinxia take the credit? The Saintess walks much more than that sword scion. If the Saintess calls, surely you can attract more people. Bai Sisi closed her eyes and smiled. Being a good person is not easy. If someone is willing to stand in front, why should I steal the spotlight? Try. She seemed to turn into a second personality, venomously saying, sometimes, when things are too good, there will always be seeds of disaster. On the other side, a small fire lit up the whole cave. Tianfan frowned and said, this is truly doing bad deeds in the dead of night. Wanlan, eyes full of sharpness, added, I didn't expect them to chase us here. Outside, figures with unclear faces appeared. A moment later, Strongin soldiers revealed themselves and entered. One of them shouted loudly, found them. Tianfan looked towards the cave entrance and said, can the shield stop them? Wanlan replied, the function of a miasma barrier is only to block the miasma wind at night. The defense is not too strong. Won't hold for long. Tianfan looked at her and asked, it seems the night doesn't affect them at all. Wanlan glanced at him. The effect is probably negligible. After all, their constitution is already special. In addition, outside, a two-horned Een soldier appeared. A second later, it raised its hand, gathering power. It directly broke the protective layer outside the cave. Tianfan's eyes were full of surprise. Looks like the estimated time has to be shortened. By the time the barrier is broken, I'm afraid it won't even be our turn to act. The incoming miasma wind will be enough to sweep us both away. We can't sit and wait for death. Suddenly, he had an idea. Then he turned and said to her, I have a way. It might work. Wanlan looked at him and asked, what is it? Outside, the Een soldier kept punching the shield continuously. Tianfan communicated with the system via thought. How about it? Can it be done? The system spirit was a bit hesitant. Theoretically, it's possible. Tianfan said happily, then that's good. At most, it will only cost 2 substitutes. Isn't that what substitutes are born for? Then he turned back and said to Wanlan, I'll test it first in a bit. Wait for my signal. Wanlan looked at him seriously and agreed. Just as he finished speaking, the large Een soldier broke the defensive layer. Following that, streams of pitch-black miasma entered. At this moment, Tianfan cast magic power. creating a small shield to block the miasma. The streams of miasma were all blocked by Tianfan. Wanlon saw this and couldn't help but be astonished. She thought to herself. The mist disappeared. Then her eyes became sharp. No, she looked around. A yellow shield enveloped the two of them. Wanlon shouted, "This is the womb realm barrier." Tianfan replied, "Correct. I shifted the position to my womb realm barrier. Don't stray too far from me." The very next second, he pulled out a few talismans and shouted, "Prepare to rush out." Immediately, a huge explosion knocked the Een soldiers back. The two quickly flew out. Tianfan took advantage of the Een soldier not paying attention and attacked it. On this side, Wanlon didn't stand still either. She swung her sword, cutting off their heads. The two just rushed out like rockets. The Een soldiers were in chaos, preparing to follow. Tianfan observed the surroundings and said seriously, "Can't let them hold us back. Must help. Full power to cast the escape technique." At this moment, the fat two-horned Een soldier jumped over his head. A second later, it landed powerfully. It used its strength to throw a large rock at the two. The rock cut between him and Wanlon. Wanlon was separated from the protective circle. Miasma began to surround her. Tianfan reacted, using power to counterattack. The power attacked the handsome, gallant face of the Een soldier. Tianfan continuously attacked it. While the opponent wasn't paying attention, he pasted a talisman on its face. Immediately, the talisman took effect. A second later, it exploded, creating a loud noise. On this side, Wanlon was constantly being corroded by the miasma. She coughed continuously. Tianfan hurriedly helped her up, asking worriedly, "Your Majesty, can you still walk?" Wanlon struggled, unable to speak. Suddenly, she noticed his hand touching her shoulder. A second later, he picked her up and said, "Your Majesty, forgive my rudeness. We cannot stay here long." Then he used a talisman, creating a stronger shield. He carried Wanlon and left. Inside the cave, the small fire was burning continuously. Tianfan used magic power to create a shield in front of the cave entrance. Then he coughed once. Finally done. Then he headed towards the fire, his heart constantly thinking, "Damn it. Luckily found a pretty good hiding cave. This BO void escape technique is indeed overpowered." Tianfan then asked her, "Wanlon, how do you feel? Can I help with anything?" Wanlon sat huddled up. Breathing hurriedly, she replied, "My substitute was damaged. Must repair it quickly." Then Tianfan asked, "How to repair?" She held out her hand. He took it, and she said, "Using the ash sea clay we collected will do." Hearing this, he agreed. He held something in his hand and asked further that, "Does the back need repairing?" At this moment, Wanlon involuntarily glanced behind her back. In her heart, Wanlon struggled endlessly. The devil in her said, "Men and women should not touch." No, no. The angel in her said, "This is just a substitute puppet. Although it looks exactly like the original body, but it is just to help. Must repair the body." Face. She was very hesitant, then decided, "It's fine." Wanlon's cheeks began to flush red. Seeing this, Tianfan was a bit bewildered. A second later, he seemed to realize something was wrong. He blushed and hurriedly covered his mouth, thinking, "Am I also confused?" In modern times, this is actually too serious. On this side, Wanlon's face was flushed red, thinking also true. We are betrothed. Looking a bit is fine. Luckily, Tianfan reacted quickly. He took a black cloth to blindfold his eyes and said, "I'm preparing to work. I cover my eyes. Rest assured, I won't see anything." Wanlon was shy but still had to agree. Then she thought she would feel something, but it turned out not to be. Why did he help? Cover his eyes completely? Could it be that he has no interest in me? Tianfan on this side was clumsy with his hands and feet, speaking up. I don't see anything. You have to guide me." Wanlon blushed and stammered. "All right." Then he reached out and touched her back. Wanlon directed him. Up a little more." He touched near her shoulder and asked, "Is it here?" She replied, "That's right." Then he carefully applied the medicine to her. Tianfan was embarrassed. In his heart, he constantly prayed, "Don't be so silent." A second later, he spoke up and asked, those Een soldiers, what are they?" Wanlon looked down at the ground and said, "They're my uncle's personal soldiers." Tianfan heard this and couldn't help but wonder. Uncle. At this point, she started telling about her uncle. A few years ago, father passed away. He took this opportunity to usurp a portion of the Divine Dynasty's national fate. Then he betrayed the country and fled. Because the national fate of the Divine Dynasty was damaged, it led to many turbulences at the borders of the Divine Dynasty. Chaos ceaselessly. Hearing this, the eyes of Tian Fan changed color. National fate can also be usurped. Wanlon's eyes softened as she replied. This relates to the Divine Dynasty's founding method. Do you know why I can suppress my cultivation to enter the burial ridge, but the Luo family head and other Holy Land elders cannot? Tian Fan replied. This I don't know. Hearing this, Wanlon continued. She was so smitten she told all the family secrets. This is the mystery of the Divine Dynasty's founding method. The Divine Dynasty's founding method originates from a lofty realm, not cultivating the self, but cultivating the external divine kingdom. If the divine kingdom remains, the ruler remains. If the divine kingdom is lost, then the ruler is lost with it. So, national fate can be simply understood as the cultivation base of those cultivators practicing the Divine Dynasty's founding method, right? Then she continued, pretty much as you understand it. This is also the reason why I can enter this burial ridge. Because my actual cultivation realm has only just stabilized. After he usurped the national fate, he used the name of my Divine Dynasty's burial ridge to secretly bring his true body into this burial ridge. Tian Fan asked while applying. No wonder your Jingtian Divine Dynasty doesn't have slots for the burial ridge. So, it's because after your uncle entered, he never came out? Huh, how did he survive? Relying on that luck artifact. Eyes of Wanlon suddenly became sharp. Exactly. True body of his has remained safe in the burial ridge all these years. Thanks to that luck artifact. For the people of the Divine Dynasty. For my father, I must replenish the missing luck of the Divine Dynasty. Tian Fan asked while working, what do you plan to do? Wanlon stated her intention. The power of the Divine Dynasty is still in my hands. As long as I can enter that city, I will be able to regain control of that city. Hearing this, Tian Fan became determined. I will definitely help you find him. Wanlon glanced back and said, thank you. All right, Tian Fan. Surely the wound has healed. Then Tian Fan removed the cloth covering his eyes. All right, regarding that group of Een soldiers. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes stopped on her body. Wanlon was shy, her small hands unable to cover her 2 watermelons. She screamed loudly, don't look, close your eyes, turn around. Tian Fan was clumsy, not knowing what to do. Saudi, momentarily impatient. My crime deserves death 10,000 times. Over at the Jumbo Pavilion, a voice rang out. Saintis, that Luo Tian Fan hasn't appeared today. Bai Sisi sat cultivating inside, calmly saying, giving up just like that. Young Master Luo is truly too petty. The subordinate standing behind spoke up. But Saintis, that Yi Jinxia, she closed her eyes and asked coldly. What about him? The other person frowned slightly and spoke like a machine. Yi Jinxia's attitude towards rogue cultivators is quite bad, especially in the last 2 days. To break the Sword Dao secret realm, many rogue cultivators have been lost. Currently, on the outside, they are compliant but inwardly dissatisfied. He continued, in the past few days, those rogue cultivators mentioned Luo Tian Fan more and more. Bai Sisi's face didn't change as she spoke. It's fine, even if it's just talk. To really make them give up Yi Jinxia's protection. They won't care. Hearing this, the subordinate's face became cunning. This is also true. Easy to get used to luxury, hard to get used to frugality. What you said is also correct. Luo Tian Fan is indeed a bit interesting. He could also come up with this idea. Just relying on a little favor to make this group of rogue cultivators voluntarily risk their lives. The speed of collecting. This resource is faster than normal. Bai Sisi, with Sampiku eyes, said implicitly, no matter how talented, if you don't know how to use it, it's just like drifting duckweed. At this moment, inside a forest, a group of people was gathering. The elders say a beetle quid starts the conversation. But lacking the quid, the young man in black opened with a question. Heard that 7 people died in the secret realm again yesterday. The blonde replied dejectedly. That guy, Jinxia has a cruel personality. Cold and heartless. Basically doesn't consider the lives of us rogue cultivators as anything. The guy in black sighed and said, "Suddenly I miss young Master Luo. Although young Master Luo used our talents, at least he didn't suppress us. And this guy named E treats us like slaves." The blonde frowned and replied, "Now we can't withdraw even if we want to. Withdrawing means offending Ejinxia. Now that he has gathered a bunch of lackeys, relying on numbers to be very bossy." Suddenly, the guy in black shouted loudly, "Young Master Luo is back." The whole group went out to see. The guy in black said, "Are you telling the truth? Young Master Luo is back." The blonde spoke up, "You mean he started exchanging treasures with us again?" The guy with the bun pointed ahead and said, "Why would I lie to you? I just exchanged items with young Master Luo." And this time, young Master Luo said, "He doesn't need the talent anymore." Hearing this, the group was overjoyed. The blonde rejoiced. "Doesn't even collect talent anymore." The guy in black turned back and shouted, "Brothers, what are you waiting for?" The crowd quickly surrounded him. "Young Master Luo, is it true that you really don't collect talent anymore this time? Young Master Luo, does exchanging treasures this time have the same rules as last time?" Young Master Luo, Tian Fan signaled for silence and said, "This treasure exchange has a slight change." Hearing this, everyone was bewildered. One person spoke up, "I wonder what is different this time compared to last time?" Tian Fan pulled out something. He held up a drawing of Een soldier and said, "This time, we only accept elite monsters." The other day, Tian Fan asked Wanlon, "Those Een soldiers?" He looked at her and continued, "Do they have souls?" Wanlon, having dressed, replied, "Those are all my uncle's personal soldiers. They followed him into the burial ridge, using secret arts to maintain an undead state." Hearing this, he looked at the system spirit and said, "Then it's settled." The system spirit was terrified by his expression. "Don't tell me you want." Back to the present. Two people stood in an open space. Wanlon spoke up, "All right, this place." Then Tian Fan said to her, "Do it." Wanlon, with a cold face, held the sword. A flame seemed to ignite around her. A second later, she transformed into a huge crane. Tian Fan looked up, constantly amazed in his heart. "Last time, when I was thrown into the dreamscape by the master of the burial ridge, she must have used the power of luck to pull me out of the dream. It is precisely because of this that we were discovered and blocked by those Een soldiers." Then he sighed, knowing full well it would be dangerous, but still acting without hesitation. The hardest thing is to accept a beauty's favor. A burst of Wanlon's power appeared in the sky that attracted the attention of the Een soldiers. They scrambled towards it. "Look, over there." At this moment, Tian Fan gave the talismans to Wanlon. "Was a bit wasteful before. These are all my remaining divine travel talismans. Take them." Then he lowered his voice, pretending to say, "Feels like we should add a bit more protection." Tian Fan pulled out a set of armor and said, "Right. Still have a set of protective gear. Helmet. At the critical moment, it can take a hit. Take it with you." "All right. Chi recovery pills. You will definitely need this." Wanlon was dazed like a child, only knowing to nod. Then she broke into a sweat and hurriedly said, All right, that's enough." Tian Fan crossed his arms, face, trying to squeeze out something. "I feel it's still not very safe. How about you act together with me?" Wanlon immediately refused. "Don't worry." Then her face was full of excitement. "A rare opportunity. It will be very hard to trick them again. Since we've started, then we must go all out to attack." The system spirit looked at him meaningfully and said, "Truly a heroine among women. Can't you learn a little from her?" Tian Fan left at this moment and said, "Then do your best." Wanlon coldly agreed. The system spirit kept teasing him. "Oh my, what the hell is do your best? Success upon arrival works too. That cheesy line is outdated." Tian Fan quickly disappeared. She thought to herself, when watching scripts, at this moment shouldn't it be a hug, face, red as a chili pepper? Indeed, reality and scripts are completely different. Suddenly her eyes, Wanlon looked back. A surprise attack pushed her back. Inside the forest, there were many red eyes looking at her. A second later, the Een soldiers appeared. Wanlon pulled out a talisman, thinking arrived so fast. Then she disappeared directly. Tian Fan was observing the Een soldiers from above. He looked at them and spoke up. The effect of team fighting is better than imagined. Next is the time for everyone to show their divine abilities. A group hiding in the bushes shouted loudly, "Guys!" A second later, a huge explosion occurred among the soldiers. The hidden group quickly jumped out and shouted. One person used an ability to freeze a soldier. Another used fire to burn it. Tianfan stood above observing. The crowd below was enthusiastic. "We still have strength. If anyone can't resist, you can share with the two of us. Quick fight, quick win. Use chi recovery pills. Then lure the monster group. No need to save magic power. Damn it. Whose soul arrow was that? Shoot a bit more accurately." Another person spoke up. "Mine." Tianfan looked at them and laughed loudly. "I said this burial ridge has a cheap game smell." A second later, he started chanting. "All right, let's get to work too." A secret realm opened. He shouted, "Come. Time for us to take action and deal with it." The system's spirit glanced at him. "Those who know I'm a system. Those who don't know would think I'm your subordinate. Does the system not need face?" A while later, the soldiers fell one by one in corners. Tianfan quickly collected them into the secret realm. In a vast place, a person's voice rang out. "Your Highness, run slower. This is not the Imperial Palace. Your Highness, careful not to get lost." The maids anxiously looked for Wanlan. "Your Highness, where is your Highness? Where did she run off to? Go check up there." Wanlan, at that time a little girl, hid behind a rockery. The little girl giggled, then ran everywhere. Suddenly, the little girl stopped and looked back. Her legs also slowed down. A room caught the little girl's attention. Wanlan, like a timid mouse, peeked into that place. Suddenly her eyes lit up. Over there, two gladiators' hands clasped tightly together. Surrounding them, the crowd cheered ceaselessly. "Left vanguard. Go. Right vanguard. Hit his middle." The two quickly wrestled the opponent down. A second later, the bun-hair man fell. The other person with a robust body stood coldly. The crowd cheered. "One." Suddenly, the man with a long scar turned his head. Wanlan, hiding behind the pillar, couldn't help but be surprised. The little girl staggered backward. Suddenly, a hand reached out to support the little girl. It was Wanlan's uncle, a face handsome enough to steal souls. Wanlan immediately said to him, "The people inside are so scary." He smiled and said, "Wanlan, no need to fear them." Then he smiled slightly. "They are soldiers of our divine dynasty. They only protect you. They will never hurt you." The little girl heard this and became happy again. I know." Suddenly, a huge blade swung towards Wanlan. She hurriedly dodged the large soldier. A second later, she jumped up to its surprise. Then she started chanting. Thousands of swords arranged in a circle appeared behind her back. Wanlan directly directed the swords toward the opponent. The soldier quickly reacted to block. Over there, two more appeared, throwing weapons at her. The weapons immediately stuck into the ground. Just in time, Wanlan reacted. Wanlan retreated backward to gain momentum. She panted, looking at the soldiers, thinking, "Cannot escape too fast. Must kite them from a distance. That way, young Master Luo can separate more soldiers." Then she used a special power, a source of small power concentrated in her palm. On this side, the system spirit held up a flame and said, "Compared to pure plain souls, the workload of refining strawhead gods has increased too much. Besides, the quality isn't as good as plain souls." Then she directly threw it inside. Tianfan sat high up and said, "Anyway, they're all on the blacklist. Take this and use it temporarily, to avoid waste." She glanced at him and spoke up. "Take this opportunity to collect a bit more. Under the cultivation restriction of the burial ridge, that little empress of yours probably won't last too long." Hearing this, Tianfan silently looked up. He recalled that night. "This is too risky." Wanlan replied coldly. "Starting from the moment I entered the burial ridge, this uncle of mine has been biting tight and not letting go. If I don't die, he won't reveal his tracks." Tianfan gently pinched her face and said, "But," before he could say anything more, Wanlan stopped him. "Young Master Luo, rest assured, the one dying is just my substitute puppet." She continued, "Prepared long ago. The backlash of this substitute won't be too serious." Tianfan looked at her with concern. "But then you have to use your true body to enter. Are you sure?" Wanlan's eyes replied firmly. "I once swore before my father's grave. In this life, I will kill the traitor. Take back the luck, regardless of any price. Tian Fan heard this and silently looked at her. On this side, Wanlon was gradually exhausted, coughing continuously. She held the sword, facing the Een soldiers, eyes full of fatigue. At this moment, the two-horned Een soldier rushed in with a weapon. It directly knocked her far away. Wanlon used a bit of strength to stop. Before she had a chance to regain her strength, the Een soldier landed a blow. Wanlon was weighed down by its weapon on her shoulder. Her defending sword couldn't hold on much longer. Eyes. She glanced up at the opponent. On the face, there was a long scar. She vaguely recognized this face. She narrowed her eyes. Still very scary. Just when it seemed she was about to faint, her ideal appeared. Tian Fan released power, surprising Wanlon. The power quickly attacked that Een soldier. Its face gradually showed wounds. Wanlon turned to ask him, "Young Master Luo?" "What?" He replied. "No time to explain now." Then he pulled out a plate-like object. A second later, directly, threw it far away. The jade plate quickly emitted power. Immediately after, thousands of lightning bolts struck down on the Een soldiers. The scarred Een soldier was no exception. It gritted its teeth looking at the two. At this moment, Tian Fan suddenly grabbed Wanlon's hand. "If you want to die, you must die by my side." Then the two sped past the huge tree trunk. On this side, Jianxia shouted, "Where are the people? Where did they all die to?" The henchman said, "They all went to young Master Luo's place." Hearing this, Jianxia shouted angrily, "Bastards! How do you guys work, huh? Just letting them go like that? What Luo Tian Fan can give? Did I let them lack anything?" The guy knelt down in fear. "Lord, calm down. It's really that they are all determined to go exchange treasures with young Master Luo. We couldn't stop them either." Hearing this, Jianxia kicked the opponent hard, shouting, "Trash." Then he was furious. "Ugh, good for you, Luo Tian Fan." A second later, he turned into a streak of light and sped away. The person in white spoke up. "At least young Master Luo's side doesn't treat us like slaves to order around." The beaten subordinate replied, "Should we go to young Master Luo's side over there?" On this side, Bai Sisi heard this and was angry as a dog. "You mean, this time Luo Tian Fan doesn't want anything?" The subordinate replied, "That's right." Bai Sisi crossed her arms and asked him, "What is he plotting?" She glanced slightly. "If you want to say something, just say it straight." The subordinate looked dazed like he was high, reporting to the saintess. "According to what I've seen a few times, I always feel like this Luo Tian Fan is a bit strange." Bai Sisi frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" He replied, "Although during this period he always makes moves, stirring up wind and rain, but I always feel like he doesn't carry a purpose. I always feel all his actions are like playing." Bai Sisi laughed loudly like a maniac. "There are some things not as simple as they appear on the surface." Then she continued like a devil. After Luo Wuji broke through and came out of seclusion, his son, who had no ability, suddenly turned into a cultivation genius. Running out once almost caused the righteous Dao cultivators to split apart. Then Bai Sisi mentioned the two factions. Currently, the internal conflict among righteous Dao cultivators is getting more intense, like a barrel of gunpowder being lit. And the one who lit the fuse is him, Tian Fan. Then she snorted coldly. Less than half a year. Already topped Zhao Zhao. Has his own name on the Qinghua ranking. Entering the Burial Ridge, he changed the rules and the situation of the Burial Ridge for many years. The subordinate heard this and asked again. The saintess means... Bai Sisi's face was full of schemes. This Luo Tian Fan is not that simple. On this side, Wanlon's uncle sat up after dying, worthy of being the current empress of Jingtian. Consumed a lot of Een soldiers. He stepped out and said, "The little girl from back then has now grown up. This stubbornness is exactly like her mother." He walked with the true aura of a living corpse. Outside was full of dry bones. A tall figure above. The master of the Burial Ridge sat high up. Suddenly, he extended a finger. A second later, consecutive lightning strikes hit down, blasting the ground apart. The pale face of Wanlon's uncle appeared. He spoke up. "You and I have been neighbors for many years. Why be so distant?" A city appeared right above his head. Below, it was breathing out hot air like hell. The head high above of the master of the Burial Ridge nearly opened its eyes. Why close eyes now? He seemed to want to provoke the viewer. Should have slept early knowing this. Wanlon's uncle glared and snorted. A second later, he picked up a knife and cut across his palm. Blood flowed out. Each drop of blood dripped onto the ground. Immediately, a smelly hand appeared. Following that, huge soldiers sprouted up like mushrooms. He saw this and frowned slightly. Already betrayed the country, ability limited, yet still demanding. He looked at the soldiers and said, "Why revive these guys?" On this side, suddenly Tianfan laughed foolishly. Wanlon saw this and asked, "Why laughing suddenly?" He replied leisurely, "I remembered your uncle suddenly discovering his undead soldiers suddenly died all at once. Wonder what mood he will be in. Just feel it's very funny." Then he laughed out loud like a psycho. Wanlon followed and smiled slightly. On a high branch, the whole quiet forest echoed with their creepy laughter. From afar, Jinxia's group was running hurriedly. The subordinates were all tired. He cursed angrily. "A bunch of trash. Even a pass. Couldn't be held?" The bun-haired guy hurriedly explained. "Lord Sword Scion, it's not that we are incompetent, but there were too few people. Before, each pass needed a group of 10 people to guard. To give you a chance to get the SOAR manual. Now there are only 5 of us guarding 7 passes. Truly." Before he could finish his sentence, Jinxia interrupted, snapping, "Shut up." Then he frowned, thinking, "Damn Luo Tianfan. Ruined my big plan." People were all led away by Luo Tianfan. How to find people to help me guard the pass now? Thinking of the Jumbo Pavilion, the subordinate of the Saintess of Yaoqi said, Jinxia, truly sorry. Our Saintess is at a critical moment in her cultivation process. Cannot reveal herself right now. Yivianxia drusit silently in Enguf. By CC UB asterisk TCH. Retreating really fast. One of them suddenly spoke up. "Lord Sword Scion, there's a way. Can break this situation." He snapped. "Don't beat around the bush. Say it directly." Looking closely, his face showed no trust. "Lord Sword Scion, Luo Tianfan only relies on his abundant resources. But as long as we consume all his resources, then those rogue cultivators who switched sides, wouldn't they naturally come back to find you?" Jinxiao was silent, saying nothing. Over there, a soldier was dragging its heavy body forward. Suddenly, a foot stepped on its back. The young man, holding a sword, powerfully cut off its head. He wiped away the sweat, refreshed. "Just this one. Then finally, I have the complete cyan corrosion flowing light armor." On this side, another person spoke up. "Cyan corrosion flowing light armor is a type of high-grade magic artifact. Only master refiners can forge it. Congratulations, Big Brother. After changing armor, we have to rely on Big Brother." The other guy laughed loudly. "It's also thanks to the brother's blessings." He laughed even louder. "No problem." Excited sounds came from the forest. "Urgent matter. Must exchange quickly. Enjoy early while alive. Let's go together." "That's right. I also want to broaden my horizons." They arrived at Tianfan's place. "Quite a few points, huh? What do you want to exchange?" That guy looked at the list, pointing while speaking. "I want to exchange these things." Tianfan, fan in hand, eyes half closed, said, "Generous, huh?" Jinxia's subordinate smiled. Tianfan spoke up. "Seems like you worked very hard killing enemies." The guy got the armor and smiled cunningly. Suddenly, a person's eyes widened. Immediately after, he shouted loudly. The scream attracted Tianfan's attention. Seeing the man kneeling on the ground, he asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" He cried loudly. "My armor was exchanged away. I saved up for so long." Suddenly, a person approached Jinxia's subordinate and said politely, "Fellow Daoist, the cyan corrosion flowing light armor suits my big brother's cultivation method very well. I see you two also exchanged. Wonder if you can give this up?" The subordinate replied arrogantly, "Impossible." On this side, another guy couldn't hold back and shouted, "Big brother, I'll go snatch it back." The other guy hurriedly stopped him. "Cannot." Then he sighed. "Seems I have fate with the armor, but no destiny. Forget it, forget it." At this moment, Tianfan called out, "So what about those 3? He replied, "The things we need have all been exchanged away. Temporarily, there's nothing to exchange." Tianfan heard this and said, "That armor set. Others exchanged it. You guys can also exchange it." That guy shouted in surprise, "What?" Then he pulled out a brand new set of armor. He smiled and said to them, "Rest assured, with me here, All effort will be rewarded. On this side, Ijinxia's group looked at the pile of treasures, laughing and talking. I took the initiative to get the magic artifacts before him, leaving those rogue cultivators with nothing good to exchange. This move, only you could think of it. Suddenly, he frowned and said, "What's wrong?" That group of rogue cultivators still hasn't dispersed. The subordinate hurriedly replied, "On Luo Tianfan. Indeed, there are too many items." Hearing this, he was angry. Gritting his teeth, the guy was extremely panicked. "Lord Sword Scion, where do you want to go?" He replied, "Kill monsters." Tianfan stood from above, observing their actions. He saw that guy quickly dealing with all the remaining Yin soldiers. Tianfan thought of something. He spoke up, "This." A while later, he jumped down directly. He looked at the system spirit and said, "I wondered why there was a powerful group recently, able to exchange for so many things every time. Turns out they are farming for the Sword Scion." The system spirit wondered, "What is he thinking?" Tianfan closed his eyes and said confidently, "Maybe he went through a period of heart confusion. But with his help, I can worry less. The plan is almost ready. System, when the time comes, have to rely entirely on you." The system snorted, "Just don't forget what you promised me." Tianfan froze and replied, "Are you bullying me? Can't you be a bit gentler?" The other party replied, not taking back a single word, "This matter is non-negotiable." He heard this and sighed. "All right." Then he said again, "But there is something that needs to be said." He looked at the corpses of the Yin soldiers and praised Yi Jinxia. "This efficiency. This isn't Brother Sword Scion, but clearly our #1 super grinder." At this moment, inside the secret realm, Tianfan made a gesture. A second later, the water surface fluctuated and a rockery rose up in the middle of the vast lake. The center was pushed higher. Then he and the system flew up. A while later, the two slowly landed. He and the tiny system spirit inside that place. Tianfan looked at her and asked, "Is this okay?" The system clasped her hands together, grimacing. "All right," only seeing a stream of power emitting from her. She spoke up, "Except for plain souls. Other souls carry attributes. The gloomy resentment of the Yin soldiers' souls, if existing for long, will corrode the surrounding environment. The plain souls spread out like tadpoles. The system continued, can only temporarily isolate them here first." Tianfan beside her asked, "Since that's the case, using this corroded place, thick with resentment, to nurture some nether-type resources, how about it?" The system saw he finally said something sensible. Good idea." Then she thought to herself, "What happened? My little master actually willing to use his brain?" Suddenly, Tianfan snapped his fingers. "Got it. Wait until we get out. I'll hire someone specifically responsible for land division and resource cultivation in the virtual realm. Call it the Virtual Soil Resource Department." Hearing this, the system froze, wanting to take back her words. A while later, Tianfan slowly woke up. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of him. Young Master Luo. Ijinxia's subordinate appeared. He spoke up, "Here already?" The guy replied, "I'm not disturbing young Master Luo, am I?" Tianfan smiled and said, "It's fine. What to exchange today? Decided yet?" The other side replied, Decided. Exchange for these items." Tianfan looked at him with half-open eyes. "You are really diligent coming here. A few more times, and my stock will be cleaned out by you." At this moment, in another forest, Yi Vianxia shouted in surprise. Did he really say that? The subordinate with a cunning face replied, "That's right. This came directly from Luo." Tianfan's mouth. Yi Vianxia could dispute, his hands behind his back, saying coldly. Finally seeing the clue, the subordinate became even more confident. "I said it. Entering this burial ridge, everyone saved space in their storage artifacts to bring things out. No one would fill it with magic, artifacts, and treasures to bring in. Luo Tianfan is truly strange." Ijinxia spoke loudly, then left. "Let him think what he wants. After cleaning him out, I'll see what card he has left." The subordinate flattered. Sword Scion is wise. The remaining guy's face was full of annoyance. This 9th-class Daoist, recently in front of the Sword Scion, shows off too much. Suppressing me. Can't let him be so smug forever. A second later, he went forward to hug the other's shoulder. "Old Daoist 9th class. What treasure did you exchange for today? Let me see." That guy's face darkened, and he said, "No, these things all belong to the Sword Scion." Hearing this, he mocked. The Sword Scion is so noble. Why would he care about these things? Look at the previous exchanges. Did Lord Sword Scion even glance at these things? When I pick a few items to keep, the Sword Scion definitely won't discover it. Hearing this, the opponent's greed showed clearly. He replied, "Reasonable." Suddenly, large boils appeared on the face of the man beside him. A second later, directly exploded into pieces. That person's two hands were still clutching the bearded guy's neck. Immediately after, they fell down. He said coldly, "Who gave you the right to touch me with those things?" He looked up and continued. Finally couldn't sit still. In the sky, the Eye of Law of the Burial Ridge appeared. A second later, many other eyes appeared along with Wanlon's uncle. He looked around with a cold face. Then he spoke with a sharp tone. "Old neighbor's really angry." The spirits gradually surrounded his body. Wait a moment. The eyes blinked. Suddenly at this moment, Wanlon called out in surprise, "Tian Fan." She quickly created a shield, blocking her uncle's attack. On this side, Tian Fan appeared like a rushing wind, quickly blocking the opponent. Wanlon's uncle said coldly, "Really taught the husband to be very obedient." Yi Jinxiao on this side used his sword to kill the remaining Yin soldiers. Suddenly he glanced back. Tian Fan supporting Wanlon appeared. Yi Yanxia shouted Lude, Luo Tianfan. Hearing the opponent call him, he smiled and greeted friendly. He then suddenly said, "Busy?" As if discovered doing something sneaky. Yi Jinxiao was confused and angry, pointing his sword at him. "None of your business." Suddenly his face turned pale, turning sideways. Wanlon's uncle rushed over like an arrow. Suddenly he was shocked for a few seconds. Looking at the slaughtered Yin soldiers lying on the ground, he was even more astonished and angry. At this moment, Yi Jinxia chanted and shouted, "Who goes there?" Wanlon's uncle was furious, preparing to attack the opponent. Immediately, Yi Jinxia laid out a row of swords like arrows blocking him. Wanlon's uncle was fighting fiercely with Yi Jinxia. He was gaining the upper hand. Tian Fan hid behind a tree, peeking out, thinking, taking over aggro immediately? Brother Sword Scion is truly brave. He muttered, "But we have to go one step ahead." He pulled out a lightning talisman and started casting. Yi Jinxia gritted his teeth, struggling, and exclaimed. He just silently observed the situation. A giant sword plunged straight down from the sky, causing a huge tremor. Small swords began to fly everywhere. In a corner, a green light beam was flying at very high speed. Looking closer, it turned out to be him running away from Wanlon's uncle. Yi Jinxiao looked back worriedly. "Are you kidding me?" After witnessing the monster he summoned, he exclaimed in horror, "Why does the Burial Ridge have such a powerful person?" At the same time, he also ran away, flying alongside and saying, that's right. This matter is truly not logical at all." Yi Jinxiao's mind was only on running away, so he didn't notice. When he came to his senses, he wondered, "Luo, Tian Fan, why are you following me?" He and Wanlon rode the sword and replied, "Just running together, borrowing your flying sword for a bit." Yi Yanxia shouted, "Are we close?" Tian Fan said calmly, "Don't be scared. That giant sword just now was really cool." He snapped, "Is this a matter of being scared of strangers?" Meanwhile, when the dust gradually faded, Wanlon's uncle slowly appeared. He wondered, haven't gone out for a few years, have sword cultivators become like this now? Wanlon's uncle looked at the eyes gradually closing in the sky and said, "Control is tight. Probably can act 2 more times." He reached out his hand and shouted. Wind like knives. A purple gas began to spread. It formed a giant purple tornado in the middle of the forest. The tornado swept all 3 people inside. Yi Jinxia seemed to be injured, so when swept by the tornado, he groaned in pain. In a dangerous situation, Tian Fan reached out his hand and said, "Everyone join forces full power to rush out." All 3 people cooperated, creating a protective circle gradually flying out. After all 3 had escaped the tornado, they immediately flew very fast. Wanlon's uncle exclaimed, "Want to run?" He immediately summoned a card. All 3 were trapped, lying completely inside the card. Wanlon panicked and shouted, "Not good. This is..." Immediately, a flame flared up, burning fiercely. It enveloped all three people inside. Suddenly, he hugged her waist and shouted, "Get closer. The protective shield can't hold on." Yi Jianxia didn't hear clearly. What? In an instant, the protective shield shrank. He was pushed out of his shield, his whole body beginning to be consumed by the fire. Meanwhile, Yi Jianxia screamed unwillingly, "No, my heritage hasn't been obtained yet." The two hugged each other, witnessing him being burned to ashes by the fire. She said shamefully, "The plan still failed, and I even implicated you. Wait until we get out. I will personally." Not letting Wanlon finish speaking, Tianfan interrupted and said, "Although I came here originally to be your bodyguard, I also harvested quite a lot. It's fine. This burial ridge has no scenery and no fun. I wanted to get out long ago." He summoned a silver card in his hand and said, "But can't just leave without saying a word. Must let your uncle taste some suffering too." She agreed and replied, "All right, let's do it together." Tianfan threw the silver card, punching a hole in the ring of fire, and called out, "Together." He called, "System, take all the true essence of that Yao cultivator for me. I want to kick the admin office." The system spirit gaped in shock and exclaimed, "That's too chaotic." Unexpectedly, her eyes lit up with excitement, saying, "But I like it." Wanlon and Tianfan combined to unleash a move. At this moment, the silver card was absorbing what the two transmitted. In the sea of fire, both smiled smugly with excitement. The silver card began to overwhelm his fire. The eyes in the sky began to shake. At this moment, Wanlon's uncle discovered something. A beam of light flew through the forest. It pierced straight through the shield. Shield flew in front of him. Wanlon's uncle mocked, about to die and still trying to struggle. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned around to look. The eyes in the sky showed a strange phenomenon. From their eyes poured out a stream of red, killing intent. They stabbed straight into the ground, creating a terrible tremor. Wanlon's uncle smiled sinisterly and exclaimed, "So that's it. Eyes sharp," he muttered. "One for one." A furious voice rang out. "Luo Tianfan, you bastard. I'm not done with you." Yi Lianxia rushed over with raging momentum. The footsteps of the crowd became faster. "Isn't that the walker of the sword tomb this term? It's not time to open the path yet. Why is he?" Another person said. "How else to come out? Died to get out here." Another person laughed loudly. Then the sword tomb lost all face. Let's go watch the drama." Yi Lianxia shouted Luo Tianfan. "Tell him to come out here." Huan looked at him and spoke up. "What does sword psioni mean?" "My young master is inside the burial ridge." Yi Jianxia pointed angrily and said, "Try. In that situation, I don't believe he could escape. I will wait for him here." The bearded man gossiped like a village ant. "There's a good show to watch. Seems like the sword tomb walker suffered heavy losses." The person with parted hair replied, "Worthy of being the number one in Zhao Zhao evaluated by Xinglua Heaven. His move is indeed extraordinary." The gray-haired person spoke up. But hearing what they said, "Did young master Yi and young master Luo encounter trouble together?" Behind, gossip was ceaseless. Personality of the sword tomb has always been arrogant. Didn't expect to cooperate with the Luo family this time. I'm even more curious about what kind of disaster made both of them suffer. Hearing these words, how could the arrogant Yi Jianxia endure it? He roared and said, "Who cooperated with that Luo Tianfan? And he cannot coexist under the same sky." Suddenly, Sword Guardian appeared. What happened? His face was full of strictness. Everyone was surprised. Sword Guardian. Seeing the other party appear, Yi Jianxia hurriedly bowed and spoke up. Some mistakes occurred. Inside the burial ridge, there is something far beyond Zhao Zhao. I was pursued. Sword Guardian didn't care. He spoke up and asked, "What about the heritage? Did you get it?" He replied, "Still haven't obtained it." Hearing this, Sword Guardian shouted angrily, "Do you not know the importance of that sword Dao heritage?" Hearing this, Yi Jianxia replied in fear, "Of course I know. Since entering the burial ridge, I have always been running for this heritage." On this side, Huan and Zigao watched the two of them. Sword Guardian angrily questioned, "Since you know the importance, why did you pick a fight with the Luo family people?" Yi Jianxia's face turned pale. This matter is very messy. Then he thought, "I also want to know why I got dragged into this." Then he pointed at Huan and Zigao. "Wait for Luo Tianfan to come out and confront me." Everything will be clear. Hearing this, Sword Guardian turned and said, if that's the case, then I hope the people of Luo Manor invite your young master out here to clarify this matter. The assessment set by the families is so that the trainees of major forces do not slaughter each other too early in the burial ridge, missing the Dao destiny. Hearing this, Zigao and Huin were both startled. Suddenly, a hand was placed on Sword Guardian's shoulder, accompanied by a voice ringing out. You say that. As if usually my Luo family is very arrogant and bossy. Wuji appeared. Sword Guardian shouted loudly, Luo family head. His whole body sweated when seeing the other party. When did he get close to me? Wuji spoke up and continued. Since when did the Sword Tomb also collude with those holy lands? Learning their pretentious appearance, the Yaoqi elder felt stung and angry. The old woman beside hurriedly stopped her. Elder, don't be angry. Getting angry will make it look like a guilty conscience. On this side, Wuji was lecturing Sword Guardian. Don't smear my Luo family's reputation. Sword Guardian hurriedly backed down. Luo family head. It was my slip of the tongue. A second later, he turned to ask Huin, has Tian Fan come out yet? If he's out, tell the kid to come here and clarify this matter. Huin bowed and replied, reporting to family head. Just now when Sword Scion E arrived, I sent someone to check the young master's true body. Young master's true body is stable. No signs of coming out. Hearing this, Yi Jianxia shouted in shock, impossible. I saw with my own eyes that he was swept into the fire. In just a blink of an eye, he was burned to ashes. He is in the same realm as me. Could it be that he can still survive? Inside the burial ridge, a gloomy atmosphere of smoke and fire covered everything. Under the rubble, Tianfan's hand suddenly reached up. From the ruins, he stood up and said, that was really dangerous. Then he groped around to find Wanlon's hand. A second later, he directly pulled her up. He laid her down and said calmly, this time we both look like dirty kids from the countryside. The system spirit suddenly appeared. Looks like you won the bet. After that immortal realm cultivator dealt with the substitute puppet of the usurper. He didn't bother with you, who was exhausted. He heard this and asked, how is it on your side? No mistakes occurred, right? The system spirit smiled and said, rest assured, I handled it properly. Hearing this, Tian Fan collected Wanlon into his sleeve and replied, then that's good. Then the system reminded, hurry up and recover. Your puppet body, don't take such risks anymore. The result was the substitute breaking first. Tian Fan stood up, acknowledging, indeed. Must adjust a bit. Find a place to set up a protective barrier. On this side, a deep and dark cave appeared. Inside was Big Bear leisurely enjoying a once-in-a-millennium pleasure. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making it jump. Tian Fan leaned against the cave entrance and continued, giving you those pills to eat. Seems you refined them quite well, huh? Already became a beast king? Its eyes became serious. It glanced at his tired body, full of injuries. Its eyes full of conspiracy, wanting to kick him away. But then it thought of the tigress Wanlon appearing, so it withdrew. Tian Fan held a pill in his hand, saying vaguely, what's wrong? Want to eat more pills? Seeing this, its eyes shone like car headlights. It immediately became obedient like a child. Tian Fan patted its head and praised it for being good.